Edgar? Good morning, and welcome to our regular meeting on April 13th, 2021. Appreciate the attendance in person, the two deputies along with our Ag Commissioner, and everyone out there on Zoom and Facebook and all the other social outlets. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and that Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Supervisor, Colin Kosmicki.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And my apologies, here in the chambers, we have all the supervisors with the exception of Supervisor Hernandez, who was here via Zoom. Is that correct, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Here
Okay,
and
perfect.
ready.
Can I have a acknowledgement certificate of posting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to C. This is our notice of temporary procedures for Board of Supervisor meetings. This is Madam Assistant Clerk of the Board.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. Good morning, community members. Members of the public who wish to speak during public comment periods, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. We recommend that you upgrade to the latest version of Zoom to make sure you can participate through public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will head to D, presentations and recognitions. Sir Ray Espinosa.
There are no presentations.
Okay, moving right along. Number E, we have public comment. This is the opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954.2. And just to add to that, we as the board members cannot comment on your comments. So just wanted to make sure we all understand that. Is there any public comment, ma'am?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Good morning. Am I coming in okay?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Cardinelli, and I have been a Hollister resident now for 22 years. And I'd like to thank the board so very much for including item number 35, presentation of the Assembly Bills 626 and 377, the micro enterprise home kitchen operations, on today's agenda. I myself am looking forward to being the first to apply. The reason I'm actually attending today, not only to listen to where that the conversation for those two bills, but I'm asking.
Ma'am, this is intended only for items that are not on the agenda. This item is on the agenda, so you can speak during that time. My apologies, ma'am. Any other public comment?
No, I'm entering something that's not on the.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, ma'am. Sorry. My apologies. She can proceed.
I'm attending the board meeting today to ask the board to consider at some point in time an alternate safe means of transportation between Hollister and Gilroy, Highway 25 specifically, bicycle lanes. Hollister, as you know, is growing, and we have a new art center soon, and soon a new college campus, as well as a distribution hub on 25. And yet the only means of transportation is by motor vehicles. riding one's bicycle on 25 is basically taking one's life into own hands. It's incredibly dangerous, and there are no separation between the vehicle lanes and the shoulders on which bicycles ride. Having previously lived in Livermore, I was able to ride 100-mile rides between Livermore and Concord. That is not possible here to do safely in Hollister. I'm here to ask the board to consider, as the new hub is being planned, to work with farmers to create bicycle and jogging lanes, both northbound and southbound on Highway 25 that is separate from the main highway. Hollister and Gilroy are college communities. We will have individuals in town working at the new hubs, and having bicycle lanes will not only reduce vehicular traffic, it will also reduce vehicular emissions while providing a safe means of transportation by bicycle to and from Hollister. Thank you all so much for your time this morning and for your consideration, and have a great evening. And I look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, ma'am.
You have been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. Good morning. I would like to make a comment with regards to, I know that recently there was a warrant issued for the individual that trespassed into the Board of Supervisors meeting back in December. And I would just like to assure that there's going to be, and there is equity enforcement of this. I would not like to know that based on the surname that the individual warrant would not be served, and that's why I'm bringing it to the public so that the board is aware that people are talking in town, and we want to make sure that there is equity of enforcement with regards to this warrant. Last Monday at the city council meeting, without the consent of the entire council, the mayor directed without authority, and I would like the board to request the request from the direction from the mayor was to interim chief Bedoya with regards to the contract, and he asked that he go back and start negotiating with the county with regards to the contract because he's not satisfied with it. And I would like the board to request interim chief Bedoya to make a report with regards to what is the status and how it is being divided. And I believe that it's more than fair and equitable. And I just want it to be placed on the record that there is no reason for, and obviously the mayor did not have any authority or consent from the council to direct the fire chief. So I would like that to go on the record and get us some information. Also, my last thing, and I think I'm running out of time, is when we dine at a fast food restaurant or when we dine in a restaurant, there's a tax that we pay that is, and I would like to know, how is the county making any money with Mansmith? There's no taxes collected. Very busy on site. It's on private property, but a lot of money is being made. And I'm just curious, is the county collecting any monies from that business? It's been going on for a long time, and I haven't seen where anything like that gets reported to the county. And I'm very curious if there's money there that's some kind of tax revenue that the county's missing on. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment?
No more comments.
Okay. We'll go to department head announcements, information only. Mouthful today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have one announcement out of our clerk of the board's office.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. On item number 12, there was 2 minor corrections made on the minutes after the posting of the agenda, and that has been corrected and uploaded on Novus as of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. We also wanted to bring to your attention, Mr. Chair and board members, that Panetta's office is not available till 1:30 to hear their item. That's the San Justo item. So we would be requesting that item to be deferred to the 1:30 time slot so we can hear the progress from that office.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all the announcements we have. That's not true. Oh, okay. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Sheriff Darren Thompson.
Good morning, Mr. Sheriff.
Good morning. Are we speaking from here today?
You can speak anywhere you want, sir.
brought a little show and tell today, so I want to make sure that I'm in view of the camera. There we go. Great. Hey, there it is. That's fantastic. Let me begin by saying, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors, it is always such an honor to be permitted to come and speak before this board. It's something that I've done many times in the last 10.5 years, and it is truly with all humility that I express my sincere appreciation for that. This board that the chair is holding is something a relic that's been sitting around since 1988. In fact, that kind of describes me a little bit, doesn't it? So this board was from 1988. It was my police academy board, and there are 13 agencies represented there and 34 people that I went to the police academy with. And it's something that somebody gave me actually just about 10.5 years ago when I was elected sheriff. They found it in a closet over at Gavilan College and brought it to me and gave it to me. And what I want to point out to you is that of all the people that I went to the police academy with back in 1988, I'm the last one that's still working. And that probably means it's time for me to go. It is with much contemplation. You don't have to hold that any longer, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I appreciate your supportiveness. It's with much contemplation and speaking with my family and my close friends that I will be departing from you after completing 33 years of service in law enforcement. My last day with the county will be on June the 25th. My first day as a retiree will be on June the 26th. And I hope to spend the next 74 days, I think if I calculated that correctly, creating the smoothest possible transition between my oversight of the sheriff's office to the person that this board will be appointing. It's an extremely important role that you have, and I know that county council is here and the CAO is here, and they can provide direction on this more in depth and with much more clarity than I will today. But it is my brief understanding that the Board of Supervisors in our county has the role and responsibility to appoint my replacement until the next election cycle, which means you'll be looking for a temp. You can't see, but I'm smiling behind here when I say that. That's one of the downsides of speaking before you today, in that you can't see my facial expressions, but it is your role and responsibility. It's a very serious one that you select someone to replace me, and you'll take more direction, I'm sure, from county council and the CAO's office. My request from you would be that you expedite that process, that you do it with sincerity and wisdom, and that you give me some of my 74 remaining days, some time to work with that individual so that we can safeguard the best interest of our community and the best interest of our office, and have the smoothest possible transition with the least amount of disruption. Also, I would like to indicate that I will be back before this board sometime during my 74 days and provide a state of the county address from a law enforcement perspective, and visit some of the pending cases and pending projects that we have, so that we will see each other again before I go. Thank you very much. It has been a tremendous honor, and I look forward to spending the next 74 days with you.
Well, before you step away, let us thank you for your years of service. So thank you very much, and good luck in your retirement. And thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you. We have a grandbaby due next month. I couldn't be more excited. And right now, my biggest group of supporters call me Grandpa.
Yes, thank you very much for your years of service, Sheriff. And congratulations. I'm sure you're going to look forward to your retirement. There was a time when I thought I was retired, but anyway, that didn't happen. But I know you're gonna enjoy your time off. So congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, so Sheriff, 2010, it seems like 100 years ago at this point. And, but I do.
I look that much older?
No, not at all, actually. You look basically the same. You must be a pretty healthy guy. But, you know, I just remember the transition that was occurring at the time, and it was, you know, such a monumental election, and there was a lot at stake, and you were sort of at first viewed as the, I guess you could say, the outsider when you came along, and but to me, you really quickly left an impression. I was the editor at the newspaper at the time, and just thoroughly impressed with you, and you know, you've proven to have been the perfect person for the job, and our county owes you a deep debt of gratitude for your service and the culture that you developed and created at the sheriff's office. And for me, what stands out is the sense of the high level of integrity that you bring to the role, the level of trust that you gained from your staff and from the community, and we will certainly miss you as a community. And these are really, really tough shoes to fill. So thank you, and I just really want you to enjoy your retirement, and please, stay close, and come back at some point. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Those are very meaningful and heartfelt words, and we'll have plenty of time for goodbye. But thank you so much for that sentiment.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, Sheriff Thompson, it's been an honor. It really has. I've gotten to know you on a professional and personal level, and I feel like I see a man that holds a lot of integrity, and they were well placed words from Supervisor Kosmicki. There's a lot of honor in the way that you handled that department. There was a lot of stability, which our country and our community desperately needs to keep. That you were a strong part of, and the confidence that I saw from the community in supporting you and supporting the way that you've engaged or protecting our public has been. I've been so blessed to see it, especially in these tough times, that you have been a bulwark for our community to uphold ultimately stability and the truth in our community necessary to really create that unity that we desire. So thank you so much for all your service, and I wish you the best. May God bless you in your retirement.
I'll make this real quick. Just interesting that looking back, since someone was elected in 1974, which was my uncle, Julian Medina, we've only had 5 sheriffs since then, since 1974. It says a lot about the position. It says a lot about leadership when it comes to someone replacing you and aspiring to this position. 3 terms. So was Curtis Hill. So was Harvey Nyland. Mr. Schettini was 1 year or 1 term, and my uncle was 3 terms. But what you've done here is an outsider coming in, taking control of the department or the office, and it shows. It's we've had many conversations. Some of them we agreed with, some of them we disagreed. But when we hung up that phone, we knew we can depend upon each other, and we knew that we understood the passion that existed in both of us. So I commend you on your last 3 terms, on everything you've done here and in other communities. And I'm happy you're going to enjoy your retirement, because a lot of people do not see that retirement or do not enjoy their retirement. So I'm very happy you're you're making the right decision to enjoy your grandkids and spend time with your family. So thank you for everything you've done, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It certainly has been an honor to serve as the 15th sheriff of this county, and I look forward to spending the next 74 days doing that to the best of my ability. God bless you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other announcements? Well, with that being said, I do want to start off the board announcements with a 74 days. 74 days is a short period of time in order to transfer all that knowledge in the sheriff's head to an appointed person. I did speak with the sheriff at length, and you know, what I like to see, and this is me, and I'd like to see what the board has to say, is we have 3 captains: Captain Eiler, Captain Taylor, and Captain LaMonica. Those are the 3 that I think we need to really interview, each board member interview. And on the 27th, which is the next meeting, come back and decide which one would be the best for that position. The reason why it needs to happen quickly is having a conversation with the sheriff. He needs to teach that person, or he needs to transfer that knowledge. And the quicker we can put someone in that position, the more successful we will be. It's not just for us, it is also for the sheriff, because his legacy, his 3 terms, this is part of it. And he wants to make sure that it is transferred properly and the most quickest way possible, so he has that time to spend with the appointee. Is that correct, Mr. Sheriff? Thank you.
Just a
That's
question.
my only announcement.
No, it's a great one. So just a question for you. How would we conduct these individual interviews? Would
You
we
would-
be doing them?
You would speak with County Council, Edgar, and Ray, and they will instruct you from there. But I just, that's what I want to see. We can talk about it.
I guess my question is, would we do it collectively?
No,
or
you
one-
can't. We cannot do it collectively. It either has to be 2 people, and then
Okay.
the way I would like to see it is 2 people, and then myself, because you have to still have the Brown Act and everything that involves with that. So that's my idea. I just didn't know if you agree with that, Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, no, I think that makes total sense,
B?
and I agree, the sooner the better.
Okay,
Yeah.
B.
I just thought maybe like a special meeting that we all sat in, where it would be an open public one. and
Well,
have
that will be
questions.
actually the 27th meeting when you actually appoint the person.
But I was hoping the interview would be processed where the public can have input on that. But that's okay. 2 and 2 is
Are
fine.
you all right with that?
2 and 2 is fine. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Supervisor Hernandez?
100%, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you have direction. There is not a vote. There is nothing else. We just want to get a direction. After this meeting, please talk to the supervisors, and we'll move forward.
We'll do that.
That is my board announcement. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just wanted to mention, and this is going to come up later in the meeting on a couple agenda items, but I think it's a very important point. I think the community is aware of, so I'm going to just highlight it. And this was announced in a notice that went out by our public information officer yesterday, Dave Westrick. But thus far, San Diego County has committed and granted out in various forms roughly $4.4 million to the community to help in the dealing with the impacts of COVID. And that's a combination of grants that have gone out to small businesses. It's a combination of the Great Plates program, which of course has significantly helped restaurants in our community, as well as grants that have gone out to nonprofits. So, like I said, roughly $4.4 million. That's really a very significant amount of money. And I, am very proud of the role that I think the board has played in terms of helping our community, both the prior board as well as this one. With that being said, we are just finishing up and just announced the what we're calling the round 2 for business grants, which amounted to $550,000 roughly. That was granted out in addition to a prior round. And we are just in the process of starting the ad hoc committee, which includes Supervisor Kosmicki and myself, along with county staff, in the process of starting a round 2 for nonprofits. And there will be another $410,000 that will be granted out with the help of the Community Foundation for San Benito County and the United Way. So that will be round 2, and we're going to hear more about that here later. And then we're also going to be likely considering possibly a round 3 for businesses that have not thus far been able to participate in any of the previous rounds. But anyway, the point is I think San Benito County has really done a great job in terms of getting money out there to, struggling businesses, nonprofits, and helping the people of greatest need in our small businesses in our community. Looking at some of the other counties in the state, frankly, I think we're well ahead of many others, and I think we've been very aggressive in that area. And I just wanted to. I think when we do something right, I think we should talk about it. So I just wanted to make sure everyone is aware of that, and that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few things. Several of us took part in the Central Coast Climate Summit, which was a virtual summit, basically laying out a template for local climate action plans. And that's something that we're taking up at the Intergovernmental Committee at this point, to just maybe look at the potential for that on a regional level. Supervisor Tiffany mentioned the grants. I've been busy with that. Also, the moving along with the San Benito High School city negotiations, River Parkway. We hopefully we'll have something on that, perhaps on the next agenda. Let's see here. Perhaps for the Vets Park Commission, and you might need to update me on this, Mark. Maybe I should have just called you offline, but I saw the story on the skate park on Benito link, just
Yes.
that it's in a disarray and poor shape, and it.
That is the city.
No, I know, I understand, but there's questions about because it's Veterans Park, and
If I recall right, Barbara, you can help me out. The city has all the upkeep.
I think that's correct. I'd have to go back and look at the
yeah, just at least to look at it.
Yes.
I understand the dynamic. There were questions within the story about who's responsible. So
Yeah,
just maybe
I'll
answer
double
those.
check, but I'm 99.9% sure it is the city.
Got it. And then Rotary Club of San Juan Bautista, I was the guest speaker, not this last week, but the week before, I think at this point. Basically just talked about progress the board has made over the last several months. And of course, there was discussion. I thought it was a healthy discussion on the situation that occurred at the San Benito Health Foundation. And so I enjoyed that conversation and appreciated the Rotary inviting me there. CASA of San Benito County took part in a regional event last week with over in Salinas with other regional CASA groups, just to highlight child abuse prevention month. And that's obviously a big topic and important. And I want to just sort of shine the light on that. It's Child Abuse Prevention Month. And also I was talking to Esther Curtis, the director who does a great job at CASA, mentioned that we, in San Benito County in particular, we have a pretty severe shortage of foster homes. So That's something that I just want to highlight in public, that if anybody is interested in, being a foster parent or being an advocate, that you please contact CASA of San Benito County and get more information. And then took part in a brief Vietnam Veterans Day ceremony. Thank you to all our veterans, and thank you to our Vietnam veterans. And I want to thank Assemblyman Rivas, who put together an assembly resolution for the late Pete Roybal, a local resident, longtime local resident with, a very prolific life. And so I appreciate the Assemblyman doing that certificate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Okay. I have been participating weekly on the Monday and Thursday CSAC Cal OES informational. I can almost recognize the speakers' voices since I've been attending so frequently. That's very interesting because it gives a state update on all of COVID, vaccine, hospitalizations, unemployment, fires, and so forth throughout the state. So it's very informational. I also attended the City of Hollister's Buena Vista Traffic Calming Study meeting that they had with Kimley Horn, their contractor, and it's great to see that finally we're getting some attention there on Buena Vista Road. The residents that partook in the conversation adamantly want some sort of traffic stopping, and so we need to kind of make sure that we as a city, as a county, work with the city, and I know that's an issue that we'll be addressing during the intergovernmental meetings that both Supervisor Kosmicki and I are attending. I've attended many broadband meetings for San Benito County, and I'm really looking forward to getting the collaborations together and seeing what the federal money is coming in from the American Rescue Act, and what we can do as a county and a city. So I imagine that too will be another issue that will be on the intergovernmental. I met with Council Member John Freeman from San Juan Bautista regarding broadband. I also met with Council Member from Hollister, Rick Perez, and Roland Resendez, both on the Buena Vista Road issues and traffic concerns. I also attended the Central Coast Climate Summit with Supervisor Tiffany and Kosmicki were both in attendance as well. I had a meeting with the county and for a potential lobbyist. That was pretty interesting, and that's an agenda item, so I'll hold my conversations for that. I also attended the regional CASA meeting with Congressman Panetta and Salinas, where Santa Cruz County, San Benito County, and Monterey County CASA came together, again, in recognition for childhood abuse prevention month, but it touched my heart so much that I reached out, and I'm becoming a volunteer. So I'm looking forward to that journey. Training started last night, and so that was a great session. I attended a LAFCO meeting, also the intergovernmental meeting with Supervisor Kosmicki, and again, I really look forward to being there. That meeting was, they hadn't had one in almost a year. Well, a little bit over a year, and that was the first one I attended, and I am so glad I'm on that committee because I walked away from that meeting. It was a Zoom meeting, but when I hung up and I disconnected, that meeting was so valuable to me. It almost put as much weight and value that I see here at the Board of Supervisors. Granted, we don't have the authority to make decisions that way, but we're collectively working with the cities of San Juan and Hollister, and I can just see so much potential coming out of there. So again, going back to the skate park, let's make sure we keep that up. Let's make sure we address Buena Vista Road on that one, as well as broadband, and what was the other? Sidewalks. We need to see, because I know the county of San Benito doesn't have anything on its ordinances regarding sidewalks, but there's a considerable issue. We are located on a significant earthquake fault line, and so there's a lot of issues out there with sidewalks, and people, I know that someone on 4th Street contacted me, and a woman in her motorized scooter fell over because the sidewalk is so decrepit and has such a hole. So I went and I kidnapped Councilmember Perez. I made him go there. We parked, we looked, took pictures, and the city's looking at it. But we have to be mindful of sidewalks. My district is primarily in the city limits. There's very little bit is in the county, and so it overlaps with the city considerably. So I'm at a disadvantage since, as a supervisor, I have no authority over city control things that are within their domain, and so it's rather frustrating, but it's going to just make us be more intent on building coalitions and partnerships. And I think that was, yesterday I went to Aroma's school for back to school, Aroma Samhain, along with Hollister School District and the high school. Everybody went back to school, and so it was such a great experience to be there. I mean, it fed my soul. I'm a teacher, and I love being around kids, and so that was an awesome. So I look forward to see how things go with back to school for all of our schools in the district and in the area. I also attended a Veterans Town Hall meeting with Congressman Panetta last week, and so it's just been a really busy session. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I basically, the beginning of my last 2 weeks has started with the focus on revenue generation via the tourism committee. There's been a really awesome focus that they've had on basically helping businesses help themselves, and very tourism focused. I mean, they built that SavorSanBenito.com website, which is amazing. I recommend everybody look at it because basically it's a one-stop shop for all the things relative. Right now it's restaurants. It sounds like they're going to transition into retail and other things, but they really want to highlight everything valuable in our community and connect it to tourism. Connect the value of it for those folks that are outside of our community that can have access to it. So beautiful pictures, really high resolution, professional, really nice videos. It really I think it really stands out, and it shows and highlights the beauty of our community, all the different restaurants and opportunities people have to enjoy here locally. So the big emphasis within that meeting was for every dollar invested, there's a $7 return. And I think that should definitely be highlighted. And the point is it really is focusing on, I appreciate what Supervisor Tiffany was mentioning, infusion of funds to benefit our businesses. Thank you for being a part of that. I would add to it a little bit just to say that revenue generation is kind of the next layer, I would think, that would help stabilize and ultimately create consistency for our business community, which they desperately need. But outside of that, I attended a groundbreaking for Quick Quack. It's one of the new businesses over there by the Rancho San Justo School, the new business development. Basically, it's a car wash. So it's a new business. So I thank them for coming into our community and adding to the ability for sales tax and all the benefits, all the things that are basically our community needs to produce sales tax, which pay for the resources that are necessary for our community. And then I attended the Vietnam Veterans event. I saw Supervisor Kosmicki. Thank you for being a part of that. That's something that's very near and dear to my heart, to honor our veterans, to respect them for their service, for their sacrifice. They definitely deserve to be thanked every day in my mind. I really believe that and it's funny because they very much take a humble attitude. So a lot of folks don't know. And I know with COVID, it's kind of hard. They don't want to necessarily try to encourage too much people coming out, but just the same, honoring them was really, really important. And I appreciate Supervisor Kosmicki for being a part of that. And I also attended a meeting where we talked with the lobbyists, try to learn a little bit about what that means and the benefit that they would provide. We'll have further conversations on that. And then I also just yesterday had a conversation with Congressman Panetta's staff on microgrid resiliency, and that's another item we'll be talking about. So just giving you a quick update of the last 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And in closing, just want to ask, do we have any open commission spots remaining in any of the commissions?
I have one on the Parks and Rec that I reached out to somebody and they haven't got back to me, but I do have one for Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
It's open.
Is that the only
Mr.
one?
Chair, no, there is still, today I'm filling one Parks and Rec and one Fish and Game, but I will still have one opening for Fish and Game, which I'm working on.
Okay. I'm good. Okay. Thank you very much. Just wanted to follow up on that. Other than that, that is it for the board announcements. We'll go to the consent agenda, and I'm asking to pull number 16, please. 16 is receive staff report on the purchase of real property located at 860 North Chapel Road.
I
Any
would,
other
I would
people?
like to pull 16 as well as 17,
Pull 17, okay.
21, 24.
Okay. Anyone else need to pull anything?
Six, I guess I have a question.
Sure.
I was on the intergovernmental committee. I don't know if there's a need to pull it. Yeah, I'm good actually, no,
Okay.
unless Supervisor Tiffany wants to. I'm good.
Yeah, no, I was going to have 16 pulled, but we've got that one covered. Also, and I spoke to Ray about this, item number 29 on the agenda, I don't know that it needs to be pulled, but I'm going to recuse myself from voting on that one item, since it's in regards to contract for a sheriff's van, and one of the people that quoted is Greenwood Ford, which, and my family's a landlord for that property,
Yes,
so I'm
under-
recusing
understood.
myself from that one specific vote.
Okay. Okay, anyone from the public wish to pull any items? We have pulled 16, 17, 21, and 24, and Supervisor Tiffany will recuse himself of 29.
Would like to speak, please raise your hand on the screen or star 9 on your phone. You have been unmuted. Please state your name.
Elias Salinas. Hi, I would like to pull item 1, 5, 17, and 22, please.
17 and 20.
1, 5, and 22.
17
Oh,
and
17's already pulled.
Okay, yeah, and 22.
And 22, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back. Is there any other ones?
No other comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. We're looking at pulling number 1, 5, 16, 17, 21, 22. Supervisor Tiffany will recuse himself on 29. What is the wish of the board?
I move to approve all of the consent items with the exception of those items that have been pulled.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Motion passes. We'll go to item number 1, which is pulled from a constituent. This is dealing with the Agriculture Commissioner, Mrs. Overstreet. We will let her go with the pest management plan and
You can hear me? Okay. You see, in conjunction with CDFA, is doing a survey statewide for the shot hole bore. And it's basically every county received the same contract for the same amount of money. We will service 96 traps throughout the county, and we're just doing a survey to see the extension of the infestation of the shot hole bore.
Okay, any questions from the board members? We will go to public comment. Any public comment?
A comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Let's try that again. Is there any public comment?
Please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen if you have any comments. No comments.
Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I'll move that we approve item number 1, authorize Agricultural Commissioner to sign agreement with the University of California Statewide Integrated Pest Management to participate in a statewide survey for invasive shot hole borer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. We'll go to number 5. Number 5 is from the Behavioral Health. Approve a contract with Aurora Behavioral Healthcare for the term of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2020 for a maximum amount of $78,000.
Yes, this is Alan Yamamoto, Behavioral Health Director, and that should actually be a 2-year contract that goes from 2020 to 22.
I'm sorry, I misread that, sir. It is a 2-year, 2022. Thank you for the correction.
Sure. So I'm available for any questions.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board? We'll open it to public comment. Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. I would like to know, I think I've asked this before, and how many people benefit from this program? It's for 2 years, and I know that a lot of people in this community complain that they don't have access to mental health care. There's a long waiting list. People complain about that. So how does this benefit, and how many people on average are using this this facility or this program? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, let me try to respond to that because it actually involved both outpatient and inpatient. This contract is for a psychiatric inpatient hospital, and we have numerous contracts with psychiatric inpatient hospitals because there is a statewide shortage of beds, and all counties are having difficulty at times finding beds for their clients. Even some of the counties that operate a county psychiatric hospital, there's a great deal of need and not enough beds that have been created. And it's impacted, of course, because of COVID. And some of the hospitals are requiring COVID clearances in order to even admit somebody. So that being said, about the current situation, we can never pinpoint exactly how many people will use one particular hospital. That's why we have so many contracts with psychiatric hospitals. We want to ensure the community the best possible access for beds. So we literally go down a list and have to fill out a great deal of information for pre-screening that these hospitals want in order to consider admitting a patient. And you have to also be aware these people are usually sitting in the emergency room at Hazel Hawkins Hospital awaiting that transfer. So we want to find that bed as soon as possible, and that's why we have so many contracts. So I cannot pinpoint for you exactly a forecast of how many people might utilize this hospital, because I don't even know if a bed would be available from day to day at this hospital. What I can tell you is that in year 2021, there was $32,650 spent at this hospital, which runs roughly about, I would say, approximately $2,000 a day for a patient to stay at this hospital. Much of it eventually gets reimbursed by Medi-Cal. This hospital also happens to have beds available for a wide range span, and that's particularly important to us because it has adolescent beds available, and that's even a harder bed to come by. So I'm not sure if that answers your question totally about bed utilization, but I cannot tell you exactly how many beds would be utilized at this particular hospital based on the information I provided you. Your comment about outpatient services, I'm a little bit puzzled by that because we're controlled by state requirements on waiting lists. And so we should not have waiting lists that are longer than what the state allows. And to my knowledge, we are not exceeding the state maximum allowance for the number of days that somebody would wait for an outpatient appointment.
Thank you, sir. So the amount is a maximum of 78,000, up to 78,000. If that money is not used, does it go back into an open account, or how does that work?
Yeah, and again, because we never know exactly which hospital we will use and what the expense will be annually because of not knowing which ones will have available bids. We have an overall line item in our budget called support and care, and we can draw from that based on where we need it at each hospital. The overall line item itself, looking at the fiscal year 20 budget, is $923,400.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll bring it back to bring it back to the board.
Public comment?
Yeah, just a follow-up question. Just a general question, Alan. How many, can you tell us how many mental illness patients does the county serve roughly, both, inpatient as well as outpatient? Not specific to this one hospital, but also, do you know how many on a yearly or monthly basis inpatient do we serve, whether this hospital or others? And then also outpatient as well. I'm just curious. And as far as the waiting list, I know you said that we're within guidelines of what the state allows, but I'd be interested in what kind of waiting list there is in place right now. Thank you.
Well, there is no waiting list per se because everybody is scheduled within a 30-day time frame for their ongoing appointments or a new intake. Now, if there's an urgent issue, we respond to that within 2 hours. So nobody in any type of dire need will ever be left waiting longer than that period of time. In terms of utilization on outpatient, we count outpatient utilization by open charts any given day. So any given day, somebody might be enrolled in services, meaning a chart was created for them. It would run, I would say approximately 1,200 open charts a day on the mental health side, and probably a little over 100 on the substance abuse side. The substance abuse side is lower because those are primarily mandated clients. On inpatient utilization, again, that is almost impossible for us to predict exactly what will occur, but based on last year's, just off the top of my head, I would estimate maybe about 125 clients were sent to an inpatient unit last year. I don't know exactly how many days each one used because those days can actually fluctuate as well. But I would say an average length of stay in an inpatient hospital is anywhere from 3 to 5 days.
Thank you.
Okay. What's the any other questions?
Wasn't this pulled by a member of the public?
Yes, she spoke.
She's, okay, I'm sorry. No questions.
Okay, what's the wish of the board?
I move to approve item number 5, approve the contract with the Rural Behavioral Health Care for the term of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2022 for acute inpatient psychiatric hospital services for a maximum amount of $78,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. We will go to number 16. 16 is dealing with the Health and Human Services Agency. Receive a staff report on the purchase of real property located on 816 North Chapel Road. I pulled this myself. I just wanted to bring up the background. It's during the summer of 2020, which the only supervisors that are sitting here are Supervisor Hernandez and myself. We We gave approval to the HHSA staff to pursue the purchase of real property for the purpose of providing low-income housing to members of the community. And we found a location. We put an offer into that. I put an offer on that location. And now it comes back that we're looking at another location that is not even close to what the other location was. The other location was it like a 5 or 6 plex? Yeah, it was like how many homes? Was it 3? Yeah. So, you know, we had that. Now we're looking at another place that has 2 houses along with acreage. And what I'm looking at is we have 4.63 acres on the west side of town. So why would we purchase that when we can use the 4.63 acres that we have already? I understand what we're trying to do. I don't mind like for like property, but when I see something like this, that is 2 completely different ideas that first came to the board in the summer of 2020, I can't support something like this. So any questions? I mean, HH, is Enrique on the line? Is that who is speaking on this one? I'll let you talk, Enrique.
Well, thank you very much. Very good questions. We are currently applying on a grant for CDBG for public facilities. And the total amount requested is $1 million. And it's under the category of public facilities, but infrastructure in support of housing. Our first option was the location that you talked about, but what was determined that after further analysis that $1 million will not suffice at the other location because the other location does not have any utilities and requires a lot more than $1 million for infrastructure. This property we're looking at through a grant that we did receive, the actual purchase. We received a grant from the Department of Health Care Services for the one-time housing fund grant for whole person care. And because there are 2 existing homes, our immediate intended use is for us to provide transitional type of housing for our clients. And these 2 homes are there set right now. So the immediate need is here, and these homes would help with that immediate need. And also because there's acreage, it would allow us to expand in the future for other types of housing options for individuals in need. So this location is closer to services as well. This location is close to our offices here with other types of services. So we feel that this location is a good location. And because there is already utilities, the amount of funding necessary on infrastructure is less than the other property.
What other type of facilities? You mentioned something in the conversation now that since it's 4.6 acres, there's other types of facilities. Can you elaborate on that?
This location includes 2 homes. So there's 2 existing homes that can be used for now for clients that are in need of housing. And the additional acreage would be available for future either development for future use in providing housing for individuals in need.
So what type? I mean, is it another homeless shelter, or is it?
No. Actually, either transitional housing or maybe permanent housing. So just looking at increasing the housing options for individuals in need. So no, we're not, no emergency housing, no shelter. It's mostly in the form of housing. So this is more for the future. There's no immediate plans for that. There's no funding to allow for that. Our immediate use would be the use of those 2 homes for clients that are in need presently.
Okay, perfect. Because just on the background, it says including homeless clients. So when I read homeless clients, I jumped to a hasty conclusion that it was, another homeless shelter. And we
So,
already,
so our programs provide different types of services, and we do interact with our homeless families, homeless community. There's many that are ready for housing. They have a level of resources, stability. So this will just give them additional stability. And yes, it's for our clients that have a need for housing that may be homeless as well.
okay, thank you. Any other questions from supervisors? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I asked to have this pulled simply because the designation was affordable housing, and whatever the county's going to do with it, I would love to be involved in knowing more information. God knows that we are desperately deficient in affordable housing in this community, and so I appreciate the proactiveness in getting this. I did write on my notes that grant monies, and so is this being purchased by grant monies? I did hear you say you applied for a grant, but then I also thought I saw it, well, I see a copy of a check that was received in 2019. Was that for this specific transaction, or was that for something else?
Correct. So the grant that was received is for the purchase of the property. So that is 100% covered. The grant that we're applying for CDBG is a separate grant that would help for infrastructure costs for a future project if the zoning is ever changed. So for now, the CDBG grant, we do require a level of site control for the CDBG grant. And the purchase of this property will help us with a future grant, but the actual grant that we received for the housing grant would cover the entire purchase of this property.
Okay. The next question is, since we're looking at moving into private residence, was there any consideration or any conversation with the neighbors regarding this purchase and future use? And do we as a county have to disclose anything like that?
Presently, we have not. We are not owners of this property, but I think that if there's any future possibility for future development and other housing options, definitely that would be part of the process. For right now is the purchase of this property and the use of the two homes like we would for any other home. We presently have other homes that we are either leasing or assisting with rental subsidies, and we're treating this purchase right now as a resource for our clients. But for any future consideration, we will definitely inform and involve the local community within this property.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a few questions for a little clarification. Enrique, you've touched on some of this. So this would be for, what I'm hearing is, at least right now, you don't see this as being permanent low-income housing, whether it be these existing homes or future homes. It's strictly for transitional housing from, I guess, homeless people that have the wherewithal to eventually move into low-income housing, and this would be transitional. Could you just clarify that for me a bit?
So the future use has not been determined. I did say that transitional can certainly be an option. Under the current zoning, transitional housing is an option. If we ever consider permanent housing, the zoning would need to change. Right now, this is zoned commercial, but if the zoning ever changes, then we would be able to provide more of high density type of housing for low income and so forth. But right now is the only allowable use would be transitional. And the two homes that we have that are there would be used for that purpose, with the ultimate goal to transition them into permanent housing with supportive services that clients will receive.
Well, I asked that question. I received a phone call this morning from a property owner from across the street from this property. And I suspect, I know this is just for information today only, but in May, my understanding is coming back in front of the board in May, there'll be a public hearing on this, and then ultimately the board will be making a decision whether we will move forward with this this purchase. But based on my phone conversation this morning, I think that there could be significant questions and potential pushback by the public, neighbors wanting to get a better handle on exactly what we have in mind with this property. I know that the comment I heard from this one individual was, if it was low-income housing, he's all for that if it was done right, but if it's homeless, or if it's other kind of housing, or if there's a lot of unknowns here, what's going to happen with that property? I know that this one individual is going to be concerned, and I suspect there will be a lot of other people that were going to ask the question. So if this is going to come back to us in May, I think that it needs to be fleshed out in a lot more detail, in my mind at least. Those would be my comments.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, the grant funds that are paying for this can only be used for this specific purchase, or can you elaborate on that? Are the grant funds specific to this property? Could we potentially look at other areas with the same grant funds?
Yeah, the grant funds could be used for other types of properties. We did submit an offer during the summer on a triplex that didn't pan out. So this would be our second offer on this property. And again, one of the reasons why we made this offer is because of its proximity. There's two homes that can be used fairly quickly, and for any future expansion, if we really want to look at bringing in more low-income housing, I think this location can certainly be one if the zoning is changed in the future. So but to answer your questions, can we apply these funds for other property? Yeah, we can, as long as it's for its intended use to help individuals in need of housing get into housing within our clients here for this grant.
Yeah, so we certainly need more affordable housing in the community. I agree with Supervisor Tiffany that by May, I think we certainly need to flesh out more detail on what our plans are potentially for that location. I don't like the idea of going into something like this, with sort of a clean slate. It just leaves the neighbors with a lot of questions. The other thing, and maybe it's because I'm new to this notion of, the question I have is this notion of buying market rate real estate with tax dollars for affordable housing. I'm not so sure that's the most sustainable. Maybe in this case it ends up being, a good location and a good idea, but it's just not sustainable to, if we really truly want to make an impact and have our community develop a good amount of affordable housing, it's not sustainable to go around buying market rate properties to do that. You're chipping away, and we're just going to be chasing our tails, in my view, if we're doing that. So that's just a comment, and I don't know if maybe I'm wrong on the way I'm looking at it, but when we're buying two homes for $1.4 million. And I understand there's another 4 acres there. I don't know the value of the total acreage, but that's something that I don't believe is just as an outsider new to this, it doesn't seem like a sustainable approach.
And what do you suggest how we come to
incentivizing developers to build affordable, and incentivizing nonprofit NGOs to build affordable, multifamily affordable and other affordable units seems like a more sustainable approach to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Supervisor Hernandez, any questions?
Yes. Well, just some quick comments. I think I appreciate the discussion. I think it's actually it's a long conversation, pretty substantive. Supervisor Kosmicki made some good points, and so did Supervisor Tiffany. But in general, from what I'm sensing, is we really need a thorough conversation on the distinctions between homelessness and low income, and what classifies homelessness, because then we can kind of have a better, I think, understanding of how to apply some processes that is going to provide the outcomes that we want. I know that would help even for the dissemination of information to the public, so they can digest what ultimately the reality is that's happening. We can disseminate that properly. So those are just my 2 cents. So in general, we accepted the regional plan, to support moving forward with the regional plan. I think that's a good idea. That's where we're going to probably flesh out a lot of these details. Those are my only comments, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on what Supervisor Hernandez just said. I think, this is, in many ways a new board, at least 3 of us, and it would probably be helpful if we heard a presentation, by behavioral health and by Health and Human Services and Enrique's department in terms of homelessness and kind of where things stands in transitionary housing. I remember when the idea of building a homeless shelter came up before the community a number of years ago. Of course, I wasn't in this position, but I remember, being involved with Business Council, and it was a very hot issue because, everyone was in support of a center for homeless people, but no one wanted it in their backyard. Yeah. And, it's understandable. People are concerned about home values, property values. And yet ultimately, we found a location. I believe it's worked out, very well. Although I'd like to hear, more about that. Maybe there have been issues that I'm not aware of, but ultimately I think it's worked out extremely well for the community and something we can be very proud of. But once again, something like this issue coming up, particularly if it's not real clear as far as what is involved here with this purchase of the property, I think we're going to get potentially a lot of pushback, right or wrong, and I think it needs to be addressed somehow. So those would be my additional
we can
comments.
put that on the agenda for another meeting.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we get that on.
Yeah, if this is coming back in May, maybe we can have it be on the agenda for our next meeting in April.
Okay, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Elia Salinas. So everybody always wants to help the homeless and the people that are down on their luck. And here's a great opportunity. Yeah, you do have to be aware of what the neighborhood is like and what their word's going to be on it. But I can tell you that that neighborhood had no problem having marijuana in their backyard. There's going to be large greenhouses built right behind them. But yet they don't want someone who's homeless living across the street from them, or someone who's in transition from being homeless into getting their themselves and their lives straightened out. All these people, they have a story, how they ended up where they ended up, and they all have family and they all have a story, and we don't know what they are. But, I think it's our responsibility to help them. We have to find a way. And I think you may get pushback, but I think you need to stand firm. Like Supervisor Tiffany said, it was going on for many years, trying to find a right location, and everybody was in favor of it. But when it came to being in, within their backyard or in their front yard, they were against it. So as supervisors,
You're breaking up, Elia. We lost her. Mm-hmm. Is there any other public comment?
No more comments.
We'll bring it back to the board.
One final thought, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify my point is, I appreciate us bringing it back in May. I really would like maybe a stronger education on the distinction between homelessness and then homelessness and low income, like where the layers of revenue, right? How much do you have to make to be classified homeless, or or low income, and then what are the supports for those different folks, different populations?
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
jotted that down right now and sent it over to Ray. Thank you. What is the wish of the board?
I believe it's an informational report.
Yeah, just informational, I believe.
This was,
Yeah.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
There's no action on it.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no, you got, thank you. Thank you for catching that. We'll go to number 17. Approve a contract amendment 1 with Mary White, and I believe that was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
I asked that to be
Sorry
pulled.
about that.
And so, as I read through this, this item, agenda item, I had some concerns why there was additional compensation being extended to the pharmacy, the pharmacist for the county. And I did note that there were no amended terms, there were no change in scope, there were no additional services. And so when I acquired, my answer was addressed, and so I'm good with that. But I thought maybe if Tracy is available, she can explain that, because I initially jumped on the issue is, why should we be paying someone additional monies for doing the job that they're hired to do? And then I realized that this is an hourly individual, an employee. And so it's justified, the additional amount that's being requested, because of course there's more hours that have been required. But if maybe we can get an explanation from Health and Human Services, because that same question is going to arise on item number 21 at the same time. So that's why I pulled that one also.
Mr. Chair, if I may, can we hear those both items? Are they similar, Supervisor Gonzalez? Could we hear both of them at the same time?
Yes, the question is identical, because it's an increase in the contract for item number 17 to the tune of 20,000, and then an increase in the contract for 21, item 21 for 50,000. But they're the exact same circumstances.
Principle.
Yes.
No problem. We'll hear them both together.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, good morning. I'm going to allow Lynn Mello, the Deputy Director of Public Health, to kind of talk you through the contracts and the history behind the contracts with the pharmacist and the RN, and then I can comment after. So Lynn, go ahead. Do you want to kind of give Supervisor Gonzalez the history of the contracts with Mary as well as Anita?
Sure. Good morning, Honorable Chair and board members. Traditionally, we have had emergency preparedness and hospital preparedness programs, and those were always preparedness programs for us to respond to emergencies, to do drills, to help prepare the hospital, and we've always, well, not always, but we've had for my tenure here, and for the last 7 years, we've had the contractor, Mary White. Dr. White is a pharmacist who provides emergency preparedness consultation and project management services to us. And she has been our subject matter expert for the last 7 years. Now, with the COVID emergency, we've actually had to put our emergency preparedness drills and preparedness exercises into real practice. And so what has happened over the last year is that she, along with Anita Alvarez, who is a nurse who has come on, with public health in the last couple of years, we have had to increase their time, just as everyone has had to increase their time. We're all working overtime after hours on weekdays and on weekends. And so we have had to amend those contracts to compensate for that extra time. Those monies are paid for through emergency preparedness grants that we've gotten both on a regular basis. And now, I came to the board last year with the ELC CARES enhancement funding, which was, I believe it was $1.8 million. And those grant funds are paying for both Anita, and then emergency preparedness funds are paying for Dr. White.
And then, so my only other question is for item 17 for Dr. White, the 20,000 that we're approving, that's up to 20,000, right? Not just an automatic 20,000. It's
That's
for her
correct.
hourly, right? And then the same question would be for Nurse Alvarez for item 21, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then I have no other concerns. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board members?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had similar concerns, as Supervisor Gonzalez. I'm wondering, the dollar amount's 20,000. Because the way I'm reading it, I don't see up to in the language, and the dollar amounts are fairly flat. I'm just wondering how we came to these dollar amounts. Are there hours that were presented that, either they've already worked or they're expecting to work a certain number of hours into the future? Because the 50,000, especially, with all due respect, jumps out because it's a 50% pay increase. There's only 2 months left in the arrangement, so this expires in June. So we're paying someone $50,000 either for 2 months of an additional amount. I'm guessing that this is to compensate or whatnot for prior work. Can you please just clarify sort of how we came to these dollar amounts?
Just,
Sure,
if let me
sure.
interrupt
This is
real
Ray.
quick. On the actual amendment, it does show a total sum not to exceed. Just when you're reading the actual front page of it, it does say 20,000, but then when you look at the actual attachment, it says county shall, the actual contract, the total sum not to exceed. So it does, show that what you were saying.
Okay, so are they going to get 20,000 and 50,000, or is that?
No.
It's not to exceed.
So we worked with our fiscal department to do projections based on the emergency hours that have been put in, and we projected up to that amount. And I can tell you right now that due to the slowdown in cases, people are working a little bit less, but we took into consideration a possible surge and, weekend work and just those hours based on what they have invoiced for in the past. And they invoice by they are paid by the hour. And as Chair Medina mentioned, that price is not to exceed that dollar amount.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if I can just add, so they're actually billable hours. So the contractors all provide a monthly invoice on their billable hours that are reviewed by our leadership as well as our fiscal to validate the hours worked and then paid off of the invoice. And so a lot of times the contracts are not exhausted, but we don't want to have to come back in the event that we need more hours. And so we try to project the best we can. And so again, we monitor these on a pay period basis, and they are for billable hours, which are stated out in the original contract in the scope of work, and that it's defined in the original contract.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, well, public comment, or did I do public comment? Oh, any public comment anyway?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
I'm sorry. Bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board on both items? We're looking at both items 17 and 21.
I'll make a motion that we, on item number 17, we approve contract amendment number 1 with Mary White, pharmacist D, for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, in the amount of up to $20,000 for a total contract amount of $154,092.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. We'll go to number 22. 22 is,
Or
We need to
it was
deal with
21.
21
sorry.
too.
We have to approve 21.
I,
So I'll make a motion to approve item number 21, to approve the contract amendment number 1 with Anita Alvarez, RN, PHN, for services through June 30th, 2021, in the amount of $50,000.
is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. Now we'll go to 22. Health and Human Services, Ms. Belton.
I believe, someone from the public pull this
Yes.
item. I'm not sure
I
if there were
believe
questions
Ms.
on it
Salinas.
or. Sure.
Is Ms. Salinas on the line? We lost connection earlier, so.
You've been unmuted.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me. My question is with regards to this, it says that this software is for staff to document patient referrals, encounters, interactions, health and services, et cetera. That is why you want this software. Isn't that information already being retained or is this a software you're already using? And it's a new contract with them because it doesn't say, it doesn't say that. So I want to know, how is that information now being retained? Or what's special about this software that you specifically need to go to this company? And are there other companies that offer the same type of service? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, I can speak to that again. This is Lynn Mello. So we have certain web-based platforms that we can document limited information in. However, we got a infrastructure grant from the California Department of Public Health last year. And one of the items that was on that grant and to help build infrastructure was a better documentation system that would be internal rather than web-based and external. And we need that system to, like in the past, we've been using sort of, Word to document, and we've been creating our own documents and putting them in locked files. But I really felt that we needed to have a more streamlined system. And that was one of the requests I put forward on our infrastructure grant, and it was approved by the state. And so what we did in partnership with the IT department and other HHSA departments was we looked at numerous electronic health record options to include Patagonia, Coseva, Persimmon, and then this one, Athena, Penelope. And the Patagonia, Coseva, and Persimmon were extremely expensive and exceeded our budget item limit. And the Athena Penelope platform was the one that we chose because it fit our budget and it fit our public health program needs. And this documentation system will be used with our medical therapy unit, with our children that receive school-based occupational and physical therapy, as well as what we would like to build in our maternal, child, and adolescent health program is a home visiting program to perinatal clients that are postpartum and for children that have special health care needs and that are considered high risk. Does that answer the caller's questions?
Okay, bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board? What's the wish of the board?
I'll move that we approve item 22, authorize a contract with Athena Software for electronic case management software program Penelope at 53988 to be utilized by public health and licensed staff for documentation of referrals, encounters, interactions, healthcare services, patient care planning, patient progress, data collection, and reporting.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Now we'll go to number 24. Who pulled 24? Was that-
Elia.
You
That
did.
was a member from the public, Elia Salinas.
No, Elia pulled 1, 5, and 22.
I thought she pulled 24.
Elia, did you pull 24?
I wrote her name next to it, so I thought she did.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, shame on me.
Do you want
Okay.
to pull it or not?
No, I did not need
Okay,
it. I did not need it.
Fine, we're good to go.
I'm sorry.
Let's bring it. Let's
yeah.
bring it. Yeah, let's make a mo.
I would recommend going to the public.
Okay,
and-
yeah, thank you, thank you. Member of the public, did anyone pull number 24?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. You've been unmuted.
I did not pull item 24, just for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I did, my apologies. Yes.
We will review the film and we'll get back to you, okay? Well,
I stand accused, guilty.
we'll bring it back to the board and we will make a motion.
Let me move to approve this since I made the faux pas. Okay, so I will move to approve the payment for county portion of the health benefits premiums from September 2020 to no later than April 2021 for an employee out on a approved workers' compensation injury not to exceed a total of $10,162.20.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. Now, that takes us to regular agenda. We will start off with Mrs. Belton from the Health and Human Services Agency to talk about several things. Go ahead, Tracy.
Good morning. Okay, I think the clerk of the board is going to share the slideshow, and we're going to okay, I think Dr. Gillarducci is going to lead us off in our presentation this morning. If you can advance to the next slide,
yes.
please. Go ahead, Dr. J. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I'll briefly go over some case counts. We'll talk a little bit about vaccination. Dr. Gellert will be talking about variants, and then we'll get into some of the statewide changes to the guidelines. So the slide you're seeing here are the case counts for California, both confirmed cases and confirmed deaths. And again, the curves still look favorable. We're not having the kind of surge that we're seeing in places like Michigan or that we're seeing elsewhere in the world, especially in Europe right now. So we're hoping that this continues. Next slide, please. You'll see here, this is the number of hospitalized patients also following a similar curve, fairly low at this point. I think Hazel Hawkins is only reporting 1 or 2 cases at this point that are in the hospital. And the ICU bed availability, it continues to go up, which was, of course, as you remember, a big concern we had over the winter time where our healthcare system was essentially on overload. So we're not in that situation now. Next slide. Because of, whoops, that's strange. Did we skip a couple slides there? Go back, please.
It might have got moved a little, Dr. G, down in the presentation.
Oh, okay. No worries. Let's go to the next slide then. I'll do this on the fly. So projections continue to look favorable. I think last time we met, I showed you worst case projections that showed really no bump at all. As you can see, there's a little bit of a bump, and I think this is related to the emergence of variants, which again, Dr. Gellert will talk about, that we're seeing in Michigan, and some concern that may cause a worst case scenario here. But at least this model, and some models do differ here, but at least this model shows that we aren't going to see anything like we saw last winter. And this is really based on the rate of vaccinations that are happening in California. Obviously, there's some concern if the mask compliance goes way down before we have a chance to get everybody vaccinated. If vaccine hesitancy becomes a big issue, and of course, you may have heard in the news today about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine being paused because of a potential risk of some rare blood clots, similar to what we heard with AstraZeneca. And I'd be happy to take any questions on that later. All of those things could derail this, but that said, I think if we continue to be careful and continue on the path that we're going, especially with the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, we should be able to get through this. But essentially, we're in a race. We're in a race against these variants. We're racing against the vaccine's natural ability to mutate and evade vaccines and to evade natural immunity. So, I'm a little bit on the edge of my seat here, but I'm also very hopeful. Next slide, please. So let's talk about vaccines. So this shows San Benito County's vaccine administration rate. And we're at about 30,000 doses administered at this point compared to almost 23 million statewide. We're seeing, let's go to the next slide. I'll show you some local numbers. And so this slide shows data from that we were able to download from the state. Now you're going to see numbers vary a little bit from site to site. Don't get too hung up on that, but we're somewhere around 25 to 28,000 doses have been given to San Benito County residents. That represents about 37% of our residents that are 16 and older have had at least one shot, and about a quarter of our population is fully vaccinated and fully protected. That said, a single shot of either the Moderna or the Pfizer appears to be pretty protective on its own. The main purpose of the second shot is really to confer a little bit more protection from infection, but also to give you a longer term immunity. And we've seen some recent data that shows that immunity is actually lasting. We're seeing good antibody levels in people that have been vaccinated 6 months ago. So we expect going forward, we'll learn more. And we think that the immunity, at least from these two shots, these two particular vaccines are probably going to be fairly long lasting, but there is a chance that we may need to do annual boosters just because of the emergence of variants. One of the concerns we have, one of the many concerns we have, of course, is that worldwide vaccinations have not gone very well. I think I heard this morning that Japan has done less than 1% of their population, for example, and many other countries have done none. And that obviously gives the opportunity for the virus to mutate more and to come up with new versions that may evade vaccines. So we may need to see, we may have booster shots coming going forward. I think one of the messages here is that this virus will be with us for a long time, and that what we are doing is we're learning how to live with it. I don't think we're going to eradicate this virus for many years. But like other coronaviruses that we've seen that have a seasonality, we think it could be managed. And it'll probably be a little bit like the flu, where we recommend vaccines annually, or at least on a regular basis, to make sure that you're immune. And we should get back to life at being normal again. I think probably by this summer, if not by fall. But that said, we shouldn't expect this to completely go away. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you. Yeah. So this is just a graphic representation of where we are. We have about 65,000 people in the county. Of course, some of those folks are children below the age of 16 who are not yet eligible, although we do expect vaccine eligibility to eventually be extended to younger people. But you can see that we're making some pretty good progress. And I'm also very hopeful that the pace of vaccination has increased. Now, part of our projections were that, I think I'd reported to you that at the current pace that we were at, say, just a few weeks ago, we wouldn't be done until the middle of 2022. But now we're looking more like at current pace, October of 21. I'm a little concerned if the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is taken off of the market. We'll have to wait and see. If that's taken off the market, then that may slow us down a little bit. But that said, we do have some really good viable other options to go from. So next slide, please. And this shows a kind of proportional mix of our race and ethnicity. Let's focus on the right side, the ethnicity. I think it's a little easier to read. The biggest downside of this metric is that we have 28% where it's unknown. It's not listed at all what the ethnicity of the recipient is. But that said, I think we're having a pretty good mix going on. Obviously, we have a majority Hispanic Latino population in our county, and we should expect a proportional distribution of vaccine in proportion to our population. So we're continuing to work in those areas to understand that better. Next slide. Okay, so I'll hand it off to Dr. Geller here. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead, Dr.
Very
Geller.
good.
Thank you.
So I'm going to follow up on Dr. Ghilarducci's comments. This is a little bit more sobering information, relates to how long we will live with the pandemic or endemic situation with this virus. So I just wanted to review some background on what are mutations and why are they important for us to be thinking about, and what is their impact going to be on our course with the pandemic. So for this virus, the mutations occur in the viral genome. This is a natural process that occurs in all living things. You have a constant state or process of genetic mutation. But if these mutations in the virus, if they change the fundamental characteristics of the virus, and if they cause the virus to act differently in important ways from a public health viewpoint, they're termed variants of concern, or VOC. Mutations can enable the virus to cause more severe disease than currently, as well as you've heard about the UK variant, it can cause the virus to be spread more easily in the community. It can also change the effectiveness of treatments and current vaccines. So far, thankfully, none of the variants has demonstrated an ability to completely evade the vaccines. And despite this, most of the leading manufacturers are evolving their vaccines as we gather more information about these variants. Next slide, please. This slide just summarizes where we are currently in the US with respect to specific variants and the extent of their spread. This information dates from last week, when there was over 19,000 reported cases of the B.1.1.7 or UK variant in the US. That was cutting across 52 different jurisdictions. There were 980 cases of this variant in California as of last week. The next variant, called B.1.351, originated in South Africa and has been found in 36 US jurisdictions, with 14 cases reported thus far in California. You must have heard in the news that sadly, Brazil is really burning up now with this infection and is potentially going to be soon overtaking the United States in terms of total mortality from the virus, despite their having only about half the size population. This P1 variant is more infectious and believed to be capable of causing more severe disease. There have been 434 reported cases of the P1 variant across 28 US jurisdictions, and 39 cases have been found in California. Now, we need to bear in mind that these numbers that I've articulated all underreport the probable actual incidence of variant infections in the US. We had been discussing over the last weeks and months an expectation that B.1.1.7, or the so-called UK variant, would become the dominant virus strain in the United States, and that is now presently the case. There are two other VOCs, or variants of concern, in the US that are being obviously tracked and surveyed for. Next slide, please. So it's important to fundamentally understand why we are getting variants and how will it influence the future of the pandemic and our ability to control the disease. It's a simple reality that the longer the virus continues to replicate, and the greater number of people that it is who are infected and who are the virus is replicating within their systems, that just produces a higher total volume of variants, as opposed to if there were relatively few people infected. The higher the volume of mutations, that obviously increases the probability that there will be more variants of concern out of the total denominator of all mutations. So what this points to is that ultimately, the only way to effectively control, to reduce or eliminate the emergence of variants is by reducing the total number of people who are infected across nations through mass or universal vaccination. Next slide, please. So that is a profound implication, of course, because even if we're successful in the United States, and we are clearly on a very positive trajectory in terms of vaccinating our population, we lead the world by scales of magnitude in terms of the percentage of Americans who have been vaccinated. And all the positive news that Dr. Ghilarducci shared has to be informed with the fact that these variants are a risk to us, even if everyone in the United States is been vaccinated against the variants for whom those vaccines were designed. At any point in the future, a new variant can emerge that can evade the vaccine, and we would need to then rapidly develop a new vaccine to attack and protect against that variant, and we may need to re-engage the more strict level of preventive measures that we did before we had any vaccine. So presently, half of all US states have seen a climbing incidence rate of infection. This is thought to be largely attributable to the relaxation of preventive measures across states, as well as the spring break social gatherings. We've seen all prior surges that whenever we had festivities around some holiday or vacation period, we had a spike in incidence. And of course, to this B117 variant, which is at least twice as infectious as the prior dominant strain in our country. Of course, whether this will spread to California will absolutely be determined by how quickly we are able to increase our vaccination rates statewide and the extent to which individuals continue to observe the preventive measures that will keep them safe from infection. So we really don't know if we're going to see no bump here, a small bump, or potentially something more significant in terms of a major surge. It's just impossible really to predict at this point. Some epidemiologists, including Dr. Fauci, have indicated that and with the present surge that's occurring in the central and eastern states, that vaccination will not be achieved at a level yet to prevent at least bumps or minor surges across many US states. The question in California, again, will be how large will that be? So variants of concerns will continue to emerge, and they'll continue to present a public health challenge well beyond when we reach herd immunity in our country, where 80% or greater of our total population has been vaccinated. And the implication is that, as we all speak rhetorically about us being interdependent economically around the world, in public health, we're extremely interdependent when we're dealing with a pandemic of this kind. Because even if we achieve herd immunity in the US, if the virus continues to replicate unimpeded in sub-Saharan Africa and India and Brazil and other countries, that continues to offer opportunity and high volume opportunity for mutations or variants to arise. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation on variants. The bottom line is we are in a 90% good news scenario, but these variants continue to remain a very serious challenge to public health. And so at any point, we need to be ready in terms of our county leadership and our public health department, our providers and partners, to rapidly turn on a dime should a variant start to emerge that it evades the vaccine. We all keep our fingers crossed, of course, and our prayers that that does not occur. But with most of the world not vaccinated nearly to the level of the US, we can probably expect to see a pretty continuous flow of variants emerge until we achieve a certain level of global vaccine delivery. I'll answer any questions you might have at this point. Thank you.
Start off with Supervisor Kazmicki.
Well, first off, the mentioning of the J&J vaccine, I was just wondering what the distribution is paused. Are we pausing our allocation of it locally?
Yes, we are. We just discussed this morning with the state. We're doing basically a nationwide pause of the J&J vaccine at this point until we understand more. Some of the early indications, so just to put it in perspective right now, we're looking at 8 cases after about 8 million doses have been given. So right now it's kind of 1 in a million odds of having this rare complication. It's a particular kind of blood clot that occurs in the brain. It's a little different than a stroke, but it's in the venous system of the brain. It looks like some early indications. I just read a couple of papers out of Europe that were published in the last couple of days. It looks like this is sharing some of the concerns and some of the mechanistic reasons that the AstraZeneca vaccine has been had some similar issues. These are both adenovirus type vaccines. These are very different than the Pfizer and Moderna. And so this seems to be unique to these vaccines where there's this antibody that's formed against a clotting factor in the body somehow related to the adenovirus. So that said, right now I think we're pausing it, but just looking at some of the odds going forward, and the state is going to have to do some more analysis, and we're waiting for the FDA to give us more information. But right now, it looks like the risk, at least for some age groups, of COVID is far greater than the risks of complication from this vaccine. So it's going to be a complicated epidemiological analysis that'll have to happen to determine whether this vaccine should be used in the future or not, at least with certain groups. But we're very fortunate here in the United States to have 2 other very robust vaccines available to us. Unfortunately, we were anticipating a real increased supply of the Johnson & Johnson. It's a single shot, so every one of those is worth 2 of the others. Much easier to deliver, much easier to store. It was really part of our game plan. And as you know, the state is opening up tomorrow for all adults. And part of that was the expectation that this vaccine would be available. So we'll have some challenges going forward. I think supply will continue to be a constraint going forward. I think it may be a little bit more of an issue too, given this new development.
That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
No questions for this portion, but I do have questions on the later slides. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Just a follow-up, first of all, on the J&J. So I know we're putting on a hold. Do we have actual doses that we currently have right now, or we know we're receiving next week that are going to be put on hold? I'm just wondering how many we're talking about, if that's the case.
I think Lynn Mello might be able to answer that question.
Yes, we're probably going to put on hold between 100 and 200 doses. I don't have the exact number here, but we did not get a large allocation of Johnson & Johnson this cycle. So last week it was 100, and this week it's 100. OptumServe gave their doses already during the last cycle for their allocation of 1,000. So 1,000 doses have gone out to the community through the OptumServe site.
And I'm just, I guess, just a comment, and I know this is all very new since it just came up this morning. We may want to be prepared for questions, because obviously people in our community have received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and even though it's extremely rare, and I think they're not even sure that there is a causal relationship, I can just imagine there's going to be questions about it, and what kind of symptoms people should look for. So I'm assuming there's going to be some discussion about how we answer those kind of questions that might be coming from community members that have already received a Johnson & Johnson vaccine. What I read was that the symptoms in the few that did appeared within 2 weeks of the shot, I believe, or something like that.
Yes, so our phones are ringing, and my message box during this meeting has filled up, and I did take a couple of calls, and we do have talking points that the CDC has provided, and those have been distributed to our reception clerical staff and to everyone actually in the department. And we've also sent out the CDC announcement to all our healthcare providers in the community.
Okay, thank
We
you.
also just received some information from the state on some question and answer. So we'll make sure that we get that up on our website as well for individuals to look at the Q&As that the state's provided as well. It just came in our email in the last few minutes. So we'll make sure, like, this is all fast moving this morning.
And I gather Hazel Hawkins will be looking at the procedures for dealing with it if it, in the rare case, it might come up within our community. Speaking of which, I did have a question from an early comment. I know that fortunately we have very few cases we're dealing with currently in the hospital. But just a question, does Hazel Hawkins have the, I know there's certain procedures, certain medicines that can be used in severe cases that are very effective, that they have since found that many cases are effective to prevent death, but that from what I've read, not all hospitals have that medicine, or they're not, available. Is Hazel Hawkins, are we on top of that? I'm just curious, where do we stand with that?
Yes, Hazel Hawkins has the medications, the remdesivir. They have access to all of that and the convalescent plasma. Yes, they do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, any questions?
Yes, I had a couple questions, Mr. Chair. So I'm following kind of the sentiments of both doctors. It sounds like these variants are of utmost concern to the doctors. And so I'm curious, like, what makes this year's virus different than all other viruses? Like, why, what is it? Because from the statement that they made, if you don't get a vaccine, then the danger of a variant is worse in your life than if you do get a vaccine. Like, I know we had the Spanish flu, we had the swine flu. I'm not saying that they didn't mutate, but I'm curious, how is it that now a vaccine becomes the all beneficent solution for this virus, whereas in other cases, vaccine was something that helped specific populations, from my understanding. It basically helped those that had sensitive immunity. So why is this one so different?
Well, actually, Supervisor, it isn't really different. All viruses have a baseline or background mutation rate. Every year, for example, that's why we have to compose a different influenza vaccine. And what the CDC does is monitors when, for example, in Asia, what strains or mutations are commonly emerging. And that's how they build or compose the influenza vaccine each year. And that's why we need to get an influenza shot every year. So what's only really different about this is the level of seriousness of disease caused by this virus and the fatality rate, which is higher than influenza. So the concern is ongoing. Our current vaccines are effective against, to our best knowledge at this time, are effective against the leading variants of concern in the United States and elsewhere detected. But as long as the point really is that as long as many people around the world remain unvaccinated, that allows the virus to mutate at a much higher level in a much larger population. So it's purely arithmetic in the sense that the more people who are infected, more people who are unvaccinated, the more viral mutation occurs. And even if it's only 0.1% of viral replication causes, or far less, causes a mutation. When you have increased volume of mutation occurring, because so many people are infected and unvaccinated, you have a greater volume of mutants or variants that could be created. And the concern by public health leaders in the US and around the world is that even if only a small fraction of these variants start to evade the vaccine, we face a major new challenge. So that's where this concern really focuses. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. I appreciate it, Doctor. So from what I'm hearing from you, to clarify, is you recommend basically the whole to somehow stop the 1%, to somehow stop the fraction from creating these new variants?
Well, so Dr. Ghilarducci mentioned that we're going to be living with this virus, that it's not going away. And that's indeed the case. We need to kind of think about how HIV emerged. That was the first emerging novel infection in the modern era. And it moved from being an acute pandemic to becoming a chronic disease, and our response to it, or management of it, surveillance of it, and public health prevention of it became a routine part of our healthcare system and our public health infrastructure. The same thing is going to inevitably occur with this coronavirus. The issue of mutants or variants probably of less concern to the US, because we're going to soon achieve herd immunity against these variants. And we have a very robust pharmaceutical industry and research capacity to keep, hopefully, up with developing new vaccines that deal with variants as they emerge. But there's no guarantee of that. And there's no guarantee that we'll come up with a vaccine for some future variant that is more deadly, for example. There's no guarantee that we'll come up with it as quickly as we did with this round of vaccines. It was historically unprecedented, as you know, to get a vaccine up and being manufactured, let alone effective, in less than a year. It was really a revolution in medical science. We need to hope that that revolutionary capability continues, because I think if you asked most epidemiologists and public health practitioners around the world, are we going to continue seeing variants at a steady pace? Most would say yes, as long as there's a large part of humanity that is not vaccinated against this virus. Once we vaccinate everyone globally, and there's just 5% or less, 10% or less of people who are unvaccinated, we can engage much better surveillance and disease control for variants when they merge, just like we do now with Ebola, for example. Whenever there's a small outbreak of Ebola in West Africa or Central Africa, the global resources and science descend to control the spread of that beyond those villages or those nations. So that's what we hope to move towards. But we're going to, potentially be, if you will, to use perhaps a bad metaphor, we're going to continue to be outgunned by the volume of variants until we get better protection across the globe in terms of immunizing broadly all of humanity. That's what it really comes down to, because if we have 50% of the world vaccinated and 50% of the world unvaccinated, that half of the world continues to offer the opportunity for the virus to mutate and to throw out variants that can become rapidly variants of concern and evade present vaccines.
Got it. Yeah, and I would imagine it would be controversial to say, but even just leading your logic down its rightful conclusion from what you're saying is that there's the danger really is not so much within the U.S., but outside of the U.S. So to a certain extent, it's arguing towards shutting down our borders instead of this crisis that we're dealing with at the southern border. So that's a separate issue.
Supervisor, I'd agree fully, Supervisor, with your first part of your observation is that we will eventually, within the U.S., through mass vaccination, we will reduce the total volume of people who are at risk of infection and who are infected, and thus who can throw up new variants of concern. And so I agree with you that the concern about these variants is going to shift as soon as we achieve herd immunity in the US to what's going on in the rest of the world. As to whether we can effectively shut down borders and maintain, our economic superpower status, that's a question, I can't answer. But the best solution, of course, would be for the U.S., as it is now starting to do, to lead a global effort in partnership with all of the industrialized and affluent nations to ensure that vaccine is provided to and delivered into the arms of people in the poorest countries, which we cannot neglect. It's in our self-interest, frankly, at a very fundamental level, to wipe this virus out on a planet-wide basis, rather than to let a third or a half of humanity continue to suffer infection. That will come back and bite us through the emergence of potential new variants of concern that can evade vaccine, be more deadly, or both.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
We'll continue on.
Thank you. Go ahead and continue with the slides. Tracy.
Sure. We just need the slideshow back up, please. So this is just some state updates we wanted to provide the board with. So as you're all aware, on April 1st, we expanded vaccine delivery to 50 years and older. And in 2 days, it expands to 16 and older statewide. Next slide. So we just wanted to provide a brief update on the update the blueprint. We are still moving through the blueprint now. We remain in the orange tier, which is the moderate tier. We just wanted to highlight some of the things that the orange tier did for us and some of the changes to the blueprint. So there are beginning April 15th, which is also the shift to the 16 and older vaccine. There will be outdoor gatherings, a limit to 50 people max. Private events or meetings such as receptions or conferences beginning April 15th. There are some specifications as to pre-purchase tickets, et cetera, on this types of gatherings. And so we ask that you just refer to the guidance on the state website to ensure that you're following those things. And there are also some special specifications for individuals who can show proof of vaccine or can show proof of a negative COVID test as well, and that advances to a maximum of 300 people. Again, we just ask that individuals refer to the state guidance on this. It is highlighted on our website. If there are questions and need some clarity on some of the guidance, we'd be happy to help if individuals want to reach out to our hotline. We look at the guidance as well because we don't have it memorized, but we just read through it and we can assist in those types of events. Also, indoor live events for performances is also advancing on April 15th. So a maximum of 15% of the occupancy or 200 people. The state also added fairs to the amusement park guidance. It is only a 25% capacity at the fairs, and it is only for in-state individuals. So no one from out of our state can attend these. It does put the onus on the individuals hosting the event. There was some more updates to the sports guidance. It's youth and adult sports. Previously, there was some restrictions to inter-team competitions. Those have been removed so you can now have cross-county competitions, and the spectators and observers are permitted pursuant to the outdoor seated live event and performances. So again, there's a lot of different language that changes throughout these guidances. We understand that it's frustrating and overwhelming all in the same breath, but we just ask that individuals just please refer to them. And again, if you have questions on these types of guidances, we'd be happy to help. If you go on the state website, you can search actually what guidance you're looking for, and it brings it right up for you. So it's really helpful. So we just wanted to highlight some of these. The governor also announced that we will be shifting beyond the blueprint. The hope is on June 15th that all industries across the state can return to usual operations with common sense risk reduction measures such as masking and vaccinations. The governor is expected to keep us informed on this June 15th. And on June 15th, there's 2 criteria that need to be met. If the vaccine supply is sufficient for California 16 years and older who wish to be inoculated, as well as the hospitalizations are stable and low, and specifically hospitalizations among fully vaccinated individuals are low. So those are the 2 triggers that they are monitoring, and I assume they will continue to monitor this and inform us as a state. This just kind of talks about what happens when we shift. All the tiers are expected to go away. We will no longer have a color system as of June 15th in the event that this happens. They are recommending that schools and institutions of higher education should conduct full-time in-person instruction. So they want all those back in person. Workplaces should continue to promote policies that reduce risk, as well as continue to offer remote work when possible. And Californians and the travelers are still subject to any current CDPH and CDC travel restrictions, which are also being updated regularly. So this just shows the state. This will be updated today around noontime. This is last week. So you see that we don't have very many that are in purple. Unfortunately, one of our neighboring counties, Merced County, is still in the purple. Hopefully they'll shift to red today. We don't get their numbers until 12. I believe that we will remain in the orange tier as a county. And this was just our numbers from last week, just that we were in orange. This again is on the state website, and we do anticipate that we'll continue to remain in orange tier for now. Next slide. This just talks about the changes through the tier, what was changed when we moved to orange, that retail is permitted to operate at full capacity. Places of worship, there's been some change on places of worship as well. So we, again, if you look on the website and type in places of worship, it will give you exactly what is allowed. The bars and breweries and distilleries can resume outdoor operations without meals, and gym and fitness centers can operate at a 20% indoor capacity. So we want to provide a brief update on our schools in the county. Hollister School District returned to in-person learning yesterday. And so if you were on the roads in the morning yesterday, you may have encountered some traffic for drop off for some of our local schools. The San Juan Aroma School District is scheduled to return to in-person learning tomorrow. Their high school, Anzar High School, will be, as well as San Benito High School District, on April 19th. And there is some new updated guidance on commencement and graduation ceremonies for the orange tier. And so the schools, we do continue to work with the schools on kind of assisting them in creating their graduation and commencement ceremony guidance. And they do have the capacity to do it. So if you have a student, I would look for some communications from your local schools that may be graduating or excelling to the next grade level. And they generally have these type of ceremonies. They will probably be conducting these here in our county as well. Next slide.
Tracy, this is
Yes,
Supervisor Gonzalez. Just a correction on your Aroma San Juan. They actually started in-person instructions yesterday.
Oh, okay. They reported out Wednesday to us, so.
Well, I was there yesterday.
That's great. Well, that's awesome. Glad to hear. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. So we wanted to provide an update on our vaccination clinic. As some of you know, we did stand up the OptumServe clinic at Rancho San Justo Middle School in the gym. This was our third week. We had a little bump in the road on Sunday when we advanced to the 5-day clinic. This is a partnership between OptumServe, and then OptumServe contracts out with the providers that provide the service. And it was a bit dicey on Sunday. There was some miscommunications with the state contract and the providers, and we had some staff that did not show up to provide the vaccination. And I just need to recognize my staff at Public Health. We stood up the clinic ourselves and vaccinated over 100 individuals. We called in our staff as disaster workers to stand up the clinic so that we could get the individuals who had appointments on Sunday vaccinated. We vaccinated over 100 individuals. And we had people responding as quick as we could. And it was nothing that we anticipated, but this is how we operate in a disaster. And I just want to acknowledge the staff that were able to respond and provide these vaccines to the individuals. The staff showed up on Tuesday, and we do have a 5-day clinic now, Sunday through Thursday. Appointments have been available on My Turn. We're also expanding some local clinics. There are available, the last I looked, on My Turn for Wednesday and Thursday at our site out on San Felipe Road. We are going to be doing clinics there. A couple clinics, I'll talk about those in a little bit, but these are some of the allocations that we wanted to kind of touch on for our providers. And so, this is a process that we've been going through. We've talked about the third-party administrator, the Blue Shield, who's shifting to start allocating out the vaccine to our providers. It's still a collaboration with our public health staff. When the providers haven't completely onboarded, we have a responsibility to allocate out the vaccine. We've encountered a little bit of hesitation to receive the Pfizer vaccine in our county. The storage of the vaccine is difficult for a lot of our providers. And if you look here on the allocations for specifically to April, you can see how the shift, some of the providers have not accepted any of the vaccine, which has created a bit of a workload for our agency. And so we really are hoping that our providers will be able to start accepting more Pfizer vaccine so that we can push it out to the public more. We need vaccinators to be able to get the vaccines in individuals' arms. And so we as a public health services have stood up some clinics this week and next week to help push out vaccine to the community. And so we are working with our third-party administrator and asking for Moderna to come to our community instead of just the Pfizer vaccine. There is a benefit to the Pfizer vaccine in our community, which is that the 16 and older population can only receive Pfizer. And so on some of the statewide calls, a lot of the counties who aren't getting any Pfizer are frustrated as well because they cannot inoculate the 16 and older. And so we wanted to provide just kind of what we've allocated out. These are rough numbers because some of the allocations are coming directly from the TPA. Some of our federal partners are getting allocations, which we don't track those. So Lucky's and Safeway, I believe, are some of our federal partners as well. So they get some direct allocation. And so it is moving rather quickly, but we wanted to just provide this information to you. Next slide.
Tracy, excuse me.
Sure.
Just a quick question. I'm a little surprised, and I know that that chart does not reflect the second doses, which I know impacts a bit, different providers. But I'm surprised to see so few for Hazel Hawkins, taking 0 in the last 3 weeks. And I know Pfizer is a concern, but I don't believe that's the case for Hazel Hawkins. Why is Hazel Hawkins taking so few doses right now?
Lynn, are you still on the call, Lynn? I haven't sat on the provider calls. Lynn, are you on the call still?
Yes, I am.
Can you comment on Hazel Hawkins?
Well, they are, a lot of the providers are now getting into second doses. And so, vaccine management and planning for these clinics takes a good chunk of their time, and then actually executing the second doses, takes their time. So I can speculate and say that I think that they're deep into second doses, and they also have been transitioning to My Turn, and there have been some, it's a new platform, and there have been some issues throughout for all the providers with My Turn. And so they're training their staff, trying to get them all trained on My Turn. They're also working with the TPA, trying to sort of figure all this out. And they are really, it's their clinics, the Hazel Hawkins maybe clinics that are going to be carrying out the vaccinations. And so they provide primary care as well. So it could be also a capacity issue. I know that they talked about hiring some new staff specifically to carry out vaccinations, and so it may be that they're working on that as well.
Well,
And Lynn, do they have the capacity for the cold storage, or are we still the only one who has the freezer?
I believe they have a freezer, but I'm not sure if they're storing Pfizer or if we're giving it. I'd have to talk to Mary to check in with that one.
Just as a follow-up, and I want to comment. I don't think people realize what an amazing job the health department, Tracy and Lynn, what your people have been doing for the community. Stepping in last minute and doing what you're doing. It's been an amazing efforts on your part, but. We really do need, as many of these providers stepping up as possible, and I understand with us getting Pfizer that it is a problem. But if a provider like Hazel Hawkins does have the capacity to deal with Pfizer, then I think we may need to, as a county, have a conversation with them and maybe other providers and see what they can do to help us out here as we go forward.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to comment as well. As long as we're on this point, we found out about some of the providers in the ad hoc committee that have been, reluctant to take the Pfizer doses, including the hospital. I think this is a really serious issue for our community, that our providers, for some reason, are being so reluctant, and especially the hospital. So I would definitely like to make sure that we as an ad hoc, and I know the other supervisors are going to want to be informed that we're on the next provider call, to make sure that we have a voice to, if there isn't a good explanation, to put pressure on these providers to take these doses and to step up for our community. I'm particularly disappointed in the hospital, and they need to step up. We're in a pandemic here, and it's very disturbing to me that there's this sort of picking and choosing. And I know now with J&J being on pause, there maybe isn't as much of a choice, but we need our providers to step up and help our community in this pandemic. And so the hospital, the Health Foundation taking 6 doses, this is a really, really a troubling situation. Our practice, I understand private practices, there's a bottom line involved, but I'm just pleading with them as well. Please step up, help us out, take some of these doses, contribute to the response on this pandemic. We're not through this thing yet. We got a long way to go. And so I'm just really strongly urging all the providers, particularly the hospital and the Health Foundation, to step up. The Health Foundation was on pause for a while, so there's really no excuse for them not to be taking more doses. So we need more answers on that. I don't want to have our public health department burdened with doing all the work. And I do appreciate, again, I want to echo what Supervisor Tiffany said. I really, really appreciate the quick response that occurred on Sunday when we found out that the contractor didn't have the necessary staff there. Thank you.
Okay, I need to stop you right there, Supervisor Kosmicki. First of all, those 6 numbers that you see for the Health Foundation, that was 1 vial that they were short that they needed to give a second dose with. So I don't appreciate us jumping at these providers. Some of these providers are receiving federal allocations, and they're not reflective here. I know for a fact that the San Benito Health Foundation is giving 500 vaccines a week. And today alone, they have 300 appointments. Those numbers are not reflective. And you're right, it was on pause for a considerable amount of time. And I don't know the specifics with the hospital because I'm not talking to anybody at the hospital. I'm not on the ad hoc with the 2 of you, but it gives a false sense of accuracy of what's actually happening. So the federal numbers are not being reported in this grid here, and we need to start bringing the Health Foundation forward so that they can go ahead and account to you and let you know what they're doing, because they're doing an awesome job. And so I challenge your comment that you just made. The last week of March and the week of Easter, the county ended up getting 1,000 vaccines that they could not do anything with. Correct, Tracy? Because the other providers, the private providers, they refuse to take them. They are occupying their space, their time, their lobby, and they cannot provide medical assistance to their own clients. And so they are not taking the allocations like they were previously when they were allocated from the county. Now with the third-party provider and the federal vaccination supplies, people are getting them that are not reflecting on these numbers. So somehow we need to make sure that we have an accurate reflection of the numbers that are being provided. And I would urge Tracy and this group together to bring and invite Hazel Hawkins Hospital so that they can go ahead and give us their numbers. I would urge you to invite the Health Foundation to give you their numbers. I don't know about the private doctors, that the offices are being given, but if they're coming from the county, they're going to reflect here. But if they're getting them elsewhere, We need to see those numbers. And so I just don't want anyone being disparaged. I've seen some comments on Facebook that individuals are contacting the Health Foundation and they're being turned away. And they're being turned away because the Health Foundation is getting federal allocations to deal with their federal clients. They are doing first and second vaccines, and as Tracy just mentioned, right now the providers are occupied trying to get those second vaccines out. You can't do first and second at the same time. It's a lot. They have to, move them in as a group. And so we as supervisors need to be careful the way we're putting our words out there, because when I found out that the county was sitting on 1,000, I was livid. But then when I understood that the private doctors are not taking them, the Health Foundation couldn't take them because they had 600 of their own already that they were dealing with, 600 from the federal allocation. And so somehow, Tracy, if you can find a way to report the federal allocations, maybe ask the providers to kind of report out so our numbers will look better. But I just don't want us giving the community the wrong impression. I agree with you to a degree. Some people have to step up, but we don't know what the other individuals are doing because they don't have a voice at the table to say what they're doing. So
Well, just for clarification, Tracy, speak on this, but we are not sitting on 1,000 vaccines. I don't want that.
We had the last week of March that we had because we could not get them to private providers, and we as a county had 1,000 vaccines. We did.
Tracy, can you speak to that?
Sure. So I appreciate Supervisor Gonzalez, some of your comments, and it's equally as frustrating for us when we don't know the federal allocations that are coming down to the local entities. So a couple things, we will be trying to schedule a provider call this week just to kind of get an update with the providers. As you know, it's really difficult to get them all on a call at one time because they are, medical providers. So we're going to try to coordinate that so we can understand exactly where these entities are with what they're receiving, if they're receiving federal allocations, and how that's pushing out. We're in a huge transition time with the TPA and My Turn. And so I actually just checked, and there's now a clinic on My Turn with Hazel Hawkins. So they are doing their own clinic tomorrow, and the appointments are available on My Turn. So we did receive an allocation of 1170 vaccine. I believe what Supervisor Gonzalez is referring to. We had allocated that out to OptumServe for the mass vaccine clinic. In the meantime, the TPA allocated 1,000 separate J&J vaccine directly to OptumServe outside of our knowledge. And so we solicited the providers to see who could take more vaccine of Pfizer and got out as many as we could. We have some that we are going to be using locally as that's why we're standing up our own clinics this week so that we can push the Pfizer vaccine out. But we do need to communicate a little bit more with our providers to understand, why the Health Foundation, like you indicated, only took 6 doses for 2 weeks in a row. And it's to supplement their federal allocation, it sounds like, is what you're reporting out, Supervisor Gonzalez. And so Hazel Hawkins, I think, like Lynn reported, is they're trying to transition to My Turn and facilitate their second dose clinics as well. And so, we're all kind of in these quickly changing processes, and we feel that we have a really good handle on our current supply. And we just need to anticipate and push forward for the next allocations that come so that we are able to advance them as quickly as possible. So hopefully that answers the question.
Can I ask one further question? How are
Sure.
we reporting on the CARE system, the CAIRS system? Are you able to access that information and to see where the vaccines are going and who's getting them? I know that
We
was
do
an
have
issue in
access
the
to
past.
CARE. Absolutely, yeah. So we monitor CARE regularly as well.
Well, regardless of what everybody's saying, I'm looking at it differently. I look at it globally. I look at it through federal allocations, out of county and in county. I look at this every day. We look at 28,907 vaccines have been administered with San Benito County residents. That includes people from out of county being inoculated out of county, federal, everything. That's our total. That's the total population. Of that total population, 18.9% have been fully vaccinated. That's here in San Benito County, our residents, our roughly 62,000 residents. 32.1% have had at least one vaccination. So 4 weeks ago, we were sitting here saying we don't have no vaccinations. So we need to celebrate the small wins, okay? You know, you look over here, yes, Health Foundation, pharmacies, hospitals. We have a lot of residents that have been vaccinated, and you know, I want to thank everyone. I put out a post on Facebook regarding the OptumServe. Received several phone calls. I was very delighted to walk people through the process, and then them telling me, "Hey, I have an appointment. Something's working." So let's not get frustrated and get into the weeds here. Let's look at it globally and say, "Hey, 28,907 inoculations have hit San Benito County residents. We have a population of 62,000, and that denominator might not be correct, because when you look at the denominator, you have to take back. There's going to be people that aren't going to take the vaccine. That's all there is to it. They're not going to take it. So if that's 10%, that 62,000 goes down by, you know, roughly 6,200. Then you look at people that are 16 and below. What percentage is that? So when you look at all this stuff, we are hitting our goals and we are actually moving forward. So before we all up here become a little bit frustrated and passionate about what we're after, let's look at this and say, hey, let's celebrate right now. We can't. It's not victory. I'm not saying it's victory, but it is a celebration for our health department, for all of these entities that are involved in vaccinating our residents. And I think all the other counties that we go to get vaccinated also, because there are a lot of our residents that have went out of county. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But when you look at these numbers that I'm looking at, it shows San Benito County residents, you know, wherever they got vaccinated.
I would agree that, I mean, one of the doctors said earlier, it's about a 90% positive, you know, and it is very positive, and we've come a long ways. Again, I want to emphasize behind the scenes, I don't think people realize what a phenomenal job the county health department has been doing to coordinate this in a very difficult situation, stepping up, doing their own clinics where necessary, et cetera. We're getting shots in people's arms, and that's what really matters. So your comments are well taken, Mark. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one real quick response. Totally agree with you on we have improved. That's a great thing. As far as the doses that we're getting, the numbers don't lie. I'm just concerned going forward and want clarity from the providers, because otherwise public health is going to be strapped with having to do essentially all of the inoculations, and we can't have that. Well, as well as the Health Foundation. And I didn't mean to, I really was focused on the hospital and the providers as a whole. I'm seeing an issue potentially. And it is an issue. It's something we've discussed at the ad hoc level. So my concern is really going forward and making sure that we have clarity from them, and there's an understanding that they are willing to take these Pfizer vaccines, because for a while that it's mostly probably what we're going to have. So thank you.
And I would just like to remind that to bring all the voices to the table, the hospital so that they can report their numbers, the Health Foundation so they can report theirs, and just so we can see that there's more than just what's on the street here, because there really are. And as you said, we're at 29,000 vaccines. We need to celebrate the wins, as you said. I agree.
Let's move forward. Any other things going on with Tracy?
Just like to back up really quick. I think we're almost done. So I talked about this already. It looks like those appointments are all full for this week. If we could advance to the next slide. So this is kind of what it looks like. We're trying to push this information out as appointments become available. These are the clinic dates that we're going to be standing up out at my office on San Felipe Road. 14th and 15th of this week, and then 3 days next week. Appointments come available in my turn no sooner than 48 hours before the clinic. I just looked again, and it looks like the Hazel Hawkins clinic is already full. So they are doing a small clinic tomorrow. Only 40 slots were available, and there's one left on ours. I just looked as you guys were speaking. And so they are filling up rapidly. So that's encouraging. Next slide. So I briefly touched on this. Next slide for this. These are the local providers who have onboarded with the TPA and the contract. They will eventually need to also shift to my turn and have appointments forward facing for the entire community, not just their patient pool. I think they have until the end of this month of April. Some of the providers have chosen not to sign the agreement with the TPA, and they will not be receiving vaccine moving forward after April. And so you should start seeing more appointments in my turn for some of these local providers in the future. And if there's not any other questions, I think there's a slight presentation from behavioral health, unless anybody has any questions for my team.
I just had a quick question. When you said the
Sure.
providers will be, for the TPA, the
Yes.
third-party administrator, what date is that going to go into effect? Because right now I know that the Health Foundation is working off of its federal allocation of vaccines, and they're focusing on their clients. But once they become participants in the third-party provider, they will then be taking clients from the public and be vaccinating. So what date is that going into effect? Because I just want to be clear on that.
Sure. So what our understanding is by the end of April, they should be fully transitioned. The FQHC may have a little bit of a different, because they are a fully qualified health clinic, they may have a little bit more time to shift to my turn. I can't speak to that definitely, Supervisor Gonzalez, but Rosa Vivian may know that as well. I would assume no longer than a couple of weeks after the April 30th deadline, that they should have some forward-facing appointments for the community on my turn.
Okay.
But I can get that information from you. I can work with the TPA and ask that question and get back to you.
But at this point, they are not taking appointments from the public. They're still focusing on their own clients,
The Health Foundation?
Yes.
I'm not completely sure how they're operating. They can reach outside of their patient pool. It's their choice, as long as they're vaccinating within the guidance by the state, so 50 and older. And as of Thursday, they can advance to 16 and older, and they can inoculate anybody who fits in that criteria.
I understand that, but I know that there are some concerns in the public that when people call them, they think that they are forced to take phone calls just from the public. And right now, that is not the situation. Until they are fully onboarded with the third-party administrator, they have the right to refuse calls from the public. Is that correct?
I don't know if I could speak to that, Supervisor Gonzalez. I don't know what the provider's authority is to refuse patients inside or outside of their pool. I don't know. I know that previously they were accepting outside individuals that were outside of their patient pool. It sounds like they've now shifted to only their patient pool. I'm not sure why.
Can we just start bringing them to the table so they can partake in this presentation, so they can answer their own questions, please?
Well, I don't want to really get into debate here, but they should be doing both. Why can't they do both? Why can't they do their own and our community?
Supervisors,
Again,
this is
you're
Lynn Mello.
You're bringing it up that, you keep bringing it up.
Can you please stop?
Well, no, I'm just
No,
saying,
no,
you keep bringing it up.
Please
B.
stop.
No, I'm not going to stop. You keep bringing it up.
You have a habit of disparaging the Health Foundation, and you need to stop.
So you're talking about the
Please.
Health Foundation, and all I'm saying is, why can't they do both? That's all I said.
Right now, they are getting the federal allocations, and they are giving them to their client. Every provider on this list is entitled to inoculate their own patients, their own clients. And so that's what I'm saying. And when this third-party administration goes into effect, they will be forced to take the public. And I want to know when that date is, so that when they do both, I know that they have to take both, and they cannot turn anyone away. But right now, they are within their right, because they are a federally qualified health clinic, which services a specific population of the community, and that is their clientele. That is their client base. And you and I disagree about how you feel about them, and I could care less how you feel, but I know they're in my district. They service residents in my community, and I'm going to fight to the T. And I'm tired of trying to bump heads with you.
Well, you're the one that's bringing it up. All I'm saying is
You're the one that's challenging in my question.
Well, no, I'm just saying if it was just for their people, then why did they vaccinate other people that were out of there? That was some
Again,
of the people early in the.
I cannot defend their actions.
Okay, then I'm done with that.
Because
That's what I
I'm
wanna
not
hear.
affiliated with them, but those were their volunteers. Again, you and I disagree.
Well, that's what I'm just saying.
Let's
so.
agree to disagree, please.
Yeah, the only, let me just make a comment. I don't want to point fingers at the foundation or at Hazel Hawkins or any provider. I think a general comment is that we as a community would love to see those providers that can step up for the community to step up for the community. And that includes all providers, those that have their own patients or those that don't have their own patients. So I think whether it be the foundation or Hazel Hawkins or one of the doctors, if they have the ability to deal with particularly Pfizer, if they can step up for the community, that would be great. But I think for us to get into the weeds with each individual provider, I realize it gets difficult. I personally, like I said, I in particular want to take a look at the hospital only because obviously they serve the entire community and they're a key component, but it sounds like they're working with their own clinic. But Tracy, maybe as we go forward, we can, in our ad hoc committee, we can figure out a way to get more information from some of these providers as far as, what are the federal doses they're getting. I know it's complicated. I know it's very difficult as it is, but if we can get some clarification, that might help.
Yeah, we were made aware that the Health Foundation did a clinic this weekend in Aromas and at a park for possibly non-patients. So it probably would be wise to have the Health Foundation report out exactly how they're administering their vaccines so that we can all have clarity. I don't know, Supervisor Gonzalez, if you know about a clinic that they housed in Aromas this last Saturday, but we did get some information from individuals calling about that clinic. So I think it will be wise to have Rosa Vivian on the next call and have her report out, and I will send her an invitation to attend as well.
I'd appreciate it. I've been asking that for a couple of weeks,
Sure.
over a month now. But again, I am not affiliated with the Health Foundation by any means, any measure whatsoever. I just want them to be able to have a say at the table, that's all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one other, on a totally different subject, if I could just make a comment. If it sounds like we're kind of at the end of this part of the presentation. This was touched on earlier, and I know that, we're opening up to, here in a couple days to all people. We're doing overall, I think we are doing a much better job with vaccines, which is great news. But I am concerned with, these variants, with what we're seeing in other states, that even though California is doing great, and it's really encouraging, I am concerned that with the governor saying that, we can open up by mid-June. I know it's an if, but a lot of people don't hear the if. And with, people getting vaccines, which is great news, I just want to be sure that we as a county, we do stay vigilant. People should still be wearing masks, whether they've been vaccinated or not. I go in the stores and it's great now. I mean, people, the vast majority, 99% of the people, they're all wearing masks. It's a second, we're all used to it now. And I just want to be sure that we as a community continue to stay vigilant. We do not want to slide backwards. And it's exciting that we could get to the point where we open up fully, but that's with a caveat that we continue social distance where appropriate, we wear our masks, and that's going to be going on for a long time. As the doctor said, we're far from being totally beyond this. So anyway, I don't want to lose sight of that message.
No, well received.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we'd like to move on to our next speaker. I have Alan Yamamoto available. Your board had requested some input with regards to mental health services and how that was aligned with COVID. So Ellen?
Sure. Thank you for inviting me to be on board to speak with you again today. And the curiosity, I guess, that comes up is whether or not we've seen any spike in our cases, our request for mental health services related to COVID. And the short answer to that is no, we have not. In fact, we are asking some very specific questions. Our after hours on-call log specifically, they're showing that they asked, did the caller discuss issues surrounding COVID-19, pandemic-related stressors, or shelter in place? And I monitor that log, and it's predominantly always been the answer is no. That's not the primary reason why they're calling. So all of that said, we know that we've all gone through a very unusual and stressful situation. In fact, it reminds me somewhat of when people go through a bereavement period after the death of somebody. And as I break that down, the piece that people miss the most are the routines, the rituals, the habits that all centered around that person that they lost. And I think in a way, the COVID situation has been somewhat like that for all of us because we've all had to do the shelter in place. We can't do our regular routines. We can't go out to movie night. We can't go out to the restaurants. There's rituals and habits and routines that we lost. However, are we going to recover from all that? We absolutely will. Are we distressed by it? We absolutely are. But most of what we're seeing is appropriate to the situation. So it's only when somebody goes through something that we see as very protracted, very extraordinary behaviors that we haven't ordinarily seen them go through that seem out of the ordinary for the situation. That's when we would be concerned. Do people need emotional and psychological support now during times of difficulty like this? Absolutely, yes. But most people will get that kind of support from friends and family and other socially supportive activities that they can still participate in. And over a period of reasonable time, most people will seal over and they'll adjust. And eventually, we all know, as we heard today, the end is in sight and we will be past this. That being said, we've been open every day for both our behavioral health and substance abuse treatment since the beginning of the pandemic and all the restrictions and shutdown. So we have had the opportunity, though, to pass out information to help assure people that what they're feeling is situation appropriate. And if they want to have support, we're certainly here to provide it. And there have been various sources put out by the state to also provide support for those people that maybe don't have the social support systems and the family and the friends that a lot of us do to help move through this. So I'm going to turn this over to Juan Gutierrez now, who's on our staff as a management analyst, and he'll share with you some of the information that we did distribute and continue to distribute. It's basically public relations information, and it helps people to take care of themselves and also for that mild to moderate kind of level of issue that somebody might be going through. It provides an information source for them, a couple of hotlines that have been set up by the state to deal specifically with COVID-related stress issues. So I'll turn this over to Juan Gutierrez now. Juan?
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everybody. So we created a brief presentation to demonstrate our efforts during the COVID pandemic on how the general public can access services through us or through other agencies if needed. Next slide, please. So a great majority of the outreach we've done to the community has been through flyers and handouts that have been provided to various partner agencies and businesses, such as Prospect Villa Apartments, which is a location that has a lot of a senior population that we currently engage with and have continued to reach out to that population to ensure that they're able to access services if needed. We've partnered with the food bank and the rec center, alongside with social media and other efforts. Next slide, please. As an example, we created a postcard that has COVID-19 information. So we wanted to let people know that it's normal to feel the stress, the anxiety that they're feeling. We gave them tips on how to manage that stress. And the backside of it had contact information as well as different types of services that behavioral health offers. So as it was mentioned before, behavioral health, obviously we do mental health, but we also do recovery services. So we wanted people to understand that if recovery issues had risen during the COVID pandemic, that we were able to offer assistance as well. One thing to note is that in the front of the postcard, the bottom, there is a warm line that was created by the state, Cal Hope. So we made sure to reference that as well, just in case some of the residents didn't feel comfortable calling our local numbers. Next slide, please. This same flyer was also created in Spanish, along with the other items that we've created. Spanish is our threshold language, and we made sure that it was distributed in areas that had a high Spanish-speaking population as well. Next slide. So this flyer tear off actually was placed in local businesses that had remained open. They were considered essential businesses since the majority of the locations were shut down. Some businesses included the local supermarkets, the laundromats, where people would tend to go because out of need. So the tear off in little sections included our phone number and included the crisis line number as well, just in case anybody needed immediate assistance. And as Alan had mentioned earlier, for anybody who is in crisis, we are able to get to them within a 2-hour period. Next slide. So our social media efforts regarding COVID had also increased since the beginning of the pandemic. We were able to share resources that are COVID related. Much of the stuff that we shared was initially shared by public health. Next slide, thank you. We've also shared resources that are more on a national level, tips on how to stay calm, tips on how to reach out for help, what signs to notice, and just to make sure that people are aware that their mental health is important, especially during the pandemic. They should keep an eye out for that. And again, just a few more samples of national organizations that have published articles that we felt were relevant to share with the public. Although we did have increased engagement with our COVID posts on social media that went on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we know that not everybody accessed their information through social media, so we went ahead and created some articles that were published at Benito link that informed the public of the services that we continue to offer, making it clear that we never closed down. We just changed our platform to offer virtual services when able to, and that we were still offering in-person appointments for those that didn't have the access to technology or were not comfortable with technology, as well as links and contact information to other agencies, state and nationwide agencies that can help them with linkage to resources. That is all I have. Thank you very much.
Any questions, anyone?
No, thank you.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair. Actually, a separate question, maybe this for Alan. I know that we were talking at our last behavioral health board about vaccinations for some of the people mentally ill within our community or other people that you may service. And so I'm just wondering. I've been spoke to Tracy. I know that she was reaching out to you as well. So is that as far as vaccinations go, do you feel that some of the people, the vulnerable population that you deal with, that may not be able to do the internet well and not know how to get it, are they finding a way to get vaccinated?
Yes, Tracy and I did speak, and the information that I provided you Supervisor Tiffany that came out of the State Department of Public Health that indicated that people who have a diagnosis of a serious mental illness are included as one of the priority populations. That information was distributed to our clinical supervisors, who then shared the information with our clinicians and case managers. And they should have shared that information with anybody that they thought was interested in a vaccine and also had a diagnosis of a serious mental illness. So we do have that information available for them, and it has been provided. There is the caveat, though, that it is dependent upon supply. So they will be standing in line probably with other people, but they are eligible to stand in line now.
Right, and they're getting assistance to set up appointments if need be.
Pardon, I didn't.
They're getting assistance from county staff to set appointments if need be, if they need help.
Oh, absolutely. We do that with any of our clients that require assistance with any type of medical appointment. If we're aware of it, we will provide that assistance if they need it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we
Dr.
have.
Gelb, sorry to interject. I was hoping that the presentation that was just shown, which I thought was very impressive, if you could please email that to me. I'd like to share it with the public health team. I have the usual email, gellert@cosb.us. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, we have a few more items. We'll give you a brief update on business and nonprofit grant. I'm going to invite Dulce up here. And then we have 3 items for your discussion, the resolution, as well as opening the board chambers and COVID ordinance. So, Dulce?
Thank you. So quick update. I know Bob Tiffany mentioned it, or Supervisor Bob Tiffany mentioned it earlier, but all businesses or most businesses that were awarded grants received funding from last Friday, April 2nd through Tuesday. They should have all received the funding or grant awards in their prospective accounts that were submitted. So that's the update on round 2 of small business grants. And then moving forward on the nonprofits, we're negotiating a contract with Community Foundation and United Way to administer a round of nonprofit grants, and we are aiming to launch that at the end of May, early June. So that should be available then. And then the third item is the attached resolution. Per the board's request, there was a request to bring a resolution to have equitable vaccination. So there's a resolution attached to this item for the board's consideration. And I believe that's it from our office.
That's it, unless the ad hoc like to make a couple comments on the grant. And
well, just to again thank Dulce and everyone at the county staff for a great job with the second round of business grants. Again, we're going to be looking at potentially a third round for businesses that I mentioned this earlier that have not been able to participate. So that is something we'll be taking a look at. And also, just to reiterate what Dulce just said, I believe in June is when nonprofits will be again able to apply for grants. We have the remainder of our original $1 million allocation. We have roughly, it's about $410,000 that is going to be allocated for nonprofits. The focus will be on the most vulnerable part of our population, and so it will be for the people that have the greatest need, whether it be for housing or medical or mental health or food, of course. And so those are the nonprofits that these grants will be focusing on. So I just wanted to clarify that, and Colin, I'm sure you can speak to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thought the business grant program went really well, and And so I appreciate the staff's work on that. With the nonprofit grants, again, the thinking with this round of nonprofit grants, similar to the business program in the second round, I think things are a lot different than they were a year ago. And we tried to keep things more focused, and we have limited dollars this time around, having $450,000 versus 600 plus, I think close to 700 last time. So to make sure that those dollars went as far as possible, the way we developed the program, as Supervisor Tiffany alluded to, was to really focus on social services, health and human services, nonprofits, so that we're making sure that we're propping up in these difficult times as much as possible the nonprofits that are serving the vulnerable residents. And then the resolution, we're doing that separately, I guess, or?
Right now, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So just thoughts on that really quick. Obviously, our numbers are getting better. That's a good thing. I do still think, just considering we're still on the lower end, that it would be important for me, I think, to approve this resolution, just to send that message that, again, just underscoring that we as a county and other rural counties really are watching closely and want to make sure that going forward we do get a fair, equitable distribution of the vaccine. And and on that, I just encourage everyone, the most efficient way that we're going to get out of this as soon as possible is to get vaccinated. And so despite the news that we had with J&J, please keep in mind that those vaccines are safe. This is a very rare, very, very rare issue with J&J. We don't, like Supervisor Tiffany said, we don't necessarily know that it's even caused by the vaccine, the blood clots. So again, 1 in a million, and just please, please, please get vaccinated. Thank you.
Okay, let's take it with the resolution. What's the wish of the board for the, do we need public comment for resolution?
Yeah, so I would do, if you wouldn't mind, is discuss the ordinance. If you want to continue that as well, that was something that you had asked for, the board. And then we also have the discussion with your board about opening the chambers. So.
Well, yeah, let's go to discussing the board chambers to the public and provide direction. My opinion is everything else is open. We're slowly opening up everything else, so I believe that it should be open to the public. It is important that people come in here. With one caveat, they do have to wear their mask, and if they do not wear their mask, they will be turned away. I will stop the meeting and move forward, but we do want to open for the public. Once again, we want to open, but we have rules one must follow. And I want to be very clear. Rules one must follow. And that is wearing a mask indoors. If you aren't comfortable wearing a mask, then you can via Zoom or over the phone. We're not letting people see our meetings or have a voice. It's just if you're in the chambers, you need a mask.
I totally agree with that. And as long as those terms are clearly stated out at the front, they're stated on the agenda, they are stated publicly, Benito link freelance, whatever, Facebook, just make sure we know, because in that way, the first person that shows up, we will have to then take corrective actions. Yes, but I agree with that, definitely.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it is time to open up, but again, people have to wear masks and social distance within the chamber. Do we have the ability to have someone at the front door as people first arrive? I mean, particularly in the first few meetings, because obviously it's much easier to deal with not having someone come in the first place who's not wearing a mask.
Yeah, historically, we've worked closely with the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's office has assisted us in that manner, and so I'm sure they'll be willing to do that as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments that have been made so far. We're no different than, everything's open now, so there really wouldn't be a logical reason for us to make an exception for really what should be the most open environment of all public meetings. They are public after all. I would say, I would suggest, I don't know what the cost might be, but even looking at potentially having a private security out there for the first meeting, maybe, so the sheriff's not having to sit out in front of our building.
I'm looking at my private security right here. But that was a good comment, but I think
We'll work on it.
Yeah, we can handle it internally,
Yeah, yeah.
but thanks for the idea.
Yeah. But anyhow, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
I appreciate the sentiment of wanting to open it up to the public, since we technically are the public. We are the representatives of the public. The masks I still struggle with, more importantly because of the fact that there is a medical exemption. Nonetheless, I mean, if that's the will of the board or the majority, then it's the will of the board. But for the most part, I would definitely hesitate to have some kind of special security element, because I think it's a bad sentiment to the public. It's almost, I think it discourages the public. All things considered, you have rules, then you just make sure that you make those rules clear. And I think going forward, that should be enough. Those are just my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hernandez, what we will do is we do have face guards here. So if someone is not comfortable with the face mask, we have the face guards, and they're available for any individual that wants to come in. When it comes to the security, I completely agree with you. Once again, if there's a medical exemption, they can do it via Zoom. They have a phone. They can do anything else, or they can use a face guard. But I appreciate your comments. And as it goes to Supervisor Gonzalez, I will personally ensure that Benito Link does something, the freelance. I will post it on Facebook, and so will everybody, all of my colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have our informational officer make sure we let everyone know the rules of what we're doing and why we're doing it. So other than that, I think we feel comfortable on that side.
So we got clear direction.
Yes.
Supervisor Hernandez, does that mean we're going to see your smiling face back here in chambers? We miss you.
I don't know about my smiling face. I appreciate it, Supervisor Gonzalez, and I definitely miss being in the board chambers. Hopefully you can see my smile through my gaiter that I wear when I show up, but I definitely look forward to being back in the
Well,
chambers.
there's 3 supervisors up here who really haven't had an opportunity to interact with you, the way we'd like to here at the dais. So please come back. All right.
Will do. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, and then moving forward to
The ordinance discussion.
discuss the COVID ordinance and provide direction at a future date at what we should be, when it should be reviewed, so.
Can I just add,
Yes.
I was in a private, I'm not even going to say what it was because you'll know where I was at. But anyways, I was at a private place and an individual said, well, I don't need to wear a mask because the owner told me I had my vaccination shots, my both, and so I don't have to. And I just stood there, I didn't want to start a fight, but I'm like, how dare you? And so I went on my merry way, but the authoritarian in me struggled with that. And so we need to make sure we tell the private business owners that regardless of if it's your place of business, you don't have permission to tell someone that they cannot wear a mask just because you're vaccinated. So I want to be really cautious about relaxing any standards just yet, okay?
Maybe we can have our public information officer do a little bit update, just talking about vaccines and that masks are still, required. And that might, just for clarity, over communication, it's important. Supervisor Tiffany, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to agree with Supervisor Gonzalez and yourself. For the most part, it's all great news. When the 3 of us new members joined the board in January, San Diego County was, I think we were like the 5th worst county in the whole state. I know, even though not everyone was, it was controversial, we put in place an ordinance to try to enforce mask wearing and compliance. And I'd like to think that it made a difference, and we're doing much, much better. The entire state's doing much, much better, but as I said earlier, we certainly don't want to lose our vigilance now. And I think we need to continue with the ordinance and continue with enforcement where necessary, just to be sure that, and hopefully it's just education. Just I would encourage enforcement officers to get out there, particularly as there's more vaccinations getting out there and as there's talk about opening up. Just reminding our businesses and individuals that you still need to wear a mask. You still need to be smart about it, whether or not you've been vaccinated. So I'm fully on board with continuing with the course of action.
Course of action with the COVID-19 ordinance, with those? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I would say, it's kind of like if you want to liken it to being in the fourth quarter of a game, I feel like potentially we're in the fourth quarter and we're doing a good job, and letting down our guard now I think would be a big mistake. Voluntary compliance has worked, and that for the most part, that's what we're talking about here. We haven't had major issues with people going rogue and all that. So I think it makes sense to continue on until June 15th. Obviously, when we get to June 15th, the state is lifting its restrictions. So I don't believe it would make any logical sense at that point for us to have an ordinance in place. So maybe there's something we can work on as far as how the language and the ordinance might align with that date, as long as we continue on the path that we're on here at the state level. Thank you.
Excuse me, I think they may still be requiring mask wearing though on June 15th. So anyway, we'll have to talk about it at that point.
Yes, you're correct there. Okay, let's.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Peter?
Yeah, just some
Go ahead,
final comments
Peter.
on that thought. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just making sure. Just my final thoughts. You know where my sentiment lies with these ordinances and these rules. I would just beg to differ a little bit. I know that the sentiment is that somehow these rules have worked. It just creates a lot of assumptions. But the main thing that I know that hasn't been discussed, and I don't believe really hasn't even really been considered enough, is the reality that I think it's about 60% of our workforce actually is a commuter workforce. So that by default begs the question is, what is the element of the population or the infection rates that actually from folks that are leaving our community into other communities? I think part of the dynamic of what made us the fifth in the state was the fact that we are pretty much a bedroom community. So those are my honest thoughts, and just even considering the outbreaks being in homes, it's the natural course of how infections have happened historically, which has been in the home. But again, I'm not going to get, my goal isn't with these comments, it has nothing to do with the back and forth. The majority of the board is obviously they have their convictions and they're standing up with them, as am I, and I'm just making my comments just to kind of temper the conversation, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll open it up for public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. We'll look at number 6, the resolution first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sounds like we all have what's the motion on the resolution? Or is there a motion, I should say?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we approve a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito to prioritize equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccinations.
And I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0.
Can I get a question of clarification?
Yes, clarification. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so when you mean equitable distribution, I do support the sentiment, but what does that mean? Because there's a lot of data on the resolution. It doesn't say what that means going forward as far as process.
It's just saying as of March, gives you the breakdown, and it just what I'm looking at is that we, San Benito County, receive our fair and equitable amounts of the vaccines. Am I correct to say that, Mr. Espinoza?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, whereas as of March 2021, that particular item is really the important one. San Benito County ranks as 12th lowest in population vaccination rate. I can't get my glasses on there. Rate among the 58 counties. So really, that's where we want to be equitable at and lobby our legislatures, which we have. The ad hoc has been working really hard, as well as staff on working with our legislatures and receiving more vaccinations to our county. So.
Yeah, it also states within, I'm just looking in the resolution, whereas San Diego County's high-risk group should be a priority in the vaccination efforts, and that's part of the resolution as well.
Does that clarify that, Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like we're going to use this as an opportunity to lobby our own legislature or some kind of lobbying effort to try to create some kind of equity for our community.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
So there was a motion, there was a second, and I believe the motion passed 5-0.
All in favor, yes.
Okay. Other than that, looking at the COVID-19 ordinance, that was you have clear direction on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To bring it back maybe in June?
Bring it back. I would, if it's all right with the board, bring it back after the governor announces his June 15th, and then we can do something after that. That way we know what is happening.
Mr. Chair, if I may provide some a request, maybe the ad hoc can look at this in advance and look at maybe drafting something. Obviously, we'll have some idea of what's going to be happening, to be a little bit proactive, and then have something kind of ready for that time.
Yes, because that would be our meeting in June would be the 22nd, I believe, right?
That's correct.
Yes, and so the 15th would be if the hospitalization rates are X and our positivity rate is Y and everything's looking good with the state of California. The governor will announce that on the 15th, and then we'd be here on the 22nd, kind of looking at what we want that.
Mask only
exactly.
Or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if the first meeting in June might actually make sense, if the governor, for instance,
gives you a hint.
Yeah.
That would be that. Yeah, that's even better. Let's go with the 8th of June.
That's fine. That works.
Good call.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it June 8th. Other than that, there was no public comment. Any other comments before we part here for lunch?
Just maybe a quick lunch, 20, 25 minutes, if that's all right with you.
Is that all right with the board? Okay, we're going to head to a 20-minute lunch. We'll be back at, let's say, 12... You name it, because I don't want to...
12:40, is that okay with everyone?
12:40.
All right.
You got it. Uno momento.
Very good.
Welcome back to our Board of Supervisors meeting after a little lunch here. So we will start now with number 32, provide an update regarding the Board of Supervisors Economic Development Ad Hoc, identifying possible economic development opportunities and discussing the next steps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to just quickly open up. I want to thank the ad hoc for the countless hours that they've been spending on a lot of ad hocs. In particular, this one, we've done some work. Your board had given some direction to the ad hoc to look at possible economic develop or economic items that we could look at to bring in more revenues. And what we've done is put a PowerPoint presentation. Dulce Alonso, our management analyst, will be presenting this item, put an agenda item together with the input from the ad hoc. And what we'd like to do is just go ahead and present what we have. We've labeled top 5 items for discussion that we may look at, kind of low-hanging fruit, and then open it up for the board for discussion, the ad hoc as well, to provide some input, and then get some direction from your board. Again, this is just the first kind of steps moving forward with this. There's some pretty big items, either tax and other things that we would need to get some direction from your board. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass this to Dulce Alonso.
And once again, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. This is informational only, just giving direction, no vote needed. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dulce?
Good afternoon, board. So I have a PowerPoint I presented for this presentation today. If a CMAP can share on the screen with the public, but we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. So the 5 areas that we will be exploring or discussing today include cannabis, and we actually have Karen Overstreet here, Ag Commissioner, who will discuss some of the cannabis expansion and some things we've discussed with the ad hoc. The second item we'll be briefly discussing is commercial development and really streamlining the process. We'll discuss sales tax and a possible county initiative, lobbyists and impact fees, and then there's others. There's definitely a whole lot of other topics that could be included in economic development. So we'll discuss those and get board input to prioritize which ones we would like to move forward with. But Karen, I'll invite you up. She's going to be discussing cannabis regulatory program and what it would take to expand allowable activities. And she'll kind of, do you want to do it here?
And one thing I'd like to just chime in as well, we're just throwing everything out there. So these are just potential revenues that we may be able to see. It's not, we're not setting this in stone. This is what we're going to do. We just wanted to share the work that we've done, and we've actually worked with Karen Overstreet, our Ag Commissioner. She's been kind enough to assist us in presenting to our ad hoc and developing some potential programming and some thoughts with additional revenue with regards to cannabis and hemp. So,
yeah.
Karen?
Yeah, we had a call with the ad hoc, and there were some areas that you asked me to kind of do a little work on and bring it back to you for some clarity. And so what I'm hoping to do is give you kind of a brief overview of the program itself, the status of the applications to date, a comparison of our fees, and some potential revenues, and then maybe receive direction if you want to go down that path. Go. Oh, just next. There we go. Okay, to date, we have issued 7 provisional permits. As you can see, 4 for cultivation, 2 for manufacturing microbusiness, and 1 testing lab. They're provisional because our ordinance requires that they have a conditional use permit in order to receive a valid cannabis permit. In order for a business to operate, they have to have our permit, conditional use permit, a county business license, and a state cannabis license. So all of these things can be done concurrently, but so far they've kind of wanted to take it a step at a time. It's all fairly costly, and so they're moving, but they're moving kind of slowly. Several of these are in the process with planning. My understanding is the testing lab is only waiting on their state license at this point. I have 5 more applications for cultivation under review. One is very close. The others, I keep tabs on them. They want to continue, and they're working on supplementing their applications because there were deficiencies found in the overall review. Our cannabis tax, I compared it with Hollister, Santa Cruz, and Monterey. Santa Cruz is a little tough because it's all based on gross receipts. These are relatively where they were when we set the rate in the first place. Measure C gives a range. Measure C was passed prior to the ordinance. Even going down the path with an ordinance was contingent on whether we would be able to tax them. So we have a range of $3 to $17. I think we're competitive with our cultivation tax. Distribution, pretty consistent. Manufacturing, and then our testing lab. What we don't have is any form of retail. So this is kind of how it would look by the numbers. And this is very potential. This is at full capacity of the operations based on the applications. There are a couple of very large projects, and they are going to phase it in over several years. The cultivation tax is easy to predict because it's just $5 times the square footage of cultivation area. So the 4 provisional permits that are in process, we're looking at $7 million in potential tax. The 5 applications, and actually one of them is quite large. We're looking at almost $8 million. So I think distribution, pretty much every business is going to have some form of distribution. They have to move their product in some manner. So we will receive revenue there as well. And the manufacturing and micro business, because it's based on gross receipts, it's kind of hard to predict, but I use their projections that are included in their application. And then the testing lab is at 1.25%, and they anticipate about $1 million in revenue. So where we're not, collecting everything would be on the retail side. And once again, because of Measure C, we actually do have a rate range, minimum, maximum range. Kind of got jumbled. But so we already have it in place that we could tax retail. We would just have to set a rate, and there would be some amendments to the ordinance. The value of this is that retail sales will generate both sales tax and the cannabis tax, and then the taxes are also generated at the highest value of the cannabis. Right now, our ordinance prohibits all retail, whether it's out-of-county delivery, delivery straight to the consumer in their home, or a dispensary retail outlet. So I think that would be an area where we could increase revenues. It would take an ordinance change, and we would have to set a tax, but I don't think it would require a lot of work. And so, do you have any questions?
Quick.
Any feedback from the ad hoc?
Well, let me, a quick question, and then micro business versus manufacturing. Explain the difference there, please.
Micro business is kind of a combination of licenses. They could, but it has some limitations. One of the micro businesses is going to do cultivation and manufacturing, but they would be limited to 10,000 square feet of cultivation. It's two or more separate licenses really rolled into one.
So when you show like one manufacturing and then you show some that are cultivation, are some of those, I mean, like a cultivation and then they're also a manufacturer, or those are two separate companies potentially?
In this case, I showed him in both columns, but it's only one business that is a micro business at this point.
Okay, but it could in theory be two. And then just for clarification on cultivation, and we talked about during this ad hoc, currently at least, all the cultivation, it's an indoor cultivation.
Right.
Like a greenhouse type of thing.
Greenhouse
Yeah.
or a building.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and just for clarity as well, so delivery right now in any sense is not allowed. That's basically what...
The retail sale cannot take place in the county based on this. We can't stop out-of-county delivering to our community, originating in another county.
Right.
But we cannot provide any type of point of sale here in the county.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
And I actually think out-of-county sales would be, really no impact on the community at all, because it would be leaving the county for another community, but the sales tax of the sale and the cannabis tax would be generated here.
Yeah.
I know this is informational only right now, but would you advocate and suggest for us to go this route as a source of revenue? I know it's on the list, but what are your personal thoughts?
Well, as far as the type of businesses that I meet with through this application process, they're extremely professional. They're well organized. I mean, it's a business. It could be any other business or processing facility or farming operation. The security measures are there. My office goes into the operations in the city because I also do weights and measures, and we have to go in and check all their scales. And just getting through their security to do a process like that, and it's very, very clean, very organized. I wouldn't find a problem with having a dispensary or retail outlet.
Since I'm new to the board, I always wondered why we as a county didn't move forward. I did see how the city acted on it and so forth as a source of revenue, and again, I don't know the history.
I can speak to that. Basically, when we first brought this in, we were going to use it as a rollout. We were going to start with just non-retail, because we already had, I think there's 2 allowed in the city, if I recall right.
There's 2, but only one is operational.
Yes, yeah, there was 2. There's 2 allotted, so we just felt that it would kind of oversaturate everything. But we wanted to make sure first, we wanted to crawl before we just ran with it. So there was always the option and the idea at a later time, if things looked good, to add. And I sat on the ad hoc committee, so I can actually say that.
Yeah, and excuse me, Mr. Chair, I think that Supervisor Kosmicki and I both feel that it's definitely an opportunity, the retail. I mean, maybe some others have done this. I know through the Business Council, I got a tour of Genesis, which is, they have both, cultivation as well as retail manufacturing there. And as Karen was saying, it's amazing how high tech it is, the security. It's really state of the art, and it's anything but the kind of Cheech and Chong kind of image of pot smokers. I mean, it's a different world now. So,
Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I would just add, I appreciate the kind of taking it step by step, but I really believe we're at the point now where we've been able to see that it works. We saw it works in Hollister. These are legal, credible businesses. I just don't think it's incumbent upon us to get in the way of the free market. And it's an opportunity for economic development. It's an opportunity for revenue, and there's no reason for us to allow all the surrounding communities, including the city of Hollister, reap sort of the benefits from the dispensary end of it. We have liquor stores. We have gas stations that sell cigarettes. Those are arguably much more detrimental to your health than cannabis. And so at this point, I just feel like we're ready to move forward, in my view. Thank you.
Well, just looking at the revenue potential, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I know that I was campaigning, people said, no, you don't want to be associated with the marijuana industry. And I said, well, why not? I didn't accept any contributions, but it's like, why not? I've seen other counties and states just do wonders in terms of revenues, and it's like, why are we not? And so, no disparagement to the previous ad hoc, but I'm in, yeah.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually trying to reference my notes, but off the top of my head, there was a lot of concerns. And if you think about it, with the city of Hollister, they did support it, but they limited it, supported. And I know even the mayor himself, who usually was historically supportive of this, to a certain extent, realized that the actual benefit was lower than the actual risk. Not just for any other reason, but there's this question when it comes down to what it means to support, because we're one of the few counties, if I'm not mistaken, unless things have changed. I know when I was on the ad hoc for the hemp, there was this concern when it came down to integrating hemp and cannabis in the same county, because they're two different business styles, and one is indoors and the other is outdoors. There was cross-pollination issues. But then when you have transient work, so you have basically folks that aren't part of your community coming into your community, and the big reference point that made it very alarming for me is that you're actually using a workforce that is technically, was historically used to illegal activity. Now they're transitioning into legal activity, but they're using the same workforce. So I know those were a lot of the questions that came up. I know that I visited a facility with one of I think the staff person that I went with, along with Supervisor De La Cruz, we went up to San Jose and visited the location. Yes, it's very professional. That's the face of it, right? The professional side is the face of it. They have all the layers to make sure that security, and I know that they even have a camera system that was accessible to the local police department. All that to be said is, I'm not disagreeing that it can't be professional, but what is the outcome for your community, and how does that implicate the community as far as, do you want 5 cannabis businesses or retail outlets? Do you want 10? Where would they be located? You're going to have probably that NIMBY effect, I would imagine. That they want it, but then not in their backyard. And then what does that mean when it comes down to how you're trying to sell to your community, right? One of the big concerns that I've had is, if you're trying to encourage tourism, to me, cannabis and tourism are kind of at odds with each other. I'm not saying that it can't work, but there's all these different questions that really haven't been vetted. So I would definitely slow walk this thing, because I think that there's a lot of questions that why other counties that used to do one, I'm trying to remember. I know there was one of them that actually ended up eliminating either hemp or cannabis. I can't remember, because they couldn't integrate the two in a productive fashion. So those are my thoughts and my comments, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Espinoza.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with the board, just to reiterate kind of the reason why we're here today. We're here to just express some of the work that's gone on from the ad hoc, and just really kind of get a feel from the board if we want to continue to develop and look at programming and looking at those details that Supervisor Hernandez is bringing up. I think that's really kind of the point with this. We just want to get a feel from the board. You want us, do we want more revenue? Is this a potential business that or something that could be generate business within our county? And if so, then we'll move forward and we'll develop it, look at the program, look at some of these questions or some of these thoughts that Supervisor Hernandez brought up. And then come back again, and then ultimately come back potentially with an ordinance change.
On the retail, it sounds like definitely your direction is to go ahead. I mean, you have at least 4 people that are really interested in that. So I think that's your direction.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
And sales outside of the county.
Yes, sales outside of a county is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
And maybe also, and I don't know if you're going to do this already, but to Supervisor Hernandez's comments, maybe talk a little bit about hemp, because really that is the way I understand it. It's essentially like a row crop or a crop like any other within our community right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Now that we've addressed, there were obviously concerns, but maybe talk to that a little bit. We talked about it at the ad hoc.
Right. Hemp, is considered an agricultural commodity. I mean, it'll never be exactly like the others because we don't test the others prior to harvest to make sure that it can be harvested and not become, a Schedule I narcotic. But otherwise, it is handled in the same way. We don't tax a lettuce crop or, any other crop. And so hemp, doesn't really bring in the revenue for the county itself. We do in my office, as far as our oversight, because our ordinance allows it, is that we basically have a zero net county cost for managing that program. But other than that, it is considered an agricultural crop, and where cannabis is not. So they're very separate. Yes, hemp is grown outdoors. There doesn't seem to be as much of a concern for the pollen. Most of the crops, are harvested, before they would go to seed. So that's not really an issue. People that are growing for seed, they like to isolate their crops because they don't want cross-pollination themselves. I've talked with some of the cannabis growers, or my applicants, and whether or not they're concerned. They're aware of it. They're not really overly concerned. They look at it like about a 3-mile buffer. So placement of crops and locations for cannabis are, they're very aware of it, and they can be run separately. What I wanted to say a little bit about the cannabis too, one of the applicants that I was working with just yesterday is it's going to be quite a large facility. They also have one that they operate in Monterey County. So they have a kind of a proven track record there. At full capacity, they actually anticipate hiring maybe somewhere near 200 employees. I mean, those employees are going to come from our community. They hire from the local area. Our ordinance requires that they pay 150% of minimum wage as their minimum wage. So I think they can add a lot to the community as well as the tax money.
Thank you, Karen. With that, if there's no other questions from your board or comments, unless there are, okay, so with that, thank you, Karen, so much for your time.
Actually, one real quick one.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because I wasn't sure where you're going. Are we going to discuss the outdoor cultivation?
We can.
Or is that another day?
We can discuss it here. This is what it's about.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that just came up. It's not, at least it's just something to explore. I don't know what the standard is, as far as other, maybe at least taking a look at what other counties do as far as whether they restrict outdoor, how many do indoor versus outdoor. I know having outdoor cultivation comes with some headaches, I guess you could say, with probably more complaints and things like that with odors and concerns about security. But again, I just fall back on the fact that we're talking about a legal product. We're in an agricultural community. I know these things all happen in phases, and there's comfort levels. And if at a certain point I want to make sure that our farmers and our ag industry has the option of, if that's something we would want to consider, has the option of weighing whether they want to grow cannabis at some point down the road. It's just, again, it's not as cut and dry, I think, as the retail. But I did want to at least just bring it up just to see what the thoughts are. I don't have any strong feelings on it myself. But
I can just give you a little background or comparison. Yolo County and Sonoma County allow 1 acre. And actually, the state license for large outdoor grow is 1 acre. Mendocino County and Humboldt County, it's 10,000 square feet. So they're not very large grows up there. Most people tend to want to go towards the greenhouse because the outdoor grow is only going to give you 1 crop. They can do multiple crops with the mixed light greenhouses, and even more so with the indoors. They're also, like we were saying, it's really quite a business. And they have it set where they are harvesting something every week. They're moving these things through systems so that they can keep up with their supply and contracts and so forth, and be able to produce a consistent crop. And so far, the outdoor doesn't really lend itself to that. I'm not saying someone wouldn't want to grow outdoors, but it seems like it's more favorable to grow the indoors.
My only concern with the outdoor, sorry, Peter, but my only concern about the outdoor is that it doesn't become an issue with the neighbors surrounding property owners as the hemp industry became. I was supervisor-elect at the time, and so I was attending by Zoom and listening to some of the meetings, and I actually know the campaign was still going on. But anyways, I sat there and I listened, and I heard, the former board make a decision where it just obliterated the hemp industry by imposing the sphere of influence and so forth. And, I was sitting in the audience and listening to some of the growers, expressing their concerns. And it just was just really sad how the business opened up in good faith. They followed the rules and the procedures that they were supposed to do. Well, most of them were, not all of them. Those bad actors that behaved the way they did ended up jeopardizing the entire industry within that sphere of influence. And so I just want to make sure we don't make that same mistake with the outdoor grow, that there are limitations on there already on the books, and that it's fully understood, and we have buy-in from the community so that we don't have to go reverse something that we just implemented. Yes.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comments are, basically, it's a complicated issue outdoor. It is less profitable for businesses and ultimately creates more issues. In general, I think outdoors is a bad idea. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I would second that. Any other questions on the outdoor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no other questions, I want to go ahead and move on in light of timing. We have 4 more items that we would like to talk with your board about within this item. So it's going to be a commercial development streamlining process. So Dulce, you want to continue with the PowerPoint?
Yes. So the next slide on the PowerPoint, we're all discussing commercial development and streamlining process. RMA is working on getting the board a 2035 general plan update on the May 25th agenda. So they could probably evaluate, discuss it more into detail, current county zoning ordinances and permissible areas, and kind of what is part of the plan. But what we discussed was having a strategic plan for implementing the changes in our current ordinance and what is allowed to move forward to really invite more commercial development and industrial development within the county. So we want to continue to explore that and have more places where, in the unincorporated area, we could capture some of those businesses here. The second thing discussed was streamlining processes for permitting and really improving the efficiency of getting a permit. And what other jurisdictions are doing is they create quick flyers or tables where it's what type of permit, what are you looking to do? If yes, you do this. If no, this is where you have to go. So really leveraging our partnership with Economic Development Corporation and working with RMA to see if we can create some templates, and improving the experience that businesses face when trying to get permits here in the county, and just making it more efficient. But Ray, is there anything you want to add to?
I think the discussion and some of the points that were made in the meetings is really focusing our attention on the places, on the commercial and the industrial locations, to try to help bring businesses in. I think we're still developing that within the ad hoc. We haven't finalized that yet. But again, we're at this point in the process. The ad hoc can comment some more on that. But I think that's really what we're looking is to develop this a little bit more within the ad hoc, and then probably come back to your board. I know that Benny Young, our RMA director, will be bringing a presentation to your board coming up soon, a couple of meetings from now, I believe, in May, with his new assistant that's going to develop that a little bit more on the general plan and some of these node locations as well. So that's going to dovetail into this. But I think that's kind of the first step, is really developing that, and then the next step is moving forward with moving forward with that. So unless the ad hoc would chime in a little bit on that.
Before you guys chime in, regarding the streamlining the permitting process, I follow social media all the time, and when the Amazon site was acknowledged and actually publicized in Benito link, I think it was, there was a lot of negative feedback from the community regarding the lack of transparency, and I just want to make sure we don't make that same mistake. I'm all for the streamlining, but I want to make sure we're transparent. We let everybody know what we're doing, so that nothing gives the appearance of impropriety at all. And I'm not knocking the city at all, because that's an awesome win for the community, to Amazon. Well, for some people think that. I think it's good. Some people are disagree with me, but I see jobs, I see revenue for the city and so forth. Yeah. None for the county, but that's another story. But anyways, I just want to make sure that when we streamline, that we just be careful and we just make sure it's transparent. Yeah. That's all.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that, and I think the streamlining process, Benny and I have had many conversations or discussions about our CELA system, transparency from the public actually applying for a permit or going through that process. That's more, I think, logistics, not necessarily getting a free pass and going to the front of the line or bypassing processes. That's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing where we have systems in place that the public can use and know where they're at within that line. I think that's been something that this community has unfortunately not hit the mark on for years, for I would say decades, to be quite honest with you, because I went through the process in the 90s, and I think it's still the same. So we need to work on it. I know RMA is definitely on that. They're working on it, and Benny could probably chime in a little further, but that's really important. I think that's going to help really court people, build hey, this is easy to go through this process. The businesses are going to be a little bit more in tune, like, okay, well, let's go to San Benito County. And I think that's been the issue. There's been a lot of frustration with that. And that's just one core piece of that. That's what we're highlighting.
Yeah, I think, and I know, Benny, you're going to speak, but, I hear people, whether it's city council or board of supervisors in the past say, we want to be business friendly, but, talk is cheap. And I think, as Ray said, San Benito County and the city of Hollister for years has had a terrible reputation. And I think it's much better, but for years it was really an anti-business reputation. I think part of it comes from, the process and not having, the streamlining like we're talking about. Also part of it has to do with the attitude and the attitude, not necessarily at this level, but it's really, at the staff level as you go down, who's the person across the counter. Is that person looking for a way to help this person move forward? Or is that person looking for a way to throw a lot of red tape at that person? So I know that, Benny and I have had this conversation. I know that it's very important to him to see his department be a more, a positive force. And I think we're moving in that direction, which is great. But I think that's a big part of it. The only other comment I was going to make is I just recently came from this area. The EDC, the Business Council, the business groups can really help in this area as well, because they have personal experiences. They know what it's like. They can help us, look at what areas need to be addressed. And I know EDC has already been involved in that as well. So, Benny, I know you want to speak on this.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just wanted to let the board know, consistent with what the county administrator was relaying to you a few minutes ago, one of the things that we did to kind of improve our outreach to the community is our building official and building services group, along with the assistants from the planning group, did an online training session with regard to how you can enter your applications and negotiate the Excel system. And I thought it was a great start. They just did that last week, and I just wanted the board to know that.
Thank you, Benny.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so and I appreciate this being brought up. I appreciate the ad hoc for considering this, because definitely this is a really important topic. Being in the business community, speaking to businesses, it's funny because I would end up getting businesses calling me, and I could actually reference one specific example that happened in the city, and it actually had to do with Mars Hill, the coffee shop that closed down. They were technically a nonprofit, and that's the way that they ran, and they've been doing everything that they can to be successful. But that being said, they one day got visited by a building official, and basically said, "Oh, you're using, basically because you're doing coffee, there's fats in coffee, and we have a law in the state code that basically reference that you have to have some kind of to catch the fats. You need to have I can't remember the actual term, but basically you pretty much got to create like a drain or a location right under your coffee machine, and ultimately so that way you have to have a basket over it to cover it to protect the fat from filtering down. Long and short, they were really frustrated because they're like, we don't even have a drain underneath the coffee, and actually all we use is basically these jugs where you can, because all it is very minimal. The waste is very minimal. It goes into this dispenser, this jug, and from there it gets dumped into the garbage can, right? So completely, because according to the code, the sentiment or the spirit of that code was you don't want that fat to go into the sewer system, because if it goes into the sewer system, then it's going to back it up, and they have a lot of issues, which is rational. It makes sense. But after talking to the building official myself, they said, look, Peter, this shouldn't have gotten this complicated. The reality is they don't do enough volume for it to be the issue. It's kind of like a McDonald's type scenario where they're dealing with a high level of fats. Long and short, there was no real local process on how do you address the little guy that doesn't have that complicated of an issue, where you can kind of create some kind of an amendment process that says, look, as long as you follow these rules, and really the spirit of the code says, as long as you avoid the fat going into the drain or into the sewer, then that's all we care about. And as long as you can prove to us that's what you're doing, then we're okay with it. So there was a lot of conversations about it, but the bottom line is they threw up their hands, Mars Hill, and said, because the building official, with all due respect, came in with only of the mindset that says you have to do this whether you like it or not, otherwise we're going to get dinged by the state. And talking to other leaders, they said, yeah, that's not necessarily true. There's a way for us to make it work. And so the bottom line is it gets really complicated into a small business owner who doesn't understand state codes. They just want a solution. And if there was a way to streamline a solution, I'm hoping that's what we're talking about here. When it comes to inspections and permitting, I've had my own conversations with buildings, and even when I opened up my business, and it was very frustrating because they were so linear focused, like on one thing. They weren't there to provide a solution for you, even though they had the knowledge and the background to provide the solution. They were just focused on giving you the code and telling you to follow the code. And that's what I think what I'm hoping that Supervisor Tiffany was mentioning as to what needs to change in the sentiment of local leadership on local, the planning process, the building process to actually affect the outcome, which is benefit to everybody. And that's that businesses become successful in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Kazmicki.
Thank you. Yeah, so for me, this is really a permitting issue, not so much health and safety code. But I will say that, I think this is more than anything, this is looking ourselves in the mirror and saying, how can we improve our processes to make them more efficient? I think this is a totally separate argument from zoning and all that, but we do need to be pro-business. We do need to, when businesses do approach our county and have an interest here, I wonder what we can do to look at, again, what other counties have done, because we're not reinventing the wheel here when we talk about streamlining the planning process. So it's really just looking at all these steps in the planning process and how can we make them smoother? How can we sort of truncate the time frame while at the same time maintaining our sense of the importance of involving the public. The public obviously needs to be involved all along the way, but this is really about process and how we can clean that up. So thank you.
Okay.
So we have three more items quickly, if you don't mind. Let's just go through the three, and then we can comment on them after.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah.
So the next item is doing a sales tax county initiative. So this would require a board action, and approval would be needed to go down this route. San Benito County in the unincorporated area currently has 8.25 sales tax. The city of Hollister currently has 9.25, and city of San Juan Bautista 9%. Our neighboring county, Santa Clara County, has 9%, and then unincorporated Santa Cruz County 8.5, and we have Monterey County unincorporated that they currently have 7.75. So we have room for 1% with ours, and what the maximum allowed would be allowed. If the board chooses to move forward, we could either do a general tax, would require a majority of vote, which is 50% plus one. If it's a specific tax for a specific purpose, it would require 2/3 of the voters to move that initiative forward. But kind of some next steps if we wanted to go this route. We would conduct a feasibility study and gauge the public interest in moving forward with this to see if we should move forward with a measure like this. And then there's certain deadlines we would have to meet. But that's just one. The second item is going to be county advocacy lobbyists, which we'll discuss in the next presentation a little bit more in detail. But I just wanted to highlight that the county is currently has 3 memberships in advocacy groups that advocate for counties. We're part of NACO, which is the National Association of Counties. But in addition to representing us, they also represent 2,385 counties nationwide. We're part of CSAC, which is great because they bring us information going on in California and applicable to counties. But they also represent 58 counties. 14 are urban, 17 suburban, and then 27 rural counties. We're part of RCRC, and that includes 37 counties. We do have State Senator Ana Caballero and Assembly Member Robert Rivas that also represent this region, but they also represent other regions and not solely San Benito County. So at the state of California, there's a lot of responsibilities that the state puts on local municipalities and services that the county has to provide. So there's definitely some advantages of having a lobbyist and really great advantages of being part of these membership groups. But next presentation, I'll get a little bit more into details on that. And then the third item for consideration is impact fees. And really, impact fees cover new development, or it's what new development pays for capital costs associated with growth. And we want to explore doing, the last time we did a study was in 2017, and we want to explore updating the study with that one. So we can discuss those. And then other areas for consideration that we've discussed that weren't addressed is promoting tourism, having some sort of hotel incentive program. And this would expand the TOT that the county receives if we had a program that invited or had incentives for hotels. We've also discussed tolls, road improvements, business licenses, and really enforcing that on businesses that don't have business licenses. Looking at our sales tax and making sure that we are getting the right share of sales tax, and leveraging private-public partnerships, and really looking at fines and fees, like for things like illegal dumping and other things of that nature that we may consider exploring. I think that's it.
I'll be real quick on mine. It's no to the sales tax, no to impact fees, and no to the second one also. So.
Okay.
I thought we were going to talk about them.
No, I'm just saying, I've already,
Yeah.
no, you guys, I'm saying me. You guys can talk about them. I'm
Mr. Chair?
the lobbyist, the second one.
Mr. Chair?
So. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So with the sales tax, I think that's something that we want to engage the public in, do a lot of, I think, outreach with the public. This really comes down to whether the public wants it or not. And that's, and we have to tell, I think we have to tell our story. Here's where we're at. Yes, we're trying to create revenues, trying to get creative as possible, trying to improve our permitting processes and things like that. But at the same time, we have this inherent issue here where we're an ag community. We don't generate a lot of revenue, and at the same time, we're here recruiting new businesses. We're investing in our EDC. We're trying to promote smart commercial and industrial development, and I believe that we need to look around at the surrounding communities. The city of Hollister, 9.25%. I have this list of California cities and counties, and most of them are in the 9%. Some of them are lower. Everybody has their own unique situation. But a lot of them, especially the ones surrounding us, as far as our competition goes, are in the 9.25, 9.5, 9% in San Juan Bautista, obviously. So it is at least worth a discussion in the community as far as whether our public feels this is worth at least considering. That's just my viewpoint. And if we get the idea that they don't, then perhaps we don't do it. But I think we should at least engage with the public to see what sort of interest there might be on that, so that we might be able to go forward. As far as impact fees go, for me, it's strictly residential. We can't talk about reducing commercial and industrial impact fees and increasing them at the same time. That obviously doesn't make any sense. So for me, that's strictly residential. And then really quick, just to clarify a couple of the things, the audit of the sales tax, I think I brought that up as far as just at least the online portion is what I just want to get some clarification on. How does that work with the Target.com and Amazon and all the different Etsy and whatever online, and how we're getting revenues from them and how that trickles down from the state. I just want to make sure that we're getting what we're supposed to be getting. And then the business licenses, I've brought this up before, that whether you agree or disagree with the business license, it's the law, it's required. I think every business that's functioning in the unincorporated county should have a business license, and we have to crack down on that, and we have to find a way to do that. We found out during this whole grant process that there are a lot of businesses that just simply are refusing to sign up for a business license. And to operate a business, you're required to have a business license. It's $100-something. I mean, if you can't afford $100-something for a business license that has a purpose, then maybe you shouldn't be in business. That's kind of the way I look at it. And then permitting, what was the permitting again, Dulce?
Yeah, that was part of the impact fees, I think, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, I think that was.
Streamlining permitting?
Oh, yeah. So, what's that?
Oh, the streamlining the permitting?
No, I'm sorry. I think I got thrown off there a little bit. I'll come back. You can come back if I think about that. But yeah, those are my main points. Thank you.
Just, I'll go to Supervisor Gonzalez next, but just so we all know, on the nine, correct me if I'm wrong, Barbara and Ray, the higher rates, like the nines, specifically embedded in their agreement, some of those dollars go straight to the law enforcement. Am I safe to say that? I'm not saying all of them, but there are some of the ones that are in the nines that 0.25% will go straight to the public service.
Part of the sales tax, not in the additional amount. The additional amount would be designated however they've made those, the extra 2%.
Exactly.
Whether it's for law enforcement.
Some of it's specifically to a certain
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, however
For the
they've
general fund.
designated it. And then there's a portion of the base that also goes to law
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. So I thought we were going to talk about each one of these individually, so I'm going to have to go back to my notes. In terms of the sales tax, I would encourage, first of all, what's the cost of a feasibility study?
I can't hear anything.
I think.
Can you hear me now, Peter? Supervisor Hernandez?
I think muted.
Okay. Anyways, going back to that, what is the cost of a feasibility study?
I can get the pricing. I know the library did one about a year ago. I want to say it's in the 50,000 range, but I'm not.
50 or 15?
50, but I'm not.
50. 50.
Ooh, that's a lot of money to find out if we can collect a couple of cents on the dollar. So, or 1 cent on the dollar. So I don't know if that, to me, is worth it. Okay, but anyways, that's just my comment. On page 6, your impact fees. To ensure that new development pays the capital costs associated with that growth. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah. So currently, impact fees are what new development pays to cover the cost for services that the county has to provide.
So are we talking fire, safety, and that? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, and so we have various impact fees. We have a library one, an IT one, a jail one, but it's to cover a road impact fees. So it's to cover basic services that the county has to provide. and the impact that new development has on the community.
Okay. And my concern goes back to the last one you just mentioned, the road impact fees, because I know that's something in the community that, again, I follow social media, and you just have neighbors, residents up in arms with why aren't these new developments paying for their share of the cost of the roads? And so that would be something that I would like to look at. I don't have a lot of knowledge in that area.
I just want to clarify something because I know where you're going. Can you I know Mr. Young was up there. Clarify what they can actually pay for. They can only pay, I just want to.
No, that's okay. And again, we need that clarity.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know I want to clarify for you. So you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Young, correct?
I think I do. If my answer is not sufficient, you can elaborate for me. But transportation impact fees are used to support the regional road network, and it's time for an update. And the SB COG, San Benito COG, is planning to include an update of the transportation impact fees. It's called a nexus study. The fees have to be collected for projects that there's a nexus to between the fee and the expenditure. And so they are planning an update of the regional impact fees and a nexus study in their next year's work program. So that'll be coming through the COG as opposed to through the county as an individual organization.
And I understand that when there is a fee, it's associated with that particular development.
Correct.
And I know that the residents of the community don't quite understand that, but I just want to make sure we're clear and it's known publicly that just because you see a big development going off of Fairview Road doesn't mean that they're going to go ahead and, pave 25 or yes. So.
There has to be a nexus, that's why they call it, between the fee collection and the expenditure, and the need for which is created by the development, to some extent at least anyway. But then there are also adjacency improvements that developers are required to do. If you pick on Santana Ranch, not to pick on them, but just as an example that everybody relates to, they also have some specific off-site improvement obligations with regard to the construction of Fairview Road and traffic signals in the immediate vicinity of their development.
Okay. Thank you for that. Going back to page 7, looking at the promoting tourism, I would really like for us as a supervisors to really embrace promoting the Pinnacles National Park, because I know that's something that has been mentioned previously by other supervisors, but I know that Supervisor Kosmicki really has been advocating for that, and I want to jump on that bandwagon with him. How can we get in and do that and really promote it? I know that the Hollister Downtown Association as well as the Chamber has been doing that, and I did see an email to me inviting me to meet with them, that they have a presentation that they'd like to see, so I will be connecting up with them. But I would really like to see us really get on that one and promote it, and gateway to the Pinnacles, definitely. And again, as Colin said, steal it back from Soledad, and and let us have that claim to fame. Business license, I agree with their business license, because I was part of the ad hoc committee that did the first round of grant money, and I was just astounded how many businesses did not possess one or purchased one immediately at the time that they were putting in their grant application. I would like to look into public-private partnerships to see how we can maximize those, because there's a lot of people that have some great ideas out there, and how we can meet them halfway and help them, their project come to fruition. And then the illegal dumping. How can we focus on that more? Because I know, again, following social media, I see a lot of people complaining about all the trash that's just dumped off on the side of the road. I mean, don't you need to see them, witness it, to be able to cite someone for it? So that's kind of, what do we do? Maybe have like a neighborhood watch kind of a situation where people report when they see it, and maybe some sort of award or reward or something. I don't know. But if we're proactive on that, we kill two birds with one stone, clean up the garbage as well as, possibly find the individuals that we see doing that. But how are we going to catch them in the act? That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Tiffany?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, let me just walk through quickly the items that we have here. The sales tax is clearly the one, I mean, it's a big one that there has to be a lot more discussion about. I know that is always, any kind of a tax is always very controversial within a community. We recently, of course, passed the Measure G 1% for roads. It was not easy, but it just goes to show how important roads are within our community, the fact that was passed with nearly 70%. But otherwise, sales tax is always really difficult. I think we really need to, even before we go out and talk to the public, take a closer look at, what the trade-off is as far as cost versus our gain there. Obviously right now, we don't have a lot of sales tax in our community. So 1% of not a lot is not going to be a lot. So we have to decide, is it worth it, spend $50,000 or what have it, before we even go there, assuming we think that a 1%. Anyway, there's a lot to be discussed there, but it is something, and Supervisor Kosmicki and I feel it's something that should be discussed, and because it is a possibility. Obviously, I think everyone knows my feeling about the county advocacy and the lobbyists, and I know we're going to be talking about that in a moment. I know Supervisor, Mr. Chair, I know you're a no, I'm a yes, so there.
Good, that's good.
But anyway,
I'm happy.
But anyway, we will talk about that in a moment. As far as impact fees, I was just going to mention that part of it is making sure, and it is, I mean, as everyone said, I know there's a lot of feeling that, developers, particularly we're talking about residential, I think, are not paying their fair share for the, and clearly we have to make sure that, the impact fees are appropriate. But the other aspect of this is that, and this is near and dear to my heart, is that as a community, I think that we want to be attracting, as we were talking about earlier, attracting businesses, industrial, commercial development. And some communities have incentives. They have impact fee deferral programs. They have impact fee waivers in some cases to try to attract businesses. And so I think that's something that we should take a look at as a community. And obviously, you can't be doing that. If you're looking at impact fees for residential, you got to make sure that it's balanced and it's fair. But again, I think that we should be looking at incentive programs where appropriate to try to attract, commercial and industrial development. As far as some of the other areas, tourism is a big one. But it is a big subject, and I think it's a long-term subject. And I think that Supervisor Kosmicki and I both feel that's very important. It's maybe not in the top 5 only because it's kind of a long-term process. Obviously, there's the Chamber, the HDA, others are working that area. But I do think it's an important one. As far as the hotel goes, I mean, frankly, we need hotels. That's a starting point, is really to get hotels in our county. If you look at the traffic that goes down to the Pinnacles or that goes, down to our wine area, it would be great if there was, a hotel that was within the county that was, and some of those avenues that head that direction to take advantage of that traffic, to keep those people in the community overnight, so we can get, the sales tax, plus we get the benefit of the TOT tax. So I think that that's something we should be pursuing as well. I won't go through the whole list. I mean, there's a number of areas. I think the last thing I would say is that we need to educate the public about revenue with the county. I brought this up before. A lot of people just don't understand how limiting it is with our revenue. And I see on social media where someone says, my God, with all the, property tax I pay, the county must be rolling in money. Why aren't they using it to fix our roads? And they have no idea that, we're getting 11 cents on the dollar. And so, where they, and I've made this comment before, the same people that are against maybe some kind of a business development where we're trying to get some revenue from that, those are the same people that are complaining that we're not providing good services. There's a connection here. So I do think we need to educate the public on revenue for our county and why some of these things that we're talking about are so important. Anyway, that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
So, with that being said, I just wanted to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was that?
Ray was.
Okay, Peter. Is Peter?
Go ahead, Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be really brief. I, in general, support the idea of sales tax, definitely the lobbyist. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki on the residential impact fee, us assessing that, because my sentiment, I think, has been pretty consistent, is there's not too much benefit to increase housing growth without addressing the impacts. Commercial, obviously, it's a whole nother conversation. But all that being said, it sounds like, honestly, and I think, and I know two things. One, I know Supervisor Medina had mentioned before about addressing customer service from the commercial development or planning side. And then what Supervisor Gonzalez had actually mentioned when it came down to kind of a public, is we really need to address, I think, a strategic plan. And it's got to be more focused on economic development. And I know that we have an economic development corporation. All things considered, no disrespect, I feel like this is something that we need to take on because ultimately what we need to do is, in my mind, talking about all these different layers and what it needs to create consistency and ultimately a strong support for the climate of business development and economic development, which encompasses all these things. I'm a huge supporter of tourism. I've been directly involved with tourism with the chamber, and I've seen a big long-term plan which creates awesome outcomes. In these times of COVID, you're dealing with a higher support for tourism because of the fact that people are camping more, they're hiking. We have a national park that San Mateo County has not capitalized on. So there's all that to be said. Is this is a long conversation, but I think in general, the business climate needs to be addressed. I don't think we really understand the technicality of how our business climate is impacting the outcomes that you folks want. I think the sales tax is going to be a hard conversation to have with the public unless we actually have a strong support for the business community. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll go to our CAO and he'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Mr.
For public comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I think that actually is a great point that he made about a strategic plan concerning economic development. We've done a facility master plan, a park master plan, a bunch of other plans, regular county strategic plans. So that is something that maybe we can consider as the ad hoc, what that might look like and potentially what that would cost as well. What I was going to say originally in closing is that with regards to some of the concerns here or items here, we just requested a report from HDL, who's been helping us with sales tax. There's about 600 late or missing business license items. So we're working on that just to inform this board that we are working on that. As well as the impact fees, we do a yearly update here with the board, as well as a 5-year update. But I think in light of what I'm hearing from this board right now, I think we'll move forward with that internally and moving that forward with Wildan or whoever we decide to move forward with on the impact fee. And we have to do that anyways, but I think it's time to actually formally do another one. My understanding was what I hear as well about looking at sales tax a little closer. I wanted to kind of piggyback on Supervisor Tiffany. What we did, some initial analysis of this is about $2 million is what those numbers would look like for us, approximately 50 $100,000 to probably $100,000 to do the actual polling. So just FYI for this board, but we can develop that and look at that a little bit more closer within the ad hoc, and then come back for the board. The board would have to approve moving that forward. We already got the approval or consensus to move forward with cannabis retail sales outside the county, and then obviously RMA, our Benny Young will be developing a staff report on the commercial development general plan element of things. And we are working on educating the public on revenues, just FYI. I've been working with staff on that to really develop this. This is a complicated item, and getting that message out too is going to be key and important. So with that, I just wanted to kind of reiterate what was talked about. And I think we got some direction from your board. Thank you. Thank you for the ad hoc. Spent a lot of time working on this, as well as Dulce. Dulce has done a great job. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
We'll leave it, but we'll bring it to open. Oh.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could we clarify, and is it okay with the board if staff just runs and takes it to, develops it and takes it to the planning commission? The idea with cannabis, and then bring back whatever staff and the planning commission approves as far as retail for the cannabis, or did you want to see it back at the board first?
No, I personally have no problem with going straight to the planning commission, depending upon the board members.
I concur.
I concur.
That's three. We got a majority.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
We got a majority.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for bringing that up. I'd like to open it for public comment.
Make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. Okay, so gosh, where to begin? With regards to impact fees, if we want to have low-income housing and affordable housing, I believe, and you want it earlier, it was stated in another item about maybe it should go to the developers. If you're going to have the developers, if you want to put it on the developers, you're going to have to work with the developers to actually lower their impact fees, because that is why they do not want to build affordable housing, because it is expensive. Although I agree that impact fees should be increased, then you need to look at those on the market or above market, because it is very expensive to buy property here in San Benito County. And then with regards to an increase in sales tax, we're still in an economic crisis, and I don't know whether or not how long, I should say, we're going to be trying to get ourselves out of this. I'm not disagreeing with it, because we would be coming up with a city, so we would be even with the city. But what kind of money are we talking about? What businesses are we actually getting? The tax revenue, I mentioned earlier in a public comment that I have a question about Mansmith. When you go there, it's a total fee. I'm just going to say it's a total fee of $5 for a steak, which is obviously it's not. I'm way under selling that. But anyway, where's the tax fee on that? What kind of permits are there out there? I know it's on private property, but how is the city or the county getting revenue from that? There's a couple of mobile coffee and sandwich places that are parking themselves out in the county. How are we benefiting from that, and how are they getting permits? Who's in charge of taking care of making sure that we, this money's, at least we get some revenue back? I mentioned earlier, a couple of years ago, about the signs. People are advertising, and there's more new signs. I mean, there's literally 14 signs on Union Road for advertising. Are we getting any revenue from that? I mean, there's many different ways of getting it. In regards to a hotel, yeah, for we want to bring in tourism, but I don't want to give it away like the mayor has in the city of Hollister. You give these hotels so much of a tax break that in the end, it's actually costing the city. So I don't want the county to be placed in the same situation. And regards to the committee or I can't remember, the Economic Development Corporation, we want to work with them. We don't want to have to take it and say, I know the Supervisor Hernandez really feels about tourism, but don't take that away. The county gives them money. Work with them. Don't try to do something separate. So get at the table with them and not try to separate. We all have to work together.
Any other public comment?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Hello?
You can press *6 to unmute yourself. You've been unmuted.
Hello? Am I on next?
Yes.
Okay, because I was waiting for another person there, but it seemed to be on a phone. Yes, this is Valerie Egland from the San Juan Bautista area, District 2. And I'm a little surprised, and yet not, because there's not a lot of long-term memory on the board for all that has transpired with the state and national parks. I haven't heard here anything about the Gateway community, the Pinnacle Gateway Partners that was instituted by one of the National Park Service personnel. And that was extremely useful. Also its connection to San Juan Bautista. And these are really important entities like the EDC. The EDC has been paid to do research and to work, and why are we not including them on this conversation? And so it leaves me a little frustrated here to hear where the tourism dollars are going, or how we're going to develop tourism without bringing up, this is what we've got. We're looking at that. How can we improve on that? And how can we support the Pinnacle Gateway Partners? How can we support the parks? So I just feel sort of disappointed in that it seems to be a rambling conversation, and hopefully I'm mistaken, and that all those entities will be brought together for community conversation with an ad hoc committee, so that a real conversation on what is already being done in the county and how we can move that together. So that's my conversation, my comment, and I'm very hopeful for the new board moving forward in a progressive manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more comments?
You bring it back to the board. Got clear direction?
We got clear direction. Thank you so much. Well, and just to reiterate, this is not set in stone. I mean, we were brainstorming and looking at all revenues. This will continue. We'll continue to keep doing that and working throughout this. And I'm sure other items will come up as well, and we'll inform the board. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and just to follow up on what Ray said, again, emphasize, this is very early on. We just want, this is informational. I would totally agree. I mean, we're as we move forward in some of these other areas, whether it be tourism or impact fees, certainly we were going to want to bring in the EDC, the Business Council, business community's input. So yeah, this is just very preliminary, and although obviously in some areas we're going to move forward, but on other areas there's a lot of work to be done, and in other groups are going to be brought into the conversation for sure.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair.
We'll go to number 31. This is the San Justo Reservoir update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and invite up our management analyst, Gracie Rodriguez. She'll be presenting this item.
All right. Good afternoon, board. This is an update on the San Justo Reservoir and where we are today. I would like to start the presentation with a brief background on where we are, where we started with the San Justo and where we are today. And then I would like to invite our guests from various agencies who had involvement in the San Justo. They will be able to answer and provide any update that they have at the end of this presentation. So first and foremost, what you're seeing on this slide is a timeline of the reservoir. The San Justo Reservoir is an off-stream facility of the Central Valley Project, which was constructed and operated by the Bureau of Reclamation. It started in the 1930s. In 1985, the county and the U.S. signed an agreement which was for the development, administration, operations, and maintenance of the recreation of the San Justo Reservoir. This agreement was made for 50 years. It's due to end in 2035. The San Justo itself was built and owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. It was built in 1986. And then following in 2008, it was discovered that exotic zebra mussels were detected. And then in 2013, a Board of Supervisors resolution was adopted urging federal support of the eradication of the zebra mussels from the reservoir. This is a quick map of the Central Valley Project. It spans over 35 counties. It runs roughly about 400 miles in Central California. On the right, you see a map of where the San Justo Reservoir is located, as well as the San Benito County water distribution system. Like I mentioned, the reservoir is owned by the Department of Interior Bureau of Reclamation. The water is operated by the San Benito County Water District. May 27, 2008 was when we first detected zebra mussels in our reservoir. As you can see by the pictures, they are very vast in numbers. Biggest problem is that they do tend to clog up pipes. So that was one of the main reasons that we were focused on eradicating the species from our reservoir. On this slide, you are able to see it's a point distribution of zebra mussels along with other species of mussels. We are the only county who has been detected in zebra mussel infestations. We are mostly focused on the red dots here on this map. As you can see, we are the only county in California with zebra mussels. Southern California is mostly familiar of the zebra mussel. So to avoid any contamination of other water bodies or other facilities, we are keeping the San Justo Reservoir under quarantine. There is no access to the public, no access to the reservoir by the public, and we are trying to maintain that in order to avoid any exposure of zebra mussels into other facilities such as the San Luis Reservoir and our neighboring counties as well. This slide demonstrates 2 points of where zebra mussels have been located. As you can see at the bottom, we do have the San Justo Reservoir. It also has been found in the Hollister in a pump Ridgemark Golf Course. It also has been detected there. So that one was established in 2012. It wasn't as vast as the the amount that we have in the San Justo Reservoir, but it's still being monitored as well. On this slide, you attached to this item was the feasible plan that was constructed by our Bureau of Reclamation. In this plan, they detail what they are intending to do in regards to the eradication. They intend to draw down the water of the reservoir, hopefully exposing zebra mussels. They want to apply a potassium solution to eradicate zebra mussels. They want to flush, charge, and hold treated water for 45 days before resuming operations. And then after that is done, they will be monitoring the reservoir for a few years after as well. Next steps that the Bureau of Reclamation would be taking once funding is appropriated would be to apply to a chemical applicators permit. They will be updating the cost and benefit analysis. They will be having acquisition of the planning, solicitation, review any proposals that they receive, and award contracts to the appropriate agencies. They will be then implementing the eradication plan as with the steps that were mentioned previously, and then, like I said, they will be monitoring the progress in the years following. At this time, I would like to invite our partner agencies that include Phil Davenport from Congressman Pineda's office. We have Dwayne Strope from Bureau of Reclamation. We have Garrett Hurl from San Benito County Water District, and Brian Beal and Gerald Holter from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So they will be able to provide any updates that they may have from their agencies. And if you have any questions, they will gladly answer those questions as well. Thank you.
Can we ask each one of you maybe to start off, so maybe the Bureau, Land Management, start off?
Yes, sir. As mentioned, my name is Dwayne Straub. I'm the Deputy Area Manager for the South Central California Area Office in Fresno. San Justo falls within our area. We're the owner of the reservoir. We've completed the plan. I've through my staff, I've had the plan completed, and we completed a National Environmental Policy Act review of the plan. So the things that the items that Gracie has listed as to what the next steps are came from the project manager in our office. Our office, we're working with our DC office on funding, on what the stance is for reclamation on providing funding for this. It's not in our regular budget. We will have to ask for additional budget. It's a significant amount of cost, estimated to be, I believe, about $5 million. That cost would end up having to be paid, depending on how it's appropriated to us, would end up being paid for by the water users, which they're apprehensive about receiving such a large cost. And so that is where we are, we're in the process of working with our DC leadership, which is, as you know, we're in a change of administration situation. So Congressman Pineda sent a letter to the Commissioner of Reclamation, Brenda Berman, towards the end of the previous administration, and we're reminding us that the Congressman did put some language in the previous appropriations bill, making us qualify for a certain type of funding, or funds from a certain fund. So we were working with our Washington, D.C. Appointed representatives on where we are on what we want to do with regard to funding. Any questions?
Supervisor, can we ask Congressman Panetta's office to also comment on their work that they've been doing?
Or good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Phil Deppert. I'm the Congressman's District Director. Quite candidly, Dwayne captured much of what I was here to offer you today. Upon publication of the Bureau's plan in 2019, that's when the Congressman secured the language in the FY21 appropriations bill that Dwayne had mentioned, reminding the Bureau that this project, the San Justo project, was eligible to compete and to fill in a gap for Dwayne as well. It's called the Water Conservation and Delivery Account. But with the role of administration and staffers underneath, not only the Bureau, but in many other places, the conversation is still ongoing with DC, BOR, as well as our own office about how best to secure that funding. And that's the update I would have to offer you for San Justo today, pending your questions.
If I may ask a question. So for clarity purposes, I know that sometime back a year or two ago, they were going through the NEPA process. So everything is done now. It's just a matter of obtaining funding to address the eradication. Is what I'm understanding or what I'm hearing?
I'll answer that. That would be my understanding also. There's permits that need to be obtained, but those permits have a limited life. So obtaining them prior to having funding would be just more, could potentially end up with having to apply for the permits a second time. And those are California permits to apply the potash to the reservoir because it is a substance that California doesn't want sprayed all over the place, rightfully so.
So I would ask one more question, Mr. Chair, if I may. So what can we do as a county to assist in obtaining the funding? Is there something that we can do to help in that process?
This is Phil Deppert again. From our office's perspective, Supervisors, I don't know that there's any additional action we would ask for or need from the county at this point. When I asked our DC staffers this morning, I said, "Hey, reminder, I'm talking to the supervisors this afternoon. If there's anything else I need to pass to them or ask from them, let me know." And they resoundingly said, the funding conversation rests squarely between the Bureau headquarters and our office in DC and how that's best going to work out.
Any questions for the gentleman from the supervisors?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could, there was mention of the water users. If you could provide clarity on that again, as far as
the water users. So we have the water. We have the San Benito County Water District here. They may be able to elaborate further on water usage. Is that what you're asking?
No, users. How the cost would come back to the users. Is that what I heard? That
I'm not sure.
There was some kind of comment about there was potential for the users to fund or did I hear that wrong? Maybe I heard that wrong.
No, you heard that correctly. The San Justo is what we in reclamation. First of all, everything reclamation does, or nearly everything reclamation does, is reimbursable, meaning those who benefit from the action have to pay for the action. So when we're appropriated money and then we spend it for various actions, we go and collect those costs from the water users. And depending on how the money gets appropriated, we would then collect that from the water users. There are certain classes where it cannot be appropriated, but once again, this goes back to what Phil said, which is the conversation between our Washington headquarters and Congressman Panetta's office in DC. And I want you to let the local people know that Congressman Panetta, in the years since he's been elected, has not let this issue. He has been ardent in pursuing it, he and his staff, and keeping not letting this issue drop, to keep it at the attention of reclamation at the highest levels.
So what would, do you have to, what would that look like? I mean, when we talk about users, are we talking about, can we clarify what specifically are we talking about? People in San Benito County, the users of the water district, the users?
It would be the members of the water district.
Okay, I had the same question because it's a recreational reservoir. And so are we talking about user fees? Are you talking about charging the county and then the county has to recoup it as user fees?
Can we have the map put back up if you don't mind? And if I recall, maybe additional clarity on this as well is, what is that cost? I know a few years back, my two supervisors and I went back east, and we were looking at about $2 million to potash this. Is that still? I mean, I know costs are rising at an alarming rate. Is it $5 million? Is it going to increase more by the time we actually go through this process? $8 million? Is there any really good estimates?
Yes. I'm not just occurred to me, I'm not sure what I can share. I believe it's about $5 million.
If Mr. Chair, if I may, can you please put up that map again? Because you had a map of the entire system, or is it just the county users, or is it the entire system that would have to take care of this cost?
Does he know you? Oh.
I believe we only have this map. It shows the San Benito County Water District distribution system, and it shows where the reservoir is located in regards to the water distribution system. That's the only map we have. The one on the left would be the Central Valley project.
So maybe the county of San Benito County Water District might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Yeah, I can. This is Garrett Hurdle, the deputy district engineer for the water district. I can weigh on that a little bit. The distribution system and some of the costs, it may be the $2 million may have been for treatment of the reservoir itself, but the entire project needs to deal with not only the reservoir but the distribution system because of the interconnectivity of the two, and how if you do not eradicate the issue in one, it can reinfest the other. And so the project needs to, as it was designed in the plan, needs to address all of those pertinent facilities. And the plan itself addresses handling all of those things, both from desiccation of the mussels within the reservoir and the distribution system through the application of the potash.
Can you further explain what's meant by paying back from the water users? Because I'm still not clear on that. It sounds like we're waiting for hopefully getting money from $5 million, but then we're reimbursing it. I still don't understand what this whole process, what we're talking about here.
Well, I'd have to defer a little bit to the Bureau and the representative from Panetta's office, but the way I understand it is that if the appropriation language is not stipulated exactly what fund that funding pool comes from, it would be on the onus of the water district users, meaning those people who take water within the San Felipe system, to pay back that those funds that were appropriated by the Bureau to do this project. If the appropriations are from a certain pool, that is not the case. Now, I like I said, I need to defer to the Bureau and Panetta's office on the specificity of that, but that's the way I understand it.
So can we get clarification from the Bureau or Congressman Panetta's office on that?
This is Dwayne Straub again, and I would say that Garrett, the Water District, characterized it correctly. It all depends on how the funds are allocated to reclamation. Certain funds we do not get reimbursed for those, but certain funds we do. So it would all depend on where the money comes from or how the money is appropriated to reclamation.
Well, I think I speak for everyone. We want the fund where we don't reimburse it. That's very simple. So you can send that to Mr. or Congressman Panetta and let him know that that's the way we want to go. I mean, I think we're all in agreement on that, right? It's unanimous at this board level. So you got your job. You got a big job ahead of you, sir.
Loud and clear, Supervisors. Understood.
Well, I'm new to the board, but I think I can speak for the community. There's a lot of frustration about this. This started back in 2008. Here we're in 2021, where there's finally, after many years of trying to come up with an approach to deal with it, now it sounds like there's an approach, but then the question is, can we get the money for it? And now we're not sure whether, even if we get the money, whether the users have to reimburse the Bureau. And I mean, really what it comes down to, because what I understand is these zebra mussels don't interfere at all with the water service. It's really an issue of whether we can get this back to being a recreational reservoir for the community. And we're very limited in what we have in our community. So that's really what it comes down to. So is there a way that we can, and I totally agree with Supervisor Medina. I think he makes a very good point. We like that route. But how can we get a better handle on what fund this might come from? And then I'm also curious, what is the timing of this? It sounds like there's not a lot we can do from our end, but is this, when is the decision made on this money? It's this fiscal year, I gather, and so what is the timing?
So this is Phil Deppert from the Congressman's office again, Supervisors. The appropriations process is ongoing right now in DC. So while I can't give you a time of when those decisions are going to get done, what I can tell you, it's going to be relatively soon. And as soon as we get an answer, whether this money is going to end up in the water conservation and delivery account or not, then I can circle back with the board and inform and update everybody.
Mr. Chair? And just to piggyback on that, I can't urge I speak for myself, but I think I speak for the board. I can't urge stronger than please, please, please make this happen this year. I mean, whatever you can do, to put whether it's a last minute request, a last minute lobbying effort, whatever you can do, this community would really, truly appreciate it if we can finally get past this hurdle. 13 years is a long time. If somebody had a child, they'd be a teenager now. If they had a child when this happened, they'd be a teenager. I feel like I'm in the movie Groundhog Day, and I just got on the board. This is sort of a nightmare, I guess, for the community as far as recreation goes, and we've all, I've been in these meetings in the past. Every couple of years or so, we have these meetings, and I appreciate Mr. Straub and Congressman Panetta. I think Congressman Panetta has been a real advocate for us. I appreciate what Congressman Panetta has done with this issue, and that he has represented us well, in my opinion. But we're begging you basically to get us past that final hurdle as soon as possible, because at some point we have to, unfortunately, we have to move on. I'm not one to give up But this issue has gone on for so long, and then today to find out, I think for the first time, that this potentially could be on the backs of our residents who have been tortured in a sense for 13 years, haven't been able to use this facility, haven't been able to even go up there and hike, which I think personally, if anything, I'd like to see us have a serious conversation at some point. I know it's been brought up in prior meetings about non-water recreation in that area sooner than later. There's steps here, obviously, but I'd like to see that on the table again, just because, if you have this appropriate signage and we do the outreach and you have, the water, it's clear to the public, you can't go in the water. I just don't personally see the huge risk. That's just my view. So anyhow, my main point is please make this happen this year so that we can all move forward. We don't have to have this continuous Groundhog Day situation where we're coming here every couple of years. Please make this happen this year. Thank you.
Any further comments, anyone?
I'm just concerned, as Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, is that the cost is going to come back to the residents or the county. It's definitely something that we need to do, is to eradicate the zebra mussel. And again, it's been occupying that reservoir for far too long. But we really need to know as a community, what's the cost going to be to us as, to do this endeavor? And it may get to the point to where we can't afford it. $5 million is a considerable amount for me for a recreational area. And I still need to know who is going to be holding the tab as the users. Is it the farmers? Is it the county? Is it the users of the reservoir? That's just, it's a significant amount of money, and whatever you can do to tap into the free money where we don't have to reimburse it back to anyone, that's my preference as well. Yeah, please work for us. Thank you.
Any other comments? We'll go to public comment. Any public comment?
Make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas. So first of all, just like Supervisor Gonzalez stated, right now the farmers are using it. And let's be clear. This reservoir was never intended to be recreational. It was always intended for agriculture. And it's owned by the federal government. We have no control over it. We need to protect our farmers because that is our first priority. And if they're paying $1 right now, and if this other monies comes in, the farmers should continue to pay $1 and not be added any more money. That being said, I believe that Congressman Panetta needs to come back, or his staff needs to come back and report how was that allocation request written. Was it written so that we are supposed to pay it back, or was it written that we don't have to? Because that has not been answered by his office. We need an answer how that money is requested, because we need to slow it down. I know Supervisor Kosmicki, you want to hurry up and you keep saying, please. I don't want to hurry up if it's already been placed as a request, and the request is that we need to reimburse it. We shouldn't have to reimburse it. And if that's going to take longer, so be it, take longer. That is an agriculture reservoir that is not intended for recreation. That was a second use. And if people have to wait longer so it doesn't cost the county any money, so be it. My son is going to be 30 years old, and I took my son there to go fishing when he was little. Right now, it's a private lake for those people that live up there. You're not going to tell me that those people aren't using it on their own, because they are. Now, if you want to open it up for an additional recreation to go hiking or whatever, it's a very small area. It's not that small. We're going to have people supervising it. There's going to be liability, and I guarantee you, people are going to jump in that water. That they have done a great job to control it from getting any further from the zebra mussel. So we must thank them for the well job that they've done, and let's step back a little bit and find out whether or not we're supposed to pay this money back. And if we do, stop the paperwork or you're going to have to rewrite it all over again. So there's no money whatsoever that's going to be due to anybody, because again, the priority is the farmers. That is the top priority that this reservoir is to be used for. And let's not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglund, Samuel Batista, and Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. We have been listening to the argumentation and the reasoning about the San Justo for years, and everyone knows that. I think Ms. Salinas is correct in that it is an ag reservoir to begin with. However, it was given over to recreation at one point. And how we can separate the two, I really don't know. And it's been a frustration for everyone who has worked on it, whether it was Mr. Panetta or Rivas, anybody. To wait, to just say sit back and wait until God delivers it is, I don't think, realistic either. But just like Highway 25, there is no free lunch. Caltrans demanded equal money, and every department is going to be the same. Somehow we need to come up with a reasonable way to fund it, and I think the farmers could be brought into the argument to help out here. I believe they are all community minded, and there should be some way that it could be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No more comments?
Bring it back to the board. Any parting questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure, this whole $5 million being on the backs of our users potentially after all these years of debate is troubling. And I'm not sure our community would support going forward, if we're being asked to pay for it. It's almost like we've been duped on a certain level. Here we are 13 years later, throwing our arms up in the air, working with our congressman. We've been under the impression that this was a funding issue that at the federal level, we had all these steps to take. We've taken most of those steps. We're finally at that final step, almost, well, not final, but close to the final step of getting the funding. And now we're being told that potentially it's $5 million and it's probably going to be more than that the longer we go along here, and that our residents are going to have to pay for it. I just don't know if, I'm being honest, I'm not sure there's support in our community to spend $5 million. So I'm just, again, if please come through for us at the federal level. I think there's been an impression here that this would be something that the federal government, because it's a federal facility, the federal government would fund this. And so please come through, get this allocation and get us moving forward. And please don't ask our residents to pay for it. Thank you.
And Supervisor Kosmicki, I will personally call Congressman Panetta and let him know that we want to go the route of no reimbursement. And I will call him today. So just letting you know. And I will write it too, but I'll call him. And we'll write a letter from the board also that we want no reimbursement.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree more. We need to find out, for one thing, what is is it the reimbursable or is it the one we want? But I would agree, if we're expected to reimburse it after all these years, then, and I would agree with Aaliyah, we can't put it on the shoulder of the farmers who use that water primarily. They're using the blue valve water. I don't think the community would go for that. But it sure seems like it should be after all these years. I mean, $5 million is a lot of money, but for the federal government, after 13 years, I don't think it's a lot of money. And I think that we're deserving of this getting taken care of once and for all. So I would concur with everyone else on this.
Thank you. We will close 31 and we'll go to Supervisor Tiffany's request. Discuss lobbying services and delegate the county administrative officer authority to enter into negotiations and a contract with the lobbying firm.
So we have a PowerPoint presentation for your board, so we'll go ahead and get that up, and Dulce will start the conversation.
Hi, good afternoon, board. So just as a reminder, a few meetings back in March, the board members requested this item to be brought forth. And I just want to highlight that according to CSAC, out of 58 counties, 50 have some sort of lobbyist or representation, either through contracted or in-house. The county obviously has a lot of needs, and there's no arguing that. We have deteriorating road infrastructures. There's homelessness needs. We have parks and recreation that is also a need. Economic development, and then we have state and federal mandates, and we need representation at both the state and federal level. So those are overarching some of the needs. Let me just keep on going forward. So key values of advocacy is really putting the county's best interests forth, and having a lobbyist does provide a lot of benefits at a cost. But really what that includes is access to legislators and policy and physical committees. They really can leverage their relationships on behalf of the county's interest and get things done by having connections, representation at the executive and legislative branch of the state. They're able to pivot quickly and respond and address key issues, monitor legislation as it's coming through, and provide guidance to the county on how it would impact the county. They could serve as to strategically guide the county, and the most important for us is seeking funding opportunities. Okay, so we have had in the past so some lobbyists. So the last 6 years, if we look back on, we did contract with Matt Silverstein from January 2015 to August of 2016. We also did have Kim Stone, who we contracted with in 2018, and that ended, I believe, later that year. But overall, what we paid for both of those lobbyist service and what we were able to get back was a really great ROI for our county. I'll go into some of Matt Silverstone activities and not so much into that. So SB 107 was the ERAF relief legislation. The county owed money, and on the first column you'll see what was due with the various agencies. So the county's general fund was on the hook for approximately 2.8 million, and there was an ERAF relief fund that the county missed out the deadlines for. So we hired the lobbyists to try to get some of that and specifically Matt, some of that relief. So with his services, we were able to save approximately 3.8 for the local agencies. And I don't know if, Ray, you want to add anything to
Yeah, I can just add a little bit with this. When I first started in administration, I was looking at reserves, and ways to free up reserves. We were going through a difficult time. And we were just getting out of the Great Recession, and there was a lot. It was tough, and we actually had reserves. And as you can see, we actually had allocated some funding for the E-Raft to pay that. And one of the things that I worked with our auditor on was obtaining a lobbyist or someone at the state to really pound on the doors to get some reprieve from this, because the state actually originally showed reprieve because it was a calculation on E-Raft that was miscalculated by many counties, and there was not a lot of clarification from the state years ago. And so what ultimately happened is those counties went ahead and got the reprieve through the legislature. Unfortunately, our county years ago didn't actually move forward with that. There were some things that came up, and they didn't actually get the reprieve. So we actually had this on our books. And so that was one of the things that we worked with Matt Seiberling on trying to get some reprieve, and we got it through the SB 107. And it was a total of $3.8 million for the entire county, because as you could see, there was still an obligation by the city of Hollister, the city of San Juan Bautista, and some of the other CSAs there was an obligation there. So ultimately, we freed up a decent amount of funding there through some representation at the state. So that was just some additional information with regards to that.
So if we do move forward with contracting with a lobbyist, we really want to focus on key items as a board of what you'd like to accomplish, and really have a vision and a goal for things we would like a lobbyist, if we do go in that direction, what we would want to consider. So if we're looking at short term, and I don't think vaccination is so much as big as it was a few months back priority, but it is still a priority. But we may consider increased vaccination as a short-term goal, and possibly for long-term we can look at roads, transportation, Highway 25 expansion, looking at housing affordability, tourism, broadband, regional park, and revenue generations. But I'll open it up to the board to kind of get input if we want to prioritize any of those things. And really, if we choose, the next steps would be to move forward, delegate authority to CEO to enter into negotiations with a lobbying firm.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, just real quick, we shared with you Matt Seiberling's. We did hire another lobbyist, and I think she was new to counties. I don't think she fully was aware of county lobbyist type work, but my understanding is she's a good lobbyist in her field, and we took on as kind of a newbie. But with that, I think there's some benefits, and there's obviously some things that potentially some cons. We're gonna, if we do decide, if your board does give us direction to move forward with this, there's obviously some money that we have to pay for the lobbyists. And I think in this particular case, there's some low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of funding right now at the state that we may be able to obtain. They actually have a tremendous amount of sales tax that they weren't really planning for in the beginning of this year. So there's some low-hanging fruit there that we potentially can go after, and maybe do a kind of a test and see how it works out this year, maybe not a full year, and then come back to your board with how things went, and maybe continually update. But with that, I'd like to pass it back to the ad hoc. Actually, I'll pass it to Supervisor Tiffany. I think he's the one that was pushing for this.
Well, I just want to say something before, and I'm just going to say my part and walk away from this. Can you go back 2 slides?
This one?
No, one more. I'm very disappointed in this. This is a joke. A return of investment, 3,404. I mean, I'm just letting you know it's transparency at its finest, playing with numbers. Matt Silverling How much did we pay him?
Oh, yeah. So there was, so total was, let me get my glasses on. Matt Seiberling, $15,800. And then,
So was he on retainer, or was he just on a case you wanted him to?
no,
work with
it
you?
was, we paid him for the work that he was doing.
Okay, so he's not, wasn't really a lobbyist, and you used
He
him
was
as
a
a consultant,
Consultant.
but
At-
not like
at
what
the
we're
state.
doing now. So you're comparing apples and oranges.
Well,
That's all I'm trying to say. It's, you look at this, you're giving false information to our constituents by saying, the investment gain was $3,744,000. That's my first problem I have. Second problem is we did recently have a lobbyist, and it was a total disaster. So all I want to say is I don't mind trying things again, but we don't have the capacity to hire a lobbyist. We have 62,000 people. We have one representative in the state for the assembly and one for the state senate. That's, to me, once again, I will agree if the board decides to go with the lobbyist. I will do whatever I can to make this lobbyist successful. But I'm just trying to say these numbers here. I'm sorry. It's a disappointment. So that's all I have to say. I'll let you go take it from here, Mr. Tiffany.
Well, okay. So this started, obviously I'm new to the board. I don't have the past history. It sounds like, whether you want to call him a lobbyist or a consultant, we had one, and whatever the investment return was, we had one very, very positive success. And then apparently with his other lobbyists, it was not so good. But being new on the board, the three of us, Supervisor Kosmicki and Gonzalez and myself, we all were in on CSAC training, and this issue came up, and as was already stated, I think it was something like 54 or 53 out of the 58 counties have a lobbyist, and they spent some time talking about this, and there was a number of examples that were used of with other counties, the success and the return that they've experienced. And so afterwards, that's when I brought this up. I've also heard from, in talking to, in particular, Assemblymember Rivas, he's told me that because, I have a good relationship with him, and I've talked to him about lobbying for us as our representative. I've also certainly talked to Senator Caballero, but in particular, Assemblymember Rivas has multiple times told me that we need to advocate for ourselves much more in Sacramento, and help him advocate for San Diego County, support him. And part of that, I think, is having, in addition to representation with our assembly member and senator, having someone who is solely looking at helping, San Diego County. Whatever the return number you want to look at, if we're going to be paying this lobbyist, and we're not committing for years, we can see how it goes, 6 months for a year. I mean, we're talking about maybe for a full 12 months, maybe $60,000, which is really not a lot of money when you have the potential to get several $1 million, maybe in a grant for roads or some other thing. And, I look at risk reward, and very small risk here, and huge potential reward. To me, it makes tremendous sense that we give this a go. Also, last comment, I sat in on a Zoom meeting with this particular lobbyist and her firm that we're talking to, that we looked at previously, I guess, and she came out on top. But she's extremely impressive. And she makes a very, very strong argument. Obviously, she's trying to sell herself and her firm. I understand that. But that's what a lobbyist does. You know, she's going to be selling our county to legislators up there. And I, for one, think it makes a lot of sense. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
You go ahead.
Yeah, so I sat in as well with Supervisor Tiffany on this, and so first off, the Kim Stone consultant, I was here in the media, covered that, and thought it was outrageous. You know, we went, we gave the county a lot of flack for that one. Yeah, and editorial board and all that. But I think it needs context, and certainly the Kim Stone advocates, advocacy, Stone advocacy. Yeah, I think it's really important to point out that they had no experience in county lobbying. My understanding after going through this process, and again, I'm one to be a skeptic. I would naturally have been a skeptic on this, but I've come full circle on it, frankly, and just understanding that this is such a complicated industry, and politics is so complicated, and so if you can find the right person, I do feel very confident that if you find a good person, they can do a lot for you as a community. Kim Stone, I think, was set up to fail. I think, and I don't think that's the fault of the supervisors. I just feel like she probably set herself up to fail. It probably wasn't. You probably sold herself on a bag of goods that she probably shouldn't have been selling. And but that being said, if we don't have a lobbyist to this day and age, it's first off it gives you sort of that. I get sort of an icky feeling when I hit lobbyists, politics, but it's the reality. It's just the reality of the way the system works, and we can't ignore that. If we ignore it, we're potentially throwing a lot of resources down the drain ultimately. And so when 50 plus counties have a lobbyist and we're one of the counties that doesn't have a lobbyist, that's just another area where we as little old San Benito County is at an inherent disadvantage. We already have only, you mentioned the representatives that are representing us in Sacramento. We only have two of them. We're such a small county. We only have these two people representing us. And by the way, those two people are representing all these other areas around us as well. So they're not just dedicated to us. They can't just advocate for us. And so to have somebody who's advocating for us and somebody who's, and I trust Ray on this, that, if we go down the road of the consultant Supervisor Tiffany discussed, I have confidence in that person, but I have confidence in our CAO as well, that he understands what's at stake here. We can't mess this up again. We really can't. And so, again, my bottom line here is that the main thing is that, we're leaving a lot on the table. I believe we're leaving a whole lot on the table because we don't have a lobbyist. We're all, well, why are they getting grants? Why are they getting this and that? Well, we don't have, and as much as we would all love to, travel, I know former Supervisor Gilio tried, that seemed like a lot, traveling back and forth. You have somebody in Sacramento who's there, who can knock on doors, who can talk to people, who can, especially with these issues we're talking about, and really focusing on, and this is what we were told, I think that list is probably too long. You really focus on a few big issues, especially in that first year. And, the regional park that we're working on comes to mind. The library, there's a lot of funding at the state level for libraries right now that we could really use help on. And then maybe pick a couple other ones to really focus on. But I have confidence that this is the right way to go, even though maybe the average resident initially might be skeptical. I think if you explain this to the public, that it's justified, and I will support moving forward with this. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, I'm coming from it from a different angle. I was at the training that you two were at, and I was more dumbfounded that other supervisors in other counties had assistants. They had 2 and 3 assistants to do the job that we're all doing together. So there's a deficiency there in our own ability as humans. You know, it's 24 hours in a day. We all have the same 24 hours, and you've got to sleep, eat, take care of bodily functions and so forth. And so at a maximum, you got 14 hours to conduct business, and you can't, I still can't get everything done in those 14 hours. So I see the lobbyist as being a necessity. It really does. And so when I sat in for that meeting, and I wish Mark was in here, but when I sat in for the meeting, I went back and I looked at her proposal for the 2019 that would have started 2020. And so I asked her, okay, she sold herself. I was very impressed, very intelligent woman. She's also an attorney. So she not only comes to us as a lobbyist, but we also have the legal background, and she'll make herself available to us as supervisors as well. But I'm like looking at it, and I says, I hear you, I'm good to go, but what is your proposal in comparison to the 2019 numbers? She committed to us for the rest of the year at the 2019-2020 proposal. So for the rest of the year, we can get her for $40,000, which I think is a steal. We just saved $20,000 right there. But I'm more, put your money where your mouth is. And if by December 31st, at the end of this year, she has not proved herself to me, then there you go. Nice working with you, and there you go. But we need to make sure that those, the short-term and the long-term lists are realistic. I hear you. We have been getting an increase in vaccines, so I don't know if that's really energy we want to focus, but we are still deficient. We still aren't getting enough, so I don't know. But the one thing I have on here is priorities. I'll let Supervisor Hernandez chime in, but before we adjourn and leave this item, I want to make sure that we are on for the priorities of what we want to hold her accountable to, and I say let's do it. Yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Piggybacking off of what Supervisor Gonzalez had mentioned, I too sat in on the meeting and heard her out. She presented herself very well, but the things that stand out without repeating what some of the supervisors already had mentioned is she guaranteed results. She ultimately gave us a 6-month test. So she said, look, if I don't prove myself, I'll basically, she's willing to walk away. She's not, the way that she presented the $40,000 cost, it was less about the money. It was more about her showing us that she can get it done. And to me, I thought, well, that ultimately means that she actually has some results already in the works of, as far as what she's going to provide to the county. And I know that was with the input of the board members sharing basically what their priorities are. I know I mentioned the regional park. And right off the bat, she already had kind of created some kind of a game plan on how to strategize to get those results. But the other thing that really stood out to me, which makes sense, we're a small community with limited resources. I think it was mentioned by one of the supervisors, the amount of staff that it requires to basically be able to get something down to the finish line. And I know that technically we do have advocates, obviously, as our local assembly member and our state senator, but they also have a certain bandwidth and ability to get something across because they're not just representing San Benito County, they're representing other counties also. So, and the bottom line is there's got to be a focus from the San Benito County sentiment into the Sacramento region on how to basically advocate for our community. When I think of advocacy, like Supervisor Tiffany had mentioned, that's time, that's analysis, which she has a background in legislative analysis, planning, and then there's a legal process where her and her staff basically coordinate with the assembly member staff or the senator staff to get legislative, something that earmarked funding for San Benito County or legislative process to get involved legally, basically, so that way you end up affecting the outcome that you want, which is basically directing support and funding to our county. So all that to be said is I feel that, yeah, if we want to develop a successful business for San Benito County to tap into the resources that the Sacramento has to offer, it's not going to come by way of our own staff or our own efforts or us picking up a phone, because they also need support as well as the advocacy. They need basically a mechanism that's going to help them get that support to San Diego County. So with that said, I support this process. And I do think, last comment is, we really should have some kind of focus so that way we don't have her stretched where we start to go after certain wins, and maybe it's a one at a time. Go after one thing, and ultimately when she gets that result, then we move on to the next thing. But whatever that means, I feel like it's got to be focused. So we do see some results that are a lot faster than trying to split her up into different things, doing different things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. How about any public comment?
To make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas. So when I voted for Robert Rivas and Ana Caballero, I voted for them because they were going to be my voice in Sacramento. I have advocated for the Board of Supervisors position to be full-time because we do need, and I've said it for years and years and years, we need to be the squeaky wheel that gets heard. And getting a lobbyist for a small county like us, there's a reason why there's 50 counties. What are the 8 counties that don't have lobbyists? Because they're small counties like us. We don't have deep pockets to afford something like this. What I would like to do is to suggest we already have those 2 representatives. Have we and can you reach out to Anthony Botello and Jim Gillio to see if they're willing to be our voice in Sacramento, because they already have the experience. They've been there. They know who to talk to. You know who they're going to talk to? They're going to talk to Ana Caballero and they're going to talk to Robert Rivas. I find it silly to have to pay money for somebody that we already have there. It is your duty as a supervisor to be that squeaky wheel to be heard in Sacramento to help us get whatever money. And this lobbyist says she can guarantee something. What? Is it broadband? Because that's already is going to be given to us by the federal government. Is it part of the infrastructure? Roads? What can we do? As the county, Sacramento and Caltrans has already said, if you got to put in money first and then we'll help you out. I just see this as a waste of money because it is our duty, you guys as Board of Supervisors and us as your constituents, to be heard by our representatives in Sacramento. It was a disaster. We've not gotten anything back, and she's going to guarantee something. And Supervisor Hernandez, I'm going to disagree with you on telling her to, if you guys decide to do this on one subject, no, give her 5 things. Because if you're going to do one subject and it takes her 4 or 6 months, now what do you got? So no, you don't take it easy. You give her several things to work on. And if you're going to do this, then she's saying she's going to guarantee it. What exactly can she guarantee? Because there's funding already out there, and it is the job of the staff in Santa Clara and in San Benito County to find out what grants are out there available, both by the state and the federal government. Please rethink this a little bit more. I think you need to put this out there for more people on your constituents to find out, because a lot of people don't know. They know what happened, but they don't know what's happening right now. And it's not their fault that they're not involved, but I think you need to give them more time to say, okay, I have no problem.
No more comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll recommend that we give our CAO the discretion to go hire a lobbyist.
What is the price?
It'll be $40,000 for the rest of the year.
$40,000 for the rest of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No. 4-1. Motion passes. We'll go to number 34. Our CAO will be speaking about the American Rescue Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this item will be presented. We also have a PowerPoint for this item. Again, this is very high level. We just wanted to bring this to your attention. We still have not, I think as of this moment, received any Q&As from the feds or anything from NACO yet on elaborating on some of the items that will be discussed. But we did want to present this to your board at a very high level. And we'll be coming back to your board soon with more details as soon as we hear about that. But I'll go ahead and pass it to Dulce.
Hi, board. So American Rescue Act, on March 11th of this year, President Joe Biden signed H.R. 1319, which is referred to as American Rescue Act. And this allocated $1.9 trillion as part of the act. Of that, to state and local government, there was $350 billion allocated to that. It also includes a wider range of other programs to boost the economy within the United States. So San Benito's allocation, the federal treasury has not announced a list of the counties and what they will be receiving, but NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, has estimates based on our population. So based on their estimates, they have San Benito County as receiving 12.181 million, and the county is expected to receive that in two sums. So we should expect to receive approximately half of that by May 10th of 2021, and then the remainder, 50%, no later than 12 months earlier from when we receive the first payment. So really a year from May, we'll receive the second half. Expenditure deadlines for the recovery fund would be December 31st of 2024. So unlike CARES Act, this one we have a little bit more time to spend the money and really plan for how we would be spending this allocation. So there's 4 key allowable uses, and the first is to respond to COVID-19 public health emergency or its negative economics and impact. And this includes providing assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, or aid impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. The second allowable use is to provide premium paid to individuals performing essential work during the public health emergency, or by providing grants to eligible employers that have essential workers. And just to clarify on that, the maximum allowed is $13 per hour at a cap of $25,000 per single individual. So there is a limit set on that. The third area of use is for provision of governments that extend to reduction in revenue. And this includes property or income taxes due to the health emergency. And there's a lot of areas that need clarity, and we'll go into that a little later. But the fourth area of allowable use is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So those are what the Act lays out as the 4 allowable usage is. NACO has sent and is going to be the main contact working with the Treasury, but they want to know if they send a letter asking for additional clarity on some areas that would really help out the county in our planning process. But they want to know if capital improvement projects go beyond water, sewer, and broadband. In addition, they want to see if broadband includes like local government cybersecurity training and testing of local infrastructure. For lost revenue, they want to know what cycle we use as a baseline to say, can we use 2019 as our baseline to then compare base revenue from there? And they're asking for clarity on budget cycles. CARES Act went back to March 1st of 2020. However, the American Rescue Act does not have eligibility period. So having what periods are covered would be helpful in knowing and planning the use of the funds. In addition, they requested clarity for impacted industries, and they're asking, does this include upgrade maintenance to tourism facilities such as fairgrounds, campgrounds, customer service, roads and bridges, fencing? So hopefully they provide clarity on those items. Other items that they also requested clarity on is, can we use administrative costs to monitor these funds? Because these funds have to be used in a certain way. We have to make sure that we do reporting and our audits are in compliance. With premium pay, they're asking for clarity on what is the definition of an essential worker, who is an eligible worker, and then provide timely recovery reporting. So there is going to be reporting requirements on the county that we would report, and so far when the reports are due has not been released, but we would imagine there's something similar to CARES Act where we have to report for every 3 months of how the money was spent. And then lastly is public health and public safety payroll benefits. We want additional clarity if that's an allowable use. So at this time, it's just estimated we should receive the 6.9 mil, which is an estimate. We're still waiting on the National Treasury to release the final numbers, and then no earlier than May of 2022 we'll receive the second half. We do have December 31st of 2024 as the deadline to spend the funding.
That's spend all of the funding? The
Mhm.
12. Wow.
Yeah. Well, so far, unless we get, last time they changed CARES Act afterwards, closer to the deadline, they extended it another year. So that may change if legislation does change. But some of the next steps, staff will keep on monitoring for additional guidance and get clarity on some of these limitations. With CARES Act, they came up with a guidance, a Q&A that helped clarify a lot of these vague items or where we needed additional clarity on. But so staff will do that, and we'll continue to strategically work with the Economic Development Board ad hoc to try to focus and maximize return on these items. But we are open to any guidance from the board and recommendation on how they would like to see this. We would do something similar to CARES Act, where we plan a budget according to how the American CARES Act can be used, and then represent that to the board. And then lastly, delegate authority to CAO to allocate the funding within American Rescue Plan guidance and allowable usage.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so just some clarity with the CARES Act. It's very similar. They went ahead and they published the act, but there was not a lot of clarity at all, and it took months before they actually brought out a Q&A, and then really and it was continually being revamped almost all the way to the end in December, where they actually extended it a full another year. So there's this constant reevaluation and constant revamping of the policy or the Q&As from the Fed level and the state level. So in this case, that's what we're thinking is going to happen. We're hoping to get some more clarity on the roads. The infrastructure, I think, is really key and vital, as well as some of the other costs associated with the county that we have. So with that, we just wanted to share that and maybe have the ad hoc chime in a little bit as well, because we did a little bit of work with them as well on this. So.
Well, Mr. Chair, my comments would be, I mean, obviously, this is a lot of money, and it's certainly there's tremendous need within our county. It's a real, it's an opportunity. So I think that, I think it's very important we do take the time, not just the ad hoc committee, but the entire board, really looking at this and really evaluating where our priorities should be and how we should spend the money. As Ray just said, we do have more time. Obviously, there's great need out there, but I don't want to rush to judgment. I think that maybe once there's a little more clarification, that will help. The other thing that I know that some communities are doing, and whether this makes sense for us or not, I'm not sure, but some communities are looking at, collaborating on certain areas, maybe like broadband, for example, that are cut across the entire community, and looking at working in collaboration with their cities. City of Hollister is getting a somewhat equal amount, I believe, maybe
It's less.
A little bit less.
It's less.
And San Juan Bautista is getting some money.
They're
as
getting
well.
a small portion as well.
But at any rate, the point is we may want to look at that as well. So look at this from a community-wide. I know that there's certain issues that each of us, have. Obviously there's a tremendous need for roads. There's certain facility issues. There's a lot of issues. But anyway, I'm not prepared yet to certainly say where I think we should be spending this money. We are having am I correct that we're going to be talking about the budget?
Yeah, we're on the 20th, so next
Right.
Tuesday, put it in your calendars, 9 o'clock.
And it seems to me that as we're looking at the budget and understanding the whole thing,
Right.
this is something, in looking at a reserve, this is something that can be looked at as part of the whole, the process, and kind of seeing how this can play into the whole thing. So anyway, those are just some of my thoughts.
And then, too, if I can just piggyback on that as well, Mr. Chair, is I know some counties, they're actually doing a study to kind of look and evaluate the needs as a whole throughout the community, like you said, and having some, groups that actually are meeting and looking at it. We, I think, know really where most of our issues are. I think the biggest concern for me as the CIO is knowing what we can't spend it. I hate to just, okay, we're going to have all this activity and have all these stakeholders and start processing, but we still only can spend it in this area, not the other areas of maybe where most of the concerns are at. So we need to get that clear in mind, I think, before we can actually start moving forward with that.
That was my question, is that when do we expect answers to those questions of clarity and certainty?
Has Jeffrey responded from CSAC or anyone from NACO yet?
No, and I did reach out to CSAC to see if they had a date, but I would imagine it's closer to when we get the funding. We would probably get a guidance on how we can spend it.
I have a call this Thursday in the afternoon with NACO to elaborate further on this. So I'm not sure if they're going to enlighten us with more information, but I'll have probably some more information on Thursday.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't misappropriate it, any which way that could come back and bite the five of us.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Good. Supervisor Hernandez.
So I could defer to Supervisor Koznicki, piggyback off of him.
The one word that comes to mind is patience. We have till 2024 to spend the money. Certainly, we're going to find out much sooner than that. But it's just $12 million is a lot of money. It's really, I look at it as almost like a one-time windfall. But at the same time, we have to treat these dollars as preciously as we treat our limited funding that we have. So to me, every dollar out of this $12 million, we need to really maximize this. And so waiting on finding out, we just need to wait. We need to wait and find out what the eligible criteria are, because I can tell you, I know Chairman Medina said something similar in the prior meeting, that, let's keep our fingers crossed that roads become an eligible use, because I, for one, will want to spend most, if not all of this money on the roads, if that's the case. And I think broadband is another area that comes up. We've all talked about broadband, and I like Supervisor Tiffany's thought about potentially, and this frankly did come up in intergovernmental, at the intergovernmental meeting we just had, maybe broadband. But if the eligibility opens up, to me, it is our absolute duty to spend this money on the roads, because like I said, this is like any other, at that point, it's like any other discretionary dollar. It's one-time funding, so it wouldn't, it makes sense to use it on something like capital infrastructure, as opposed to, administrative fees and payroll, as much as we'd love to, spend some of the money on our employees. And maybe that is possible if the uses are really as narrow as they look right now, that maybe that is something we look at doing. But I don't want to get our employees' hopes up too much, because if that opens up to $12 million, or if it opens up to roads, to me, we have to spend it on the roads, most of it. Other than that, that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I support the sentiment, I agree that we need to fix our roads. That needs to be a priority. The hard part is, and I've said this at the last supervisor meeting, is to me the roads is kind of a metric, because it tells you the health of a community financially. When you see roads that are done, I've gone to different communities. One of the things that my family was doing during this whole pandemic deal was visiting. We'd go to national parks and stuff. We'd go camping. And I could tell where a community was doing pretty well when their roads were actually in good shape. My point is, I think as a business practice, it's probably not a good idea to spend your savings on your utility bills. And when you're dealing with roads, that's going to be an ongoing cost. The need's still going to be there, right? You're going to fix one road, and within a year or 2 years, you're going to have, you're going to have maintenance. There's all these costs that accrue. So my honest sentiment is, which it stood out to me really quick, is one of the allowable uses is tourism. So if we're talking about something that's going to create more revenue, right? That's what a good investment is something that's going to generate more revenue. And, not that we wouldn't spend any money on the roads. I'm not saying that I would disagree, but I think to a certain extent, it would be of the interest of the county to increase its bandwidth, its ability to basically take care of more needs by actually helping its process to generate more revenue. We just had that item when we were talking about revenue generation. So I think, and I was looking at some stats recently where basically it's showing that, even through this whole COVID-19 and the shutdowns, I mean, you literally had people were, the companies that were selling travel trailers, basically camping type equipment and stuff, and outdoor recreational type stuff. Those things were starting to sell at a higher rate than ever before. Why? Because that was the only thing. And for, I know there was a brief period where they weren't allowed, but for the most part, outdoor type activities were endorsed. And in this current climate of, people with maybe still fear or reservation with this virus, outdoors is a lot safer of a sentiment. So by default, you would think that sentiment is going to be supported by the general population to be outdoors. So that's still an opportunity, and that opportunity exists in our own backyard because we have a national park. So, which again, I've mentioned before, we haven't even capitalized on. So I would think it would be a wise investment to use some of those funding to actually focus on increasing our revenue via focusing on supporting that regional park, having it get done with the trails, right? That's an amazing investment because it's health related, it's outdoor, it's good for the environment, and it's just the same, it's good for revenue generation. And, creating a conduit between that park and the national park so that we can get some of those folks, because the last study that I heard was 500,000 folks visit between there and Hollister Hills. And, 500,000 people is a whole lot of people that we don't really see those dollars being spent in our county. That would be, to me, a worthwhile investment, and for us to look at supporting, getting tourism support money to get ultimately that revenue generation process to fix our roads down the road. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I'll be real short here. I mean, when I look at it, it's $12 million we don't have. We pretend like we never even had it. And what's the most common complaint we receive? It's roads, and that's what we have to look at. And I'll just repeat myself. It's the smartest and wisest capital expenditure, simply because Ray and I were talking about this months ago. Was we're filling the potholes, and guess what we're doing 6 months from now? Filling the potholes. And then what are we doing 6 months from now? Well, now the pothole got bigger, and now we're filling it even more. So it's something where we really have to look at it, and let's be very smart, because it's, as years go on, and Mr. Young, you can attest to this most likely, is roads become more and more expensive. The last, I believe it's almost, and this is just in roundabout, what you hear is $1 million per mile. I believe that was part of the idea. So I'm just looking at this saying we have to really focus on roads. That's all I want to use this money towards. But I see Supervisor Tiffany out of my corner of my eye.
Mr. Chair, and I would be remiss being from District 4 if I didn't chime in about roads.
Yes.
In fact, I was coming back from down south, and I came by way of Coalinga Road yesterday, so which I've been on a few times, and just my wife and I were reminded the wonderful potholes that we have in our community. But yeah, infrastructure makes a lot of sense. If we can spend it on roads, I can dream big and think if we can, secure some of the federal grants that we're going to be applying for, and then also maybe some emergency funds, and if we could use some of this money. But you're right, spending money year after year after year on potholes and just never getting ahead of the game is just incredibly cost inefficient. One other thing I just wanted to mention also, when I was reading through this, the summary of this relief package, in addition to the $12 million, there's a lot of money that is going to the state of California that is available to counties if they apply through grants in different areas. And so, and I mentioned this to Ray in the last couple of days. So as a county, we need to also look very closely at what opportunities there are. In addition to the $12 million that we're getting directly, there's other monies that are out there that we need to tap into as well. So that's another area we need to explore fully. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chair. Yeah, so, and I appreciate the sentiment. I'm just curious because from what Supervisor Benito, from which the chair, you shared $1 million per mile. So basically what we're talking about is spending $12 million on 12 miles. And we have how many? I can't remember how many hundreds of miles in the county. It's not going to do too much, but just to put it in context, and those roads, even those 12 will eventually need to get fixed all over again. Why? Because we're not catching up with our funding streams. I mean, that's my final point, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Any public comment?
Like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, just as a comment on the item down below, number 3, it's really just to work on this with the ad hoc, and when we get more information, we'll come back to your board. That's really what that item is.
Not a problem. Thank you. Now we'll go to receive an informational presentation regarding California Assembly Bill 626 and 377, micro enterprise home kitchen operations, and discuss the next steps.
Good afternoon, board. As mentioned by our chairman, this presentation is on the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operation, also known as MECO. I have invited Daryl Wong from our Environmental Health Division so he can fill in any information that is not presented on this item, as well as answer any potential questions. Getting started. So AB 626, also known as Assembly Bill 626 and 377. AB 626 was authored by Assemblyman Eduardo Garcia. It was signed into law by Governor Jerry Brown on September 18th of 2018, and then it became effective on January 1st of 2019. A subsequent AB 377 bill was signed in as a cleanup bill for AB 626. It was signed by the governor on October 7th of 2019 in that year, and it became effective immediately. Currently, each county or city within California will need to opt in and authorize MECOs to be in their respective jurisdictions, either by resolution or ordinance. An authorization by the county automatically opts in all cities. Cities do not have the option of opting out. That is something that to keep in mind. The only cities that are eligible to pass a resolution or a ordinance are cities who have their own environmental health. Particularly for our county, the city, to our knowledge, does not have their own department. So Hollister City and San Juan Bautista and any other city within the county would not have the option of opting out of this assembly bill.
So are you saying that the city of Hollister has to abide by this?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
So what is a MECO? A MECO is
If the board so chooses to go that direction, yes.
So a MECO is essentially a small-scale restaurant, also known as a restricted food service facility. It would be operated by a resident in a private home. There is no more than one employee in addition to any family or household members. Food would have to be prepared, cooked, and served on the same day. It can be consumed on-site, picked up, or delivered. Delivery, there are restrictions on that. It is can only be delivered by family members or member of the household or by the sole employee. There are no third-party delivery services. What it is not a catering operation. It is not a cottage food operation, and it is not a full-scale restaurant. Some startup requirements require that the applicant submit a permit application to our local environmental health agency. They must obtain an initial inspection of the facility of their home where they'll be preparing and cooking their food items. And they must successfully pass an approved and accredited food safety certification examination. Anybody assisting must also have a food handler's certification as well. So what are the operations involved? MECOs are limited to 30 individual meals per day, and that includes also only serving 60 meals per week. It must be direct sales, no catering or wholesale. Sales must be from the MECO individual operator to the consumer directly. No more than 50K in gross annual sales. This is before expenses. Homes must meet state potable water standards. This law also established requirements for an internet food service intermediary entities, which provide platforms for MECOs to broadcast their meals and what they provide as a service. Mecos are not allowed to advertise their business by posting signage outside their homes. They cannot they can only broadcast via the media or any social medias that they may have. On this slide, you can see the meals that they could prepare or equivalent components of meals. On the far left, you have an orange juice that would be considered one meal, and then you have cookies, dessert type of thing grouped together as one meal. These are just some of the options that Mecos may advertise or may serve to individuals who are interested. Mecos do have various exemptions. They are limited to inspections for one time a year. They have to be by appointment. They cannot be unannounced. So code enforcement or anybody who's doing the inspections must notify the owner before they enter their home. They are exempt from hand washing requirements in the kitchen area. They are exempt from certain equipment and sanitation requirements, and they are exempt from planning provisions. Jurisdictions may not prohibit the operation, require a rezone of the property, or impose any other restrictions on a MECO and any residential dwelling for zoning purposes. They are also exempt from having a hood ventilation requirements, and then they are exempt from any plan review processes.
Okay, before you go any further, some of those exemptions kind of disgust me. Can you go back and put the slide back up, please? The exemptions from hand washing requirements, I mean, with COVID, we're already, it's drumming in our head to wash our hands. I can't see anyone preparing food for the public and not having to adhere to hand washing and sanitation requirements. And I understand that we're trying to create a cottage industry where, people can go ahead and make money and sales from their home. I personally won't buy anything off of Facebook for a sale unless I know the person personally and I know their conditions. Some people have pets in their home, and the idea of eating an item of food with hair in it disgusts me. And so I remember hearing the person from public comment at the last meeting, advocating for this, and her plea for us was awesome, and I was compassionate for her. But all these exemptions trouble me. Do we as a county, can we enforce any of those, or are we bound to exempt them? It's just kind of concerning. Yeah, sorry.
And if I may, I kind of get what you're saying, but I think just from a more of a practical, I picture an individual in their home. It's not like there's any accountability anyhow. They don't have a manager. They're not going to turn themselves in for not washing their hands. So I think to a certain extent, if you're going to go down this road to have, it's an interesting concept to have a micro enterprise home kitchen, you have to trust the owner of that business is anyhow. So, I mean, to have a requirement to wash your hands in your own home is sort of silly to begin with. But when you put it like that, I completely understand what you're saying. But I don't think it matters, I guess, is what I'm saying. Personally.
Yeah, and I'm gonna look at. I've carried one, and I think probably people in this room have too. The food safety permit, or whatever you call it, the handlers, and it does say wash your hands and all that stuff. But I think it's really on the consumer if he or she, if they wish to purchase from someone like that, and that's completely up to them. What I'm worried about is, and it sounds like since it's a bill that's been through the state, is if there's a sickness or something happens, the county is not responsible for whatsoever. That's just hearing what you're saying right now is, are we responsible for anything if we were to agree with opting in?
Is Daryl on the phone? Can I have Daryl comment? Daryl?
you want to buy something, you can.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. What is the question now?
What I'm wondering is if we were to opt into something like this, and there was to be some type of an outbreak or sickness at a certain home because their hygiene was not up to standards, is the county liable for anything in particular?
Well, technically, in a sense, yes, I would say, because we're issuing the health permit. I'm just restricted on going in there and inspecting since I have to announce my inspection now. So I'm not going to see the true essence of how they're operating and maintaining and keeping everything. I got a one-time shot every year and that's it, but they know when I'm coming now. I think Peter understands this most because we drop in on him all the time. But that's the part about the exemptions is we can't just drop in when we want to. It's only if there's a complaint made on the facility. But we do have a health permit, which is through the county.
But even, well, you know, even,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, even if, go ahead. Even
Wait, hold on, Peter. Go ahead.
yeah,
Barbara.
even if we issue a health permit, the liability is on the entity itself. Like, even if we issue a health permit for a fast food restaurant, if they sicken individuals because of some disease in that restaurant, I mean, it doesn't fall back on the county
Okay,
for their
so-
negligence.
So we're not liable for anything.
We're only responsible for our own actions,
Yes.
not the actions of other people.
Okay, thank
Now,
you. That's what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to validate that. That's all I wanted to hear out in public. Yes, Peter?
Yeah, I kind of struggle with Barbara's response only because that still creates a lot of assumptions. You're still dealing with environmental health. So there's the process in and of itself is going to set an expectation that we're being thorough with how you're going to manage this, right? If there's not going to be very much oversight, then there's going to be the question is, well, who created the process for the oversight? And if we say, well, we're limited, it doesn't matter. I just, speaking to what basically Daryl mentioned, for me, when it comes down to a business, mindset, and I'm not speaking to the realm of a MECO because I don't live in that world, but speaking from the mindset of what the world that I do live in, I have an expectation that I have to train my staff. I got to get them all their food handler certificate. That's part of the hiring process, right? There's got to be, there's ongoing training. Granted, this is only one employee, but there's a lot of protocols involved within the framework of the building itself. It's stuck to that building that this is a business entity. So a restaurant entity or my place is a dessert shop, but nonetheless, there's the framework of that business mindset. I don't know what to think of a MECO because it sounds like, well, it's kind of part-time because it's limited and it's one person. So you got to have help maybe from your family. I don't know what that kind of, I think it's basically a mixed bag, I guess is the best way to put it, as far as what you're going to get as far as an outcome with that scenario versus what already exists, which is the process that creates a lot of, when I think of a plan check, that in and of itself was kind of an animal to figure out kind of the game plan, right? What am I going to serve? What kind of food I'm going to, what the temperature is, whether it's cold food, stored food, frozen, there's all these questions, a lot of delegation that basically happens to make sure that we have all this vetted through. That's the world of a current business owner. To a certain extent, the time, the effort, the money that they put into it, which is now with this scenario, it's kind of smaller and to a certain extent, I don't know how due diligent. Well, to a certain extent, it's very clear the diligence is going to be less. So I think it's going to create outcomes that you might not want to assume the responsibility down the road of something that we created.
Mr. Chair, this seems like something where we can get an answer. The state's got, they put the legislation together. There has to be an answer. I think we're just going in circles here, and I tend to just believe that there's no way that we're liable.
Yeah.
There's just no way. And so we're talking about something that's just not reality, in my view.
And I would agree with you.
We can, to get review it a little bit further and get back to you.
No, I'm fine. I'm reading the California.
Yeah.
And then individuals would have an understanding of who to call, where to call if there are violations or someone got sick. You get on Facebook and you see all the people selling cookies, smoothies, drinks, tacos, you name it, it's out there. And I understand, but assuming the risk, and I'm glad that the county won't be liable. But is there a mechanism within this bill for reporting, complaining, and lodging a complaint? And I did hear Mr. Wong say that he would go out if there was a complaint, but is there the mechanism already entailed in this proposal?
No, this is just a presentation. This item came up from a prior board meeting. We're just sharing with you some of the research that we've done we have Gracie that, she's just done a bunch of research. So thank you, Gracie, on this. And it's not for you to make a decision today. It's just to really look at it. And if it's something that you would like to contemplate, we definitely have to do more homework on this and come back to your board with probably a real good plan if the board so chooses to go this direction. Gracie, do me a favor, or you did some research on how many other counties have done this. How many?
So roughly only a few have opted in. Daryl Long actually has some connections on how it's working with other counties. From my understanding, some have decided not to opt in simply because there isn't much revenue generation, and it does get costly not only to the MECO operators, but it does get costly to the governing departments as well.
Thanks.
And to be clear, Mr. Chair, really quick, it's something that we would have to create the process, because the bill only gives the rules. It doesn't create the process. The local authorities are going to have to create the whole process. So I'm curious to think how we would separate ourselves from a responsibility of a process that we created.
I'll let Ray I'm reading it different, so I let Ray answer that.
Daryl, can you elaborate a little further on that, on the other counties that actually have done that or have moved forward with this opting in?
Yeah, pretty much what they've done is they've created their own SOPs, standard operating procedures, that the microhome enterprise has to meet. They have to go through the whole checklist, and then environmental health would review that. And it takes quite a bit of time from what I understand, because it's involving the house, the facility, the menu, how they're preparing it, how they're storing it, and all the little details to the whole process. So it does take a lot of time, and that's what we're responsible for looking up. And so each county would have to, or environmental health division would have to come up with that list. And we've been sharing it among ourselves from each department. So I have a few SOPs that I'd put together to make one for San Benito County, but it is pretty intensive and it's pretty deep.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. First of all, for Mr. Wong, I'd like to hear your take on this, and obviously there's going to be some. Sounds like some obviously time involved, not just set it up, but then also there's, depending on the number of people, there's going to be some inspections. But given your background, I'm curious how you feel about it, and what maybe if you've talked to other counties that are doing it, what their experience is. I know we got an email forward to us, and I think it was one large county they claim that in the last year they've never had any problems. But anyway, I'm just curious a little bit more about that. And then the other question that goes, and I don't know the answer to this, but goes through my mind is, obviously something like this benefits the individuals that run the micro kitchens, but how does it impact the rest of the business community, the existing businesses, the restaurants that obviously are, paying rent for restaurants, and now they've got additional competition. Maybe this is just a drop in the bucket, and so it's not really, doesn't make much of an impact, if any. But I want to be particularly sensitive, right now, because we're recovering, or hopefully recovering from pandemic and how it's impacted our businesses. So that's just a question mark in my mind, is whether that's going to have much of an impact, if any.
Yes, Supervisor Tiffany. Well, one county that I have a friend there that works actually in that division. Excuse me. They've noted it was interesting. They're selling most of the businesses that opened up didn't renew again, and they were not really making the amount of money that they thought they would. So they're having a large turnover. They're getting about 30 to 40 um, requests to become Mikos, and about maybe 2 or 3 are renewing the next year, because a lot of people were finding that they weren't making the sales that they thought they would. They were selling maybe 2 to 3 meals a day, and that was it. And they weren't even getting close to the 30. And so it just wasn't worth the time and money for them, because at the end of the day, they had to throw everything away. And that's a big loss to these people. They can't resell it the next day. And there's obviously some foods that you have to prepare probably the night before or a day ahead to make it taste like what it should be. So they were not coming close. Really, the ones that renewed were basically chefs who were well known already, and they were being able to sell meals to make it worth their time. Biggest complaint actually they were getting were people were trying to set up signs in their lawns to advertise their kitchen, but that's against the regulations for the Mikos, so they couldn't. That was half their time. They were finding that they were going around stopping people from putting out signs. And again, a lot of these complaints that were happening, they're really going to impact the cities that are going to have this done. And it really impacts your police, your fire department, your sheriffs, and code enforcement. They're the ones that are going to be dealing with all the problems that arise from it. We haven't completed through the entire slide, so I don't know if you guys want to continue on first, because it does have some of the information that I'm talking to you about.
That.
So I don't know if I answered all of your question there.
Go ahead, Gracie.
Go ahead and proceed with the slide, sir.
Yep. There we go.
Thank you, ma'am.
So some of these have been touched up on. Like I mentioned before, if the county does decide to opt in, or if they decide to move forward with this, cities within San Benito County would not have the option to opt out. It would be a workload increase on governing departments. That would include our environmental health department, as well as any agency or department who has to respond to any complaints or nuisances. It would be a direct competition. Not sure how much of a competition or how much it would impact, but it would be a direct competition with restaurants and food trucks that do have permits. Potential community impact, some of which include increase in traffic, in the neighborhoods where these operations are located, parking issues if they do have sit-down food available, increased noise, increase in solid waste and garbage, complaints and nuisances. Local enforcement will need to investigate and enforce regulations of violations of the ordinance that occurs, such as odors, traffic, parking, excessive noise. And like I mentioned before, MECOs don't have the ability to post any signage or outdoor displays advertising their operation. Across the state, that I was able to investigate, I only know 3 counties who have opted in and are issuing permits. Riverside County was the first county to adopt a ordinance to allow the operations of kitchens. Like Daryl mentioned, a vast majority of individuals who opted in and participated, it is a high turnover since they didn't make what they expected to make. So that was their issue with that. They are increasing their permit fees to $1,000. So like I mentioned, it does get costly for the operators if they can't afford the permit. Listed below that is the counties who have opted in but are yet not issuing permits, and then the remaining counties and cities, they haven't had any action taken. It either has not been brought to their board or they have not considered it as of recently. So options that is available to you all is if the county does opt in, it would authorize the operation of kitchens countywide. Cities, like I mentioned, would not have the ability to opt out. The county can affirmatively decline to authorize the permitting of MECOs countywide. Cities, in turn, would not have the option to opt in. And the last action that may be taken is no action. MECOs will not be authorized countywide to operate. And that is in conclusion to the slide. If you all have any questions, we are here to answer them.
One of those options, I'm just asking a question, not stating it, is to allow the city to make its decision.
So the city cannot opt in if the county does not decide to opt in. That is because environmental health is a county department. From my knowledge, I don't believe that either cities in the county have environmental health agencies. So.
No, there's only 4 cities in the state of California that has their own environmental health divisions. So unless the city of Hollister decides to have their own environmental health division, they would have to is the decision of the county.
Following on that, the only cities that have their own environmental health agencies are Berkeley, Long Beach, Pasadena, and Verona.
Vernon.
Yes.
Question for you. This might be something that, Colin, you and I can bring back to the intergovernmental committee to see if the city, San Juan, Hollister would be, for it or against it. And then maybe after we've checked with them, and there's a nice PowerPoint, she did include it in the packet
Good
here.
idea.
And so maybe just take it in that forum, and if it's a plus, then maybe come back and bring it back to the board. I would hate to say no when there's potential, but the cost to the county was another question that I had, and it did sound like there's significant, we'd have to do our standard operating procedures first of all, and then assign the responsibility to someone in environmental health to take the responsibility. It sounds like it would be Mr. Wong, but I don't know.
You're right with that, Supervisor Kuzmicki?
Appreciate that. I appreciate that, Supervisor Gonzalez. I did have, I think she's correct. I think that's the right approach. I did have a couple of questions. One, would there be potential sales tax revenue? I guess.
We would have to look into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a consideration for me. And then as far as competition goes, I'm as sympathetic about the restaurants, I think, as anybody, but I'm also all for as much competition as possible. I think that's always a good thing, and I can understand if you're in the industry, you may not want this. If you're in a restaurant or own a shop of, where you're dealing with these things, inherently, I think there's going to be some level of competition. I would be interested to know, with the current industry, how active are we? We talked at the beginning about concerns about sanitation, and I think those are fair concerns. I tend to think people in there are going to self-police, and we're not dealing with employees that are coming and going, part-time employees in a kitchen full of people. You're dealing with somebody who's got to take pride in their business. They're delivering. I'm assuming that if they're doing that, to me, I picture this person, it's their passion. And frankly, people are already doing this. People are already selling food. So to me, it would actually give us a little bit more of an oversight of this cottage industry of sorts, if we did open up to this. But I do wonder, how active are we with our health violations in our current restaurants? I mean, do we issue, and if I'm getting off track.
Oh, yes. If you look on I think this is before COVID, you would go in the restaurant and they'd have your grade right there. Have you seen those?
In our local?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I know, Peter, you can speak to that. How often do you get visited?
Daryl, okay.
And Daryl, I'm sorry, and Daryl.
I get visited Yeah, it depends. It could be well, it's definitely once a year on just the annual, but then during the year, I mean, there's from parades to different events to just the casual. Hey, we were in your neighborhood anyway, so we thought we'd pop in. I mean, you name it, a dozen times in a year that they're coming in, and I mean, my place is open to the public, so there's nothing that, and there's no reason to close my doors, right? So by default, I'm getting inspected, even by the public's sake.
And I'll be honest, Peter, we do come in for your shaved ice, so that should say something about what we think of your place as well. You do a good job, but we do look when we're there and when we're enjoying your product.
But I do think going the intergovernmental route makes sense. I don't think it's something where we want to force this down the throat, so to speak, of our neighbors. So thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chair, add to that, I was kind of, that's a great forum to put it at. I think that's a good place, Supervisor Gonzalez. The other thing I think we need to do is bring in police, bring in fire, also administration, addressing signage. Some of these things that have come up, I think it'd be good dialogue during that intergovernmental with all those departments and agencies.
Okay, so it sounds like the orders are to go ahead and bring it to intergovernmental first and then bring it back if
Public comment. We'll probably hear public and then, I got you.
Now, public comment? Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas. So these home businesses are already happening. They're especially since COVID began. Believe it or not, I restrained myself from commenting on these people on Facebook that they were advertising that they're doing this stuff at home, because my concern is just like Supervisor Gonzalez said, do you have an animal there, and that cat on the counter and that dog, you're touching the dog as you're cooking. So I tend to want you to go along this route, because it does give, here's the thing, a restaurant has to go through all these hoops, and then you got somebody at home that they're not doing anything and they're making money. You got people out on the corner selling tamales. You got somebody on Facebook selling cupcakes and cookies and they're competing with our local bakeries, and they have rules to follow. So I think that this is the way to go. With regards to SOPs, it's not like you're reinventing the wheel. Someone's already done the work for you. You gather some SOPs from other agencies, just like any other kind of organization does with SOPs. They gather it and they pick from it and they get the best thing. And I would strongly recommend that somehow you go through with this, is that applicant or that person with the permit must state that they have an animal in their home. So that way the consumer is aware and they can make a decision whether or not they want to purchase from them. But you're not going to you're not reinventing the wheel. I don't think it's going to be a lot of work. I think it's in the long run, this is good for businesses that are already following the rules, that you have someone at a smaller competition level also has rules to follow. So go ahead and take it back to intergovernmental, because I would like the city of Hollister and the people of, and city and San Juan Bautista, because they have people there also doing businesses from home. So I think this is a long time coming, and we should go forward and have these people that are already doing it follow policy and procedure and go ahead and have these classes. They've never had, food handling classes before, and they'd be very surprised of all the things that they would learn. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you.
No more comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board and clear direction. Okay.
Yeah, we got clear direction.
Now we have the treasurer, tax collector. Are you on, Melinda?
It's Melinda. Mr. Chair, if I may, can we go ahead and skip to our RMA item?
Sure.
She has her hand raised. Sorry, Mr. Chair, she has her hand raised.
Okay, my apologies.
Too late, Melinda. We're going to go back to you. Melinda, you're next.
Can you unmute me? Oh, wait.
Speak a little bit louder, Melinda.
Melinda, are you also on the phone device?
Melinda,
Tell her to press *9 from phone.
Melinda, press *9 on your phone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, do you have my PowerPoint? Or can I share my screen? Here we go.
Which one's her PowerPoint? Which one?
Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, Melinda, they're trying to fix it.
Okay.
I don't see.
But there is a PowerPoint, I think, in the presentation, but they're also trying to get the screen. Are you hitting share screen already on your end?
I was, yeah.
Is she sharing her screen?
It's not showing here.
Go to the, not there, bring that back over here where it was. And then go to the Zoom. What's that? Go to the, whatever that, whether put it down a little
Is
bit.
it the same oh yeah. Is it the same presentation that's uploaded? Because they might be able to go to the agenda and pull that up.
Yes. Because you should be able to do, share screen on the Zoom. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and click that. And do what? Just move my PowerPoint. Hold control is what hold Windows. Huh. So hit control and then select. Still can't see you, huh? So it has to be on here. Huh.
can you do that, Tracy?
Not sure why. Okay. Were you able to look at my PowerPoint?
Yes. I'll get it right now. Oh, wait. Is this it, Melinda?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's what's attached on the agenda. Melinda, do you want to get started with sharing our screen?
Were you able to bring my PowerPoint up?
Yeah, we're going to display it right now for you. Are you able to see our screen?
Kind of, yeah. Okay. Can you move the pages? Okay. So you can go to the next page. Yeah, okay. I see two of them. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and start my report and then maybe you can just move the screen along. So basically at the February 23rd Board of Supervisors meeting, and I talked about the December report, and you had questions regarding the interest rate, and particularly for December, and the quarterly and fiscal rates, and you asked me to also look at comparisons to other counties. And so I'm coming back with that report along with the January and the February treasurer report that I would normally bring to the board. Next screen. The monthly interest rate is calculated based upon the actual interest that's earned each month. Not all investments pay interest each month, and most investments pay quarterly or at maturity. A quarterly interest payment is not always set to be what we consider a fiscal quarter of September, December, March, or June, and many have different beginnings of that 3-month increment. CAMP, for example, pays monthly. Commercial paper which we buy discounted. So it's not really interest, but we get the full amount of the investment at maturity. LAIF pays interest on the fiscal quarters, but it's not posted to our account until the following month. So for example, LAIF was paid in, LAIF technically pays in December. However, that's not posted to our account until the following month in January. The charts on the next 2 pages demonstrate how interest fluctuates in comparison to the number of investments that we have at any time. And December in particular did not have many investments that paid interest. Next page. So this is a chart of our interest since July of 2020. As you can see, September, we received a high amount of interest. And December in particular was one of our lowest months. And then it again fluctuated and higher in January. The following page. Page 5. There you go. Okay. And so this is also a chart that shows how many investments, the darker green, how many investments paid interest versus how many investments we actually held. So July paid roughly, we had 10 investments that paid interest, and we had roughly 21 investments. So then again in December, you can see that we had 6 investments that paid interest, which was about half of the total amount of investments that we held. So it kind of fluctuates depending upon how many investments actually pay interest that month. Next page. So how do we compare to other counties in December? A lot of them report only quarterly, their quarter interest rates. So as you can see, Fresno was 1.47, with Madera as low as 0.5. And then we looked not too bad at 1.1% for December. So these are 11 counties that I took a look at, and these were their interest rates for the quarter of December 2020. Not everybody reports monthly, but they all usually report quarterly. Next page. This also is a comparison of their portfolio amounts. So Fresno actually paid, if you look at the previous report, previous page actually had a 1.47 investment rate, and that was the highest of all the counties, and they have a higher portfolio. As you can see, San Benito County has a pretty low portfolio. We just don't have the same investment base as these other counties, Mono being the lowest one. So these were also, so being that we were almost one of the lowest portfolio rates, we had in the middle of pretty much all of these other counties. Next page. So in general, most counties prepare a report on a quarterly basis. A lot of them report only quarterly, and therefore only a quarterly rate of interest is shown. Those counties that prepare a report on a monthly basis usually have a monthly rate of interest that they show. Many counties report to their Board of Supervisors, while some do not. I recently added this report to the Board of Supervisors agenda on a monthly basis. It's been about a year. I believe that adds a dimension of transparency to our community. I've included some reports, some on the following pages some reports and charts of various counties that I thought might be of interest to you. They have different comparisons and different styles of reporting. And many of those counties that you're going to see, they use what a software called Sempro, and we use a software called Tracker. So ours looks different than some other counties. So if you just kind of want to scroll through the next pages, the county of Fresno, that they use Sempro, and so they get an effective rate at the end of December and a fiscal year to date. The next one, Humboldt, has the same basic reporting structure. Kern, following on the next one. The next page, yeah, Kern. They have a completely different reporting scheme that they take to their board. It shows different portfolio yields for the quarters, maturity distribution, which is what we also have. It's just on a different, it's on one of our pages. Mono County, the next page, they actually look at their yields compared to LAPE, which is currently our highest return on investment. And they take a look at the 2-year treasury. The next page is Santa Cruz. It's a little bit harder to read, but they also compare their earnings to LAPE. That would be kind of their benchmark that they use to report their earnings. The next page is Stanislaus, and they also use Sempro. However, I attached the following page. I thought it was kind of interesting. They're a valley, Central Valley County, and they compare themselves to the other Central Valley counties, Fresno, Kern, Madera, Merced, and so they kind of look at how their interest rates compare to these other counties. The next one is Tulare County. It has a little bit different look about their investments. They break theirs down between liquidity portfolios, which is basically their operating bank, camp, and LAIF. Those are overnight funds. You have access to those funds immediately. And they use, they have a portfolio that PFM manages, and then their total investment pool. And the next page is also a Sempro page from Napa County. Any questions? And I hope that answered the questions that you had at the December.
Tiffany, any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering, so I see the charts that you show for San Diego County. I do think that in just looking at some of those other counties, I think it's effective to show comparisons with other counties like you did. Also, I like a comparison with maybe what a base return is, whatever that's, I guess, a T-bill rate or something. So anyway, we have something to compare it with. But thank you for putting this together because it helps. I mean, it looks like we're right, certainly in the mix with our return is as good or better than many, and the ones we're not as good of a return are much larger, which have I'm sure they have advantages with much larger pool of money to, have some advantages in getting a higher return. So anyway, I think this is helpful for me at least. Thank you.
Any other questions from the supervisors?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, So clearly these are low risk, extremely low risk investments. It might make sense to explain, to the public, because the normal investor on the street is 7% a year is pretty good, and so maybe if you might explain why we as a county don't go around, investing in, Fortune 500 mutual funds as much as maybe bonds and other low risk investments.
Any other questions?
I'm, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I was also gonna, if I recall, we're in the process of, I think our current investment advisor is retiring, and we're gonna be going to someone new, is that correct?
Yes, so we issued an RFP back in late March. And our deadlines were in April. We received 5 responses to the RFP. And so we're in the process of reviewing those and have some questions out to those companies that responded so that we can, we'll be bringing to your board what we felt was the best response for our county. So we'll probably do that in May because we would like to get our contract ready to start probably July 1st. And so, yeah, so we were pleased with the 5 responses that we received. A lot of counties work with those companies, those vendors that replied to us. I also asked some of the other counties that use those vendors, what their satisfaction and how they use them. And so we're still in the analysis portion that we should be bringing to your board in May.
Yeah,
I'm
just thinking that when the new person comes on board.
I also wanted to say that, which you'll see in our January report. So right now rates are obviously very low. LAIF, which is our highest, one of our highest returns, is at 0.350. CAMP is at 0.07. CAMP is a lot easier to work with than LAIF is. But those are the rates that we're receiving currently at LAIF and CAMP. And then the schools has added another little dimension challenge to our investing. The governor has delayed their monthly school apportionment, which is very helpful in paying their payroll every month. You'll see in our January report, I included a chart of that delay. He's delaying it from now until June. And so for January, I'm sorry, for February, we received approximately 47% of their apportionment. And then from now on, we're going to be receiving approximately 18%. So that takes a challenge on our end to manage the amount that we're going to need for schools, because we have their payroll plus their bonds. The bonds don't pay every month, but they're paid 4 times a year. And so that's a little hard, that we're finding a little challenging on what do we invest and what do we keep back. And then June is coming also, where it's the end of the fiscal year. And so there's a lot of payments that go out in July. So we're finding a little bit of challenge right now. We're working through them. And so we're trying to manage our investments with those obstacles in mind.
Okay, well, thank you. And I was just going to add that with the new advisor investment firm coming on board, that probably would be a good opportunity for them. I'm assuming they'll be evaluating the prior investment advisor and the results, and maybe there could be a presentation at the time to the board as far as, you know, whether they're recommending any changes to the approach or what have you. Seems like a good opportunity to kind of take a look at the whole thing again.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at our cash flow analysis. We're going to be doing a new one. And then, you know, how we might be able to diversify our portfolio a little bit better. So yes, we feel that this is going to be a positive change for our county.
Any other questions? Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Supervisor Kuznicki, did you have a question that wasn't answered?
I'm okay, thank you though.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, you're fine. It was more of a statement.
Make a statement.
There are restrictions in the code about what the investments can be as far as government investments. They cannot just invest them in a.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
No cryptocurrency.
No shorts.
Or GameStop, right? Remember?
Yeah, GameStop.
Yeah.
Causes a lower rate of
It's a great return.
Okay, now we'll bring up Mr. Young.
Do we have to accept the reports that she gave us? It's a staff recommendation.
Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
So we're good? We don't need a motion?
Just report.
Probably a motion to accept it.
Okay, I move that we accept the January 2021 and February 2021 Treasurer's Portfolio Analysis Report, along with the December Interest Analysis Report.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Young, 37, introduce the ordinance, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The next three items actually fit the same category in terms of the process. They all represent relatively minor, I believe, amendments to the code that strengthen our ability to enforce certain code regulations that are routinely, abuse is not the right term, but they cause issues that we currently don't have adequate teeth in the ordinance to be able to enforce. And so what you do today is, what we would do today is just ask you to allow us to introduce these three code changes, and then they would come back to you for final adoption on the meeting of the 27th, because it's a two-step process to adopt code changes. And I have Dwayne Doffany standing by, our chief building official, to briefly explain each one of these one at a time. And I will stand aside. Basically, it's some amendments to the parking or requirements so that we can stop some parking in areas where it's really not a good idea to park on county roads. The second has to do with ag grading. There are exemptions to grading for agricultural purposes, but there have been cases where people are just bringing in massive amounts of material, and it really goes beyond ag grading, beyond the exemption. We'd like to be able to take some action in some of those cases. And the third item has to do with the material that's brought in some of those cases. We want to make sure it's safely dealt with and disposed of. And this strengthens our ability to do that. And I want to thank County Council for their help with this. Reed Galagli has drafted these at our behest. And Barbara, did you want to say something? I thought maybe you were gesturing.
We were both. So yeah, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, we'd like to hear these three items at the same time, and then obviously ask for public comment on all three, and then.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting. After your presentation, I'll read the title for the record for all of them.
No worries, I'm all for doing that. So I would ask Dwayne Doffany to step in and summarize briefly for you, and then we'll be happy to answer questions, what the three code changes are. You see him paneled? Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, Mr. Young has done a good job in briefing you on the 3 items in front of you. Essentially, 37 is an addition to the county code. There's not good clarity for staff to be able to enforce certain parking regulations, and in certain cases, it has become a life safety issue. So we would ask that you consider this addition to the code, as it is much needed for enforcement actions. The item number 38 is an amendment to the agricultural grading. Agricultural grading has historically, been a necessary function here in San Benito County. Unfortunately, there are some people that have taken advantage of the looseness of the ordinance and or misinterpreted it to their advantage. And again, we're just respectfully asking for you to consider the amendments to help staff preserve the agricultural land here in San Benito County. And that's the intent of it. And item number 38 piggybacks with the agricultural grading in the regard that is further clarifying certain material being imported into the county as solid waste, and gives staff kind of some guidelines as to what solid waste is considered and some tools to monitor what comes into the county and where it's going. So the addition and amendments are effectively an effort to protect the health and safety of the community, and we would bring these back to you on the 27th for adoption if you see fit. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Board have any questions?
I have more of a statement on item number 37, the stopping, standing, and parking issue. I understand why this has been brought before us, and I take no issue with that. But my concern more is, I'll give you an analogy of another situation that's happening that we might have to write an exception. So on page 1, section 17.02.001, prohibitions and then specific places. It's unlawful to stop, park, or leave standing any vehicle, whether attended or unattended, in any place so marked or designed. And then we're talking about also county roads. What about situations like the food pantry lines, where McCloskey Road is rather impacted negatively because such a huge long line that's going there, or the potential vaccine lines, wherever the site might be, or any kind of community giveaway, organization. The reason I state that is, I work with Gavilan College, and they have food pantry drives all the time. I want to say at least twice a month. And they used to park on the Santa Teresa, where it would encroach on the Santa Teresa leading into Gavilan. And then they tried to go ahead and put it on the frontage road that was parallel to the road that went into the neighborhood section. And then that then began to infringe in the neighborhood. They couldn't get into their houses, their driveways, even in their community. And so Gavilan had to move the longstanding line yet again. So I just want to make sure that this isn't going to be something that's going to be a hindrance for situations like food pantries or the vaccine line or the community giveaways, because they could potentially be an issue for that. And then secondly, and this may not really impact anybody else, but on Buena Vista Road, and I'm talking primarily the city portion, but around schools at drop-off and pickup times on Santa Ana, Gavilan Hills. Yes, and so again, where city is city, I understand, but where county kind of doubles up, I just want to make sure that we're addressing those, because there are going to be exceptions. So how will we handle those?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gonzalez, thank you for the question, Mr. Espinosa. I'll ask Dwayne to elaborate if necessary, but I don't think the intent is to stand in the way of lines for the food pantry or vaccine lanes or stop parents from picking up kids at school. It does give us the ability, if there's an issue that needs to be dealt with from a public safety perspective, to be able to engage the issue. But I don't think that's the primary reason we're doing this. It's more that people are parking in areas that should be, where the curb should be red, and it enables us to, if somebody starts to park overnight in places where they really shouldn't, it gives us the ability to deal with that sort of thing. But Dwayne, perhaps you can elaborate.
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Benny. This is not an intention. The intent of this is not to create any situations that adversely affect people picking up kids from school or attending, food pantries or anything of this sort.
Well, I understand.
It's more for your bad apples out there who are
Right, and I understand the bad
intentionally
apple
leaving
situation.
vehicles.
Yeah, but there's unintended consequences sometimes when you enact a policy, and I just want us to be cautioned that there may be some exceptions somehow listed, because I don't know about you, but I live by the law, and if I'm a neighbor and someone's blocking my driveway, I'm gonna be calling the county and say, hey, you have this line impeding mine, every Saturday for the food pantry, I can't get into my driveway. So, we just have to kind of be mindful of that, that's all. And I personally understand the experience that Gavilan had with what we did and the infringement on the right-of-way of the roadway. So I'm just kind of just making you aware, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll take that into
Any
consideration.
other questions?
Certainly.
Mr. Chair, real quick, so can you just elaborate again, what is sort of the practical, what is the, what would be an example of something more specifically, I guess, that brought this, that's causing this issue?
Fair enough.
Oh, I'm sorry, Benny, did you want to?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Answer that? For an example, we have someone who, just as an example here, someone may park their vehicle in the county right-of-way and it obstructs the sight line for people to enter a roadway. And they may or may not be doing this intentionally, and staff needs the tools to be able to follow up with any enforcement actions and or towing. At this point, CHP has actually asked or requires the county to have this as an ordinance in order for them to be able to come out and tow vehicles. So we're kind of just trying to get the parts and pieces in place to conduct enforcement of the dangerous situations that can be created out there.
Thank you.
And that applies to the moving of the soil as well, at a particular site.
Right.
So, yeah.
So that was number 37. Are we done with 37 now?
Yes, sorry. I jumped to 39. My bad.
What was you saying on the soil? You kind of lost me on that.
Can I have you go ahead and explain why 38 and 39 require the same kind of attention that the traffic issue does?
Sure. Again, agricultural grading is clearly defined in the ordinances, and there is a section of exemption, agricultural work that is exempt from a permit. We have a large number of people who misinterpret the exemptions of ag grading, and this more clearly defines what is an allowable true agricultural grading and where these agricultural grading activities are allowed to take place. For example, we have had someone recently come in and cover 300 acres of fertile farmland with 2 feet or more of fill material under the guise that it's agricultural grading. And we have yet to see a row crop placed or a vegetable grown in a year now. That's just an example. It's pretty rampant around the county, the amount of soil that gets imported and placed without any verification of the origin and or reason for placing this material. Really, we're trying to preserve the farmland that is here for the community and the farmers, without trying to over-regulate it, but come up with a balance for people to be able to still have viable farm operations, but also allow us to make sure that what's getting placed is clean, filled, and is a justifiable reason.
I appreciate the delicacy that you are taking and trying to explain that to us. I really do. Basically, we have a bad actor out there doing something they shouldn't be doing. They're trying to circumvent a potentially CEQA issue by moving around mounds and mounds of soil without authority, and there's nothing on the books right now for us to be able to stop them. And it's been happening for a year.
Yes, correct.
And the agricultural grading has been a reoccurring issue.
That's the excuse.
Over the last decade, there's been several cases.
Yeah, it's a real problem for staff. We call it chasing the trucks down, and it happens on a weekly basis. It's a real problem for the county.
Mr. Chair, can I read the title for the record?
I need to see if there's any more questions or public comment first. Any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Elia Salinas. So this has been going on since the dawn of time in this county. So my question only would be is that what are going to be the fines? Maybe I didn't read it correctly because I did not read the attachment to it, but can you tell, just to make it public, what would be the fines for people to continue to be doing this? Thank you.
I believe they're 100, 200, and 500.
I think Dwayne's still on. Maybe he can help with that.
Yeah, the fine amounts have been recently increased. I believe it's 130, 250, and 500, or I'm sorry, they were recently done. And
that's true.
You're basically going to be cited for each violation that is occurring on the site. So it'll start with $130 for each violation that you have and increase each time you are cited for the continued violation.
Is that per day or just per instance?
I'm sorry?
Per day or per instance?
Per instance. So if you go out one day, we cite you, we go out there the next day and we cite you, the fine increase amounts, the fine increases in amount that next day. And then again, if we go out on a third time, your fines are increased again. And it's per violation. So if you're dumping dirt, it's one part of it. If you're supposed to have a transport agreement, that would be another part of it. Okay. And any other violations that may be present during the investigation, if it's too close to a river or any kind of
Dwayne?
Laundry list of problems. Yes.
Might I suggest that maybe the fines are significantly higher if we are finding out that individuals are doing this maliciously with an intent to circumvent a policy, procedure, or law that is already on the books, that the fines be significantly higher? Because $130 to get my project done, and I'm going to do it under the cover of night, I'll pay the $130, if I'm trying to cheat the county. And so I would suggest maybe considering higher fines than just starting at $130. And I'm just going to give you an equation here. When we looked at finding the businesses for the mask ordinance, they were significantly higher. And then as subsequent ones, they got very, very expensive. And we want to make sure that if it's an accident, it's an accident. They'll get a one-time fine. But if it's something that's ongoing and they're doing it, again, to circumvent something, a policy that is there for the public's protection, I think there should be a significant penalty for it. That's just my 2 cents.
So I agree with you.
So there's 3 ordinances here.
In that
He's talking about the third one.
Okay.
fine amount
That's all
would
I
be,
wanted to.
if we had,
Thank you.
I think Dwayne may be trying to say
I'm sorry,
something.
Go ahead, Dwayne, I'm sorry.
Session.
okay, yeah, so, yeah, I agree with you, Supervisor Gonzalez. Increased fine amounts would be desired from my perspective with the board support. Unfortunately, I think, and I would lean on Barbara for this, these are nuisance violations. So the nuisance violations are clearly spelled out in the code with fine amounts. It would maybe require a little bit reworking of the county code to be able to accommodate that. But me personally, I'm open to it with the board support. And if we can come up with a way to come up with stiffer fines and penalties, that works for my department, our department.
And if I might briefly interject, this is Reed Galogly, Deputy County Counsel, chiming in briefly. Supervisor Gonzalez and the chair, just to give you a bit of a forecast, we do have a revamp of the city or county code enforcement chapter, I should say, which will be coming forward to the board in the near future. We do have, as part of that revamp, an overhaul and an upgrade on the fine structure, as well as the strengthening of some other enforcement tools. You know, one of the things we know is, as you well pointed out, for $130, people may be willing to do certain things or bear certain violations. So having appropriate tools to hold those people accountable, they're not palatable sometimes, they're not pretty to talk about, but we do have pretty hefty tools available. And in the proposed new code that will come to you, you'll see some of those tools being made available to staff to be used in their discretion when they find those bad actors. So these things are not off of our radar, they are on our radar. And you will have an opportunity. I'd be happy to talk with you about that further.
Thank you, Reed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. And in the meantime, Mr. Chair, members of the board, if you would just give us a little more teeth while we work on the longer term plan.
Okay. Any other?
You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglund. I am so glad to see this issue come up about ag grading. And, you know, having lived here all my life and my parents and my grandparents, you know, I understand that sense of private property rights and how things can change from time to time. But the expansion of ag industrial has astounded me when I see an area where base rock is ground into beautiful soil next to an industrial situation where, because the zone is ag industrial, they are entitled to move on out into that field and just run it. And it just hurts my heart. And I just wanted to say it. I applaud you for trying to curtail that kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more comments.
Bring it back to the board.
You are welcome.
Barbara, do you want to do the reading?
Yes, the first one's ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, adding chapter 17.02, stopping, standing, and parking to title 17 of the San Benito County Code. Number 2, ordinance of the County of San Benito amending subsection A1 of section 19.17.004 and adding paragraph C of section 19.17.004, both part of chapter 19.17 of title 19 of the San Benito County Code relating to agricultural grading permit exemptions. And the last one is an ordinance of the County of San Benito amending sections 15.01.027, 15.01.043, 15.01060, 15.01061, and 15.01.098 of Chapter 15.01 of Title 15 of the San Benito County Code relating to the solid waste regulations. And the motion for all three of them would be to accept introduction, waive first reading, and continue to 4/27/21 for adoption.
It's the wish of the board.
I don't have my reading glasses on, but so moved to waive the first reading for all those three items that you just read.
Is there a second?
Accept introduction, yes.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0, motion passes. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
So moved,
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hey,
Aye.
meeting's closed.
God, we beat 5 o'clock.